where my distance where the spherical distance formula, because I can take the same numbers that I plug into the flat Earth formula, but when I plug them into the spherical distance formula, I get something that is universally accurate. Not perfect, but universally close to the actual answer. So why does it work when it's in the spherical distance formula, and why does it fail when it's in the flat Earth distance formula?
It doesn't fail all the time.
Not all the time, but the vast majority, yes, and it fails everywhere in the southern hemisphere.
But not all.
It fails everywhere in the southern hemisphere.
Well, that's the part where you really got to double check those distances. Like,
actually, I live in the southern hemisphere.
Across these oceans that they're claiming, like that whole 20 degrees going towards the South Pole, which is just basically all water.
Yep, I can demonstrate this measuring. I can demonstrate this measuring railway tracks. I can measure railway tracks in America, and I can measure them in Argentina, and I can measure them in Australia, and I can show that the flat Earth formula doesn't work in any of those locations.
Yeah, because it's already based off of a globe. You're like reifying the globe because you already have corrections and tables all based on a globe.
There's no tables to this, sir. It's just a formula.
Well, however you guys go out there and really do it, I'm sure that's all fun and games, but the main objective should have been... Listen, hold on, I got you right now. So the main objective of the final experiment should have been to measure the distance from like somewhere off the coast of South America to the actual South Pole, not just some random camp, like somewhere near the South Pole, and actually like measure all those distances. But clearly they're gonna act like they did something that they really didn't. And,
so how do you suggest that they do that? By laying a measuring tape out behind the plane? Is that sort of the methodology you were hoping for?
Yeah, they could ask me for help. I mean, I'm surprised nobody thought to do like half the things I could.
They did. They did do distance measurements. They did longitudinal distance measurements.
No, they didn't do anything correct.
Yes,
they didn't go to the actual South Pole.
They didn't go to the South Pole, but they did longitudinal distance measurements.
That was the biggest fuck up of them all.
I beg your pardon?
That was the biggest fuck up. Because there's people that claim they already went to the South Pole. So,
No one claims they went to the South Pole. Literally no one. You're making shit up.
No, that's
not.
They were very, very clear and open where they were going. Why would they lie where they're
in our statements. There exist people who claim that they have been to the South Pole. No one participating in the final experiment claimed that they had gone to the South Pole. But Will Duffy has claimed to be in contact with somebody who was at the South Pole. So let's be precise in our formulation. When you say no one claims to have gone to the South Pole, that's not true. No one. What I think you mean is that no one involved in the final experiment claimed to have gone to the South Pole. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. But do you accept that other people have been to the South Pole?
Yes. But the question is, like, where did they really go? How long did it take them? Where were they coming from? And did they actually measure? And like, who are we trusting?
So
it was really involved, all that stuff.
So you can read the notebooks of both Scott and Amundsen. They'll describe exactly the measurements that they took.
You said Berg? Okay, Freemason, boom. Already got taken out.
Amundsen and Scott. Amundsen was not a Freemason.
All right, Amundsen. All right, what did he do?
He was the first person to travel across. He was the first person to reach the South Pole He was the first person to reach the South Pole. Like, I don't understand how you don't know who this is.
Just a random name you brought up, dude.
It is the guy who did some of the greatest explorations. He's also the guy who proved that the Northwest Passage exists. He's one of the greatest explorers in human history. And he's certainly a very significant figure when you're talking about the South Pole. How can you talk about people going to the South Pole and not know who Amundsen is?
I don't think that matters. I think what does matter is that in the final experiment, you could prove something and you didn't.
I wasn't part of the final experiment, so saying you as though I was is a misattribution.
Well, you're representing, you know.
No, I'm not. Whatever. I'm not representing. I actually quite dislike Will Duffy. All
right. Sorry.
So don't lump me in with him. I actually think that the final experiment was a grotesque waste of money, in that it cost about $250,000, and a handful of people were cured of one crackpot conspiracy theory while retaining all of their others. I don't think that it's great to hand out money to people based on the fact that they're deluded. It only encourages them to be deluded.
It didn't have any rational reason backing it, but it was funny. It caused a lot of funny clips, and it isn't my money, it's someone else's, yes. So it isn't a problem for me. That's why I think the net gain is positive.
All right. Obviously I'm a cranky, cantankerous old cunt, so I'm going to find a way to be unhappy about it.
You know what the truth is, Tony? Because if anybody actually wanted to get like a bunch of money and say, hey, I want to fly a plane over Antarctica. Wait, hold on one second.
Okay, I've got to step away from the microphone.
You can't tell me that the entire meltdown and the civil war in the flat earth community after the final experiment wasn't worth it, when they all turned their backs on Whitsitt and started transvestigating him. That was pretty funny.
My bad. Yeah, man, show me that Antarctica is curving. You got that big old ice shelf, right? You got a bunch of ice. That should be curving, right? You could have showed me that. Do your reciprocal zenith angles on some ice shelves by the South Pole. Show me what the South Pole is for. But no, they're gonna spend all that money on some fucking shit no one cares about. What a joke.
I don't understand how a young Earth creationist can be like, fucking flat earthers, man. Science deniers.
I understand why it's like that. It's because they operate on the same principles, and it triggers them because it shows to younger creationists that if you're just consequent in the tactics they use and use it for other topics, then it leads to absurdity. So flat earthers are basically like a mirror showing that what they're doing is stupid. That's why they have to fight against them.
You guys get so triggered whenever you're called out for being in a religious cult, and you can't even admit it. It's hilarious.
But it's because of the fact that science grew and was investigated in spite of religion, who just told them stuff about the natural world.
It's not science that you are practicing now. You follow scientism.
I wouldn't say that I do.
A cult in our cult is that in our cult, if you want to call it that, we have evidence for what we claim. You guys don't. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's why the globe cult is better. Like, if me just following the observations and experiments is me being in a cult, then I don't really care anymore. I can be a part of a cult. But if this cult offers actual evidence for their claims, I prefer this type of cult than the flat earth cult.
So the experiments and observations you do, you just reify and take on like circular reasoning, and then follow your high priest. If I observe this, that means that we are traveling around the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy for sure.
Well, if that's
we're spinning this way, and we're spinning that way, and I'm spinning this way, and because of this, I'm spinning that way. It's like, dude, you're not going in any direction anymore. Like, now you're just lost.
And they can't. Yeah, they're just lost. Sorry to cut you off. And then when something is discovered that tears apart your paradigm, then the high priest come and they slap something on like dark matter to fix all the mathematics.
Let's just stay within the solar system and point at a problem. Maybe we could talk about that. But dark matter doesn't have anything to do with the solar system.
So you guys act like, your model has everything figured out. But if you look into scientists in the cosmology field, they say that it's in shambles.
Well, I mean, you could kind of say that about the stuff that's 13 billion light years away. But you argue within the solar system.
Somebody who's
argue within the solar system and say, what do we have to say about that?
But the cosmologist, it's not us saying it, it's the cosmologist.
But as a cosmologist, I disagree with you that cosmologists are saying that.
You disagree with me when you finish talking, bro. Why do you guys have to do that? Just wait till you finish a sentence, for fuck's sake.
I thought you were.
Your mic's correct, Rob.
That was fucking ridiculous. I don't know why we come and talk to you.
Rob, your mic is kind of bad, bro. We can barely hear you.
It's crazy how we can say that we're moving 1,000,000 miles per hour this way, 1,000,000 miles per hour that way. And you say, oh, motion's relative, so you don't even know what way anything's actually moving. It's just, at some point you have to stop and ask yourself, like, what the fuck do I think is going on? It's just stupid.
Yeah. If there's a star going left from the Earth at like 1,000,000 miles per hour, what's the difference between that and the star being stationary and the Earth moving to the right at the same
yeah,
rate.
but you're going to live your whole life. Like, you're never going to experience all these crazy things that you think you're doing.
And
no, I'm generally asking you, if motion is relative, then what's the difference between describing the star as stationary and describing the Earth as stationary? What makes describing the Earth as moving more crazy than describing the star as moving?
I think like literally deep down in your heart, like you realize that it all collapses. It just sounds silly. Like you just saying, I'm flying this way and I'm flying that way.
Well, I can promise you that you have no clue what's going on deep down in my heart.
Is stationary. I'm in a stationary reference frame, but everything's flying in all different directions at the same time.
Well, but what he's saying, if you were like, we're on the ground, we see the sun appear to move across the sky, and it looks like it's going around us. If you were on the sun, the Earth would be doing the same thing as the sun's doing for us.
It's just a cool story. It's like they tell you in the movie Interstellar, like the closer you get to a spinning object, like time slows down, and
it had nothing to do with the fact that it was spinning. It had nothing to do with the fact that it was spinning, and everything to do with the fact that it's a fucking black hole and it's extremely massive.
Jesse, you're breaking my heart, man. Jesse, you broke my heart. You broke my heart, man.
And you say that that's a claim. That is something we can demonstrate in the laboratory. That objects at a lower gravitational potential have clocks that run slower than clocks at lower gravitational potential run slower than clocks at higher gravitational potential. This is something we can demonstrate in the laboratory. So it's not a claim, it's a fact.
The term gravitational potential, is that altitude or mass?
What is the length that you're saying your thing is contracting due to like time
dilation? So time is slowing down as you move closer towards a given mass. The more massive it is, the more severe the time dilation is.
It's so tiny. It's like literally you're not measuring anything.
You are measuring something.
Well, it actually is tiny, but it is also large enough that we can detect it because we have super accurate clocks.
Yeah, that's cool.
Jesse, you're breaking my heart, man. Why are you putting on this charade? What's going on here?
I think the globe is kind of like deep down. People know that the globe everybody's questioning it deep down.
No.
I'm sorry, did you just unironically use the term think? Because all you seem to be doing is reflexively going, nah, cool story, nah, cool story. You don't have any evidence worthy of the name. Your side, you're ignoring the fact that I can mathematically prove that the Earth is not planar. You're ignoring the fact that we have spherical distance calculations and spherical bearing calculations that match very precisely with what we observe. But when we try the same thing using a flat Earth formulation, it never works. In science, we call that substantiation of the spherical Earth hypothesis and contradiction of the flat Earth hypothesis or the planar Earth hypothesis or whatever term you want to hide behind.
Have you heard of the celestial theodolite experiment?
Yep, we heard all about it.
I have heard of it. I've also heard what a pile of crap it is.
Oh, nice! That is quite the PhD response. Pile of crap. Nice.
Can you steel man it for us? I don't even think flat earthers understand the celestial theodolite.
Nice.
Can you steel man it for us?
You guys, huh? I could, but I don't know if I want to. It's like you're
okay. I don't think you can, because if you're gonna use stellarium, right? I mean, you gotta understand.
So I don't think it proves anything. All it does is debunk the globe model using stellarium.
Okay, but if you so you agree with stellarium? Let's see if you're.
No, that's why I said it only debunks the globe model, because the stellarium is based on the globe model.
Cool. Do you believe stellarium?
I don't believe in maps.
Okay. Okay, so you don't really you're not that confident in the celestial theodolite then.
I said it debunks the globe. That's I don't think it proves anything.
How are you using stellarium then to debunk the globe?
Got the fire, son.
What was that, Conky?
Hold on. How are you using stellarium to debunk the globe?
I didn't do it. Why are you saying I'm using it?
How are they doing it? Because they're using stellarium, right?
We're just fucking checking the altitudes of how close the mountains are, like with stars in the background or whatever.
Cool. So we can track stars with stellarium, right? Yes.
Yeah, why are you talking to me like a material, bro?
I'm asking you. Can we track stars with stellarium?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens when a star goes below the horizon? Can we still track it?
What do you like? I don't believe in your model, so I don't think that the stars are.
But you believe in stellarium, though, right? It debunks the globe.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I have to believe like that the stellarium is a real model, like a model of reality.
But how is it debunking the globe, though?
Because the globe is just a model. So if stellarium is the globe model, so if it doesn't match up with reality, then
how is it? It doesn't. But we're using it to track stars, though, right? When they get occluded by the mountain.
This is not part of the this is the Adelaide experiment. I don't know if you maybe
okay, great. So once it gets occluded by the mountain, do you think we could still track it, or does it go in the wrong direction?
This has nothing to do with like the whole theodolite.
No, but this is the point, though, right? This is the point.
You're just begging the question about the fucking where do stars go after it has nothing to do with the experiment, bro. It's childish.
No, it's perfect.
I have a question here. You just said you can't speak to the experiment because you didn't do it, and now you are speaking to the experiment and what its consequences are. So which is it? Pick a lane, stay in it.
It sounds like B-Ball for Life doesn't actually understand the celestial theodolite experiment, if you want to call it an experiment. Because you're saying...
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. Steelman it for us.
Well,
because I don't even think you understand it.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, go ahead. You steelman it for us.
Well, no. I'm not going to steelman it. I'm just simply pointing out you're thinking that stellarium showing the occlusion of the star and then being able to keep tracking it, you're missing the point of the experiment.
So
it's just about the occlusion. It's not about tracking it. So thank you.
So explain it to us. Can you explain it to us?
How do you see an occlusion without tracking something? Can somebody resolve that for me?
If you guys don't know the flat Earth position, like it's ridiculous.
I don't even think flat earthers understand the celestial theodolite. That's the problem.
I don't know if that does that make you feel better about the globe model? Like that you guys constantly say that flat earthers don't understand things before you let flat earthers speak like each time. Like I don't understand.
Yeah,
like we don't have to do that. Like it's weird.
But you want to stand on it as if it debunks the globe, but you have no idea or you can't explain how.
So I didn't go through all the data, but according to them, and I don't know if you guys, I didn't hear you guys refuting any of the data that we're claiming. So I guess you guys agreed that it's all
it's been squashed, man. It squashes itself.
This is a problem when you. This is a problem when you don't watch.
Is that the squashing, Leflane? It's been squashed.
When you don't watch any of the debunking for it,
is it's been squashed.
Yeah, it has. That's because you guys don't watch the other side.
For one, they use stellarium, which is a globe model apparatus. They take an angle of a star from the mountaintop when they're 30-something fucking miles away from it. So that doesn't make any sense. They don't include refraction, which obviously there is refraction. It's broken in every way.
And again,
it's only very small angle,
only very
small window where it actually functions, right? Anything before it matches the globe. Anything beyond it doesn't work at all. For example, it will predict a particular occlusion time for a mountain, even though the mountain will be below the horizon, right? That you cannot see the mountain, but the theodolite will still say, hey, this is when it will be occluded. It's completely non-functional for anything other than a very small window. And even then, it's only approximately accurate.
And I can come back to the fact that from a simple single axiom, I can mathematically demonstrate that the Earth cannot be planar, right? So it doesn't matter what you do mucking around with stellarium. It doesn't matter what other nonsense you spout. Earth cannot be approximately planar. It can't even be close to planar. And there are multiple data sets I can use to get there. But mathematically, using high school level mathematics, I can demonstrate it's not possible. Or at least it doesn't match the observational data we have in the terms of lengths of railway tracks.
Sometimes I think you guys don't even care, like, what people are trying to say to you. Like, you're literally just here to hear yourself talk and just, like, reify the globe for yourself. Like, you don't even care what people are thinking or if they're listening. They're just interrupting you if you can't say it.
Tell us!
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Jesse.
Well, you mean, you say that, but you got people like PhD Tony who literally uses satellites in his job almost daily.
Yeah,
so he's not going to change his mind on the shape of the Earth when he does it for a living.
I've been studying the shape of the Earth and Earth's gravitation. I've been studying the shape of the Earth and Earth's gravitational field full time. That's 8 hours a day. Most days for the past 30 years. It's fair to say that I know the data better than anyone else in here. No, I'm not going to change my mind. I understand this topic better than you. That's just a fact of life.
Do you think we're here to change your mind, PhD Tony?
Yeah, you can go up.
Evidently not.
Are you going to teach us, Tony?
Question. Thanks.
Hey, Tony, can I ask you an undergraduate question?
Yep.
So I happen to be reading Binney and Tremaine for reasons and going over the gravitational potential. And can I design one where I get cube Earth?
Well, you can design a gravitational potential for a cube Earth, sure. But it will be weird.
But theoretically, you can do it right.
And since Wizard has entered the chat, let me just say again that the fact that neutrons fall under gravity is a direct refutation of the claim that gravity is due to electric fields, because we have never seen a neutron be deflected by an electric field, and we have tried for many, many decades now to deflect neutrons using electric fields. It doesn't happen, but neutrons fall under gravity.
We're going to have to hold off on that one because the presentation's about to start, but if you guys want to get into it after, you're more than welcome to. Alan is here to do a presentation on the Sagnac effect and then an open discussion.
Sag slap you.
Yeah, just don't slap me too hard, because if it becomes a non-inertial frame, then relativity still applies. So, all right, go ahead, Alan.
You gonna go into orbit?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna roll my intro thing, and I'll be right back. I'll start screen sharing though. Everyone can file in. I got a brief little prezi to do, and then we'll kick it off into open discussion, like Morty was saying.
Alan, can I ask you a quick question before you get started?
He's about to do his intro.
And for the discussion, if you can avoid using profanity, that'd be super dope. But I understand that, if you can't, but try to do that, please. Thank you.
While he's doing his intro, what's your question, Rob?
He wasn't here about 5 minutes ago, and all these globers needed a steel man of the celestial theodolite. because they were all confused about it.
Again, Rob, I asked that
at the end of this presentation, he could probably go through that just quickly.
Sure. Let's keep it to the topic first for at least the
I totally understand.
But after we can totally open it up to general discussion if people want to hang around. So
Thank you,
go ahead
Juan.
whenever you're ready. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Alan, take it away.
Yeah, he's doing his intro. We got a minute or so. What's up, peeps?
What's up, bro?
Yes.
What's up, Peter Crew?
Peter!
This is where you guys have headed.
What's up, Shane? What's up, Alan? What's up, Beast? What's up, AW?
Good evening, gentlemen.
And you, and Kat.
What up?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm excited for this presentation. And obviously, if you have a question that pertains to something, I'm sure Alan would want you to ask at the end usually, but he might change it up this time around. But yeah,
all the C plus V lads in the house trying to argue C or whatever. It's gonna be fun.
exactly. I look forward to it.
Yo, I see Witsits in the house. What's up, bro?
What up, brother?
What up, Witsits?
Long time no here.
Oh, snap.
Nice to know you're still alive, sir.
I am alive.
I wasn't the only one checking obituaries, just to be sure.
Could you prove that you're alive?
Yeah, it's just an AI bot trained on Wits's voice. How do we know?
I actually do want to create one of this.
Yo, hit me up. I got you.
Send 1,000 of them out into Twitter Spaces to just do your work for you.
Yeah, what's a bot?
Sorry. Are we good to go, Alan, or are we waiting for something on your side?
He's still deafened, dude. Give him like 40 seconds.
He's running the intro to a stream.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, look at him. He's got the big bear fighting everybody at once. I like it.
All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. The scheduled Ether Cosmology reading night has been rescheduled. And tonight we're going to be doing a community event on the OmniTalk Discord. And this is going to be a sort of Sagnac challenge. What I'm going to present is a steel man of relativity in its purest form. We're going to go over the basic principles of it, and then we're going to see how it applies to some experiments regarding light and relative motion. And then we're going to analyze the mathematical and physical explanation that is put forward to explain the measurement within the relativistic paradigm. So we'll get into what all that means. Now, the format is obviously open discussion. So as I go through these slides, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And then we'll get into the more open discussion once the Prezi wraps up. It shouldn't be too
Okay, you got no sound on YouTube.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me see why that is. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Yep. Okay.
Could you please link your YouTube channel too in the text chat? I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. Thank you, Alan.
Well, I'll take care of that, Alan. I'll grab
Sound is on YouTube, by the way, Alan. Sound
Are
is
you
good.
talking about on my YouTube? Well, I don't see it moving on my OBS though when I'm speaking. So that's weird. The audio is good on YouTube though. They can hear it.
It was.
No, they're saying
it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I hear it now.
Okay, that's really weird because it's still not picking up. But you guys are saying it's good. 1 second. Say something, and I think it's good. Check. Mic check. Audio check. Ion's cat in the chat. Can you hear me? Do I need to restart OBS?
Well, We hear you in Discord.
Right, but my audio isn't being picked up on thingy. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I do apologize. All right, let me just reset this real quick then. They're not saying anything, so I assume the issue's me. Let me close this out. Testing. Yep, now it's picking up. All right, maybe I can just do the old swippity swap here. All right, give me 1 second to verify this worked. Inshallah, it keeps the same stream. Ooh, rip. 1 second, lads. Copy. And redo. Should just magically make one for me under the same name. Okay, it's live. We're good. It should be popping up here in a second. Okay. Well, either way, we'll I don't know. So we'll just continue on here. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So we're going to learn a little bit about relativity, and then we'll look at some experiments and analyze it through the relativistic lens and see what we can come up with here. So to start us off, our guidebook is going to be Einstein himself. Now, remember, his theory of his mathematical theory is the same as Lorentz's theory, which is the same as Voigt's theory, and these were derived into the premise of an ether theory, where they were using timing and spacing of waves with respect to an elastic medium. Now, an important thing that Einstein distinguishes here is that he's not going to use a luminiferous ether as a physical mechanism or as a mathematical reference point. Everything is going to be relative motion between source and observer. All the examples he gives in his paper go on to describe, clock A and B. It's never clock A and B with respect to, the midpoint of Earth or something like that, right? So the core postulates here that he asserts for his theory is that uniform transitory motion produces no first-order effects in mechanics and electromagnetic processes. So you can read that right here where he talks about the first order of small quantities. The laws of electrodynamics and optics are valid for all frames of reference in which the equations of mechanics holds true. So in other words, if you take the scenario where you're stationary and then, F equals ma applies to you, you can make all the correct predictions, all the correct dynamic predictions. If you were in a train, right, if you were in a closed system that was in uniform motion, you wouldn't be able to tell without external reference that you were in motion. So they're asserting that the equivalence there is that, you can be in motion uniformly and you can't use light to differentiate, and his equations are going to hold true here. There's not going to be any first order effects of motion because they tried to measure things like aberration when they introduced water. They were looking for a deviation, and that would be a first order effect in the V over C relationship. So here Einstein's coming in to explain a V squared over C squared relationship, but we'll get to that as we continue for the second order stuff. But primarily here he's saying that the important takeaway here is to the first order. He's saying that if you were to try to measure using light uniform motion, you wouldn't be able to do it. And he asserts that all inertial frames are equally valid. And this is important because the mathematics of the framework, right, depends on symmetry and reciprocity between frames, meaning there's no preferred frame, because if there's no ether frame and everything is going to be described through the relative motion between source and observer, then you need to be able to show the reciprocal effect in the other frame, right? So, in other words, if you have a clock moving around the Earth and that clock experiences retardation to the square of its velocity over c squared, then also the stationary clock in comparison, it should also, have that same retardation. Otherwise, there's a preferred frame, and you could tell that that clock was in motion relative to the stationary clock. There's no equivalence there. So that's where you get into the twin paradox and all that stuff, but we don't have to go there. But that's just kind of the fundamentals of explaining like what Lorentz symmetry is, what it means to merge space and time. Under transformation, both of the coordinates have to be moved symmetrically. And under this framework, the speed of light is independent of the source and receiver. And we'll get into what that means and how he derived this and how it applies. But this is just further asserting that under these principles here, that the speed of light is the same, and you can't use it to measure relative velocity. And then he, makes pertinent here to remove the ether as a physical substrate, a mathematical point, and a philosophical reference in favor of space-time geometry. All right, any questions so far about this part?
Yes, I have a question. You said that a clock, if I put a clock in a plane, if I fly, for instance, one of the early experiments done in the 1970s, they flew atomic clocks in planes twice eastward and twice westward around the Earth, and then brought them back and compared them to a stationary clock. You will see a difference then, right?
Yeah, that would be a one-way measurement of it. Remember, the theory requires reciprocity between the frames. So although they did get the one-way measurement, that's indistinguishable from the classic theory, which predicts that relative motion, through a field or what have you, would produce retardation to the proportion of the velocity. So it's indistinguishable in that regard. That's where you get into the twin paradox and stuff. That's what I was saying. We don't have to get into that too far.
What you're saying doesn't make any sense. Classical theory doesn't predict clock retardation at all. Clock retardation is entirely relativistic, right?
Oh, no. That's called the Sagnac effect. And actually, what's shown to be the correct formula to do atomic clock correction is the Sagnac formula.
That's also not true.
Well, as I continue, why don't you look that up? Type Sagnac effect in atomic clocks and see if we can come back to that as we continue on.
Yeah, let's move things along, and then we'll come back to maybe that point of discussion. Go ahead, Alan.
Yep, no worries. No, I mean it's a good point of contention, but I can show all the stuff for that, but we got a little bit to get through here. So just take me at face value for a minute. All right, so simultaneity is defined. So this is an important distinction here, where simultaneous events are being defined as not simultaneous as a consequence of the constancy of speed, and of the consequence of the speed of light. He goes on to give an analogy here about how the local time in which a train shows up when his clock hits the 7, or strikes the 7 hand, or when the hand on his clock strikes 7 o'clock, and a train miraculously appears. That 7 o'clock reference doesn't mean anything to an observer who isn't in the same time zone as Einstein. So, in other words, time has to be locally defined. And he goes on to say that we have to throw away the concept of simultaneity applying in both frames, essentially. And again, with the reciprocity, you would have to have the simultaneous event, not occur in one frame so that it can occur in the other. So that when you do the transform, you could show the inverse, where the outcome would be it was simultaneous in the moving frame versus not simultaneous in the stationary frame, which I know sounds antithetical, but that's what the whole premise is built upon here. And then, so local coordinates have to be defined by the observer and the source, right? So that we're not going to use fictitious midpoints or anything like that. And then relative simultaneous events allow for reciprocal transformations. Okay, and then he gets into the thought experiment, which is the train experiment with the midpoint and the speed of light with respect to two events occurring simultaneously at the either ends of the train, and which will be perceived first. Now, obviously, this the classic theory says that the event is simultaneous for both people, but as an apparent effect, it appears for the moving observer that it's not that the event didn't happen simultaneously. Now, this is where Einstein differs, because it has to be physically different, because we're discontinuing, because there's not going to be absolute time and space. It's going to be relative to this localized instant. If the chain of events isn't causally linked, then they're spatially separated. They're therefore not connected in terms of series. So if we were to make both frames agree to the simultaneous event, like the classic theory would, you'd be using absolute time and space. So let's see. So we get into relative lengths and time. So using an assumed constancy of speed of light here, Einstein shows that the clocks in relative motion to one another would measure different times, different distances for their rods, the difference being with their velocity with respect to c. So how do we fix that? 1 second, I'm going to hit some water here. So real quick, if we use an arbitrary midpoint here for symmetry, we have this relative motion described, then the speed of light is going to be measured, plus or minus v essentially. And Einstein's saying, well, that's not going to work, because in my theory, the speed of light is going to be constant for these lads. That's what we're going to be using for our ruler. These guys can't measure different lengths of their ruler. It's not going to lead to a coherent theory. So what's the answer? Well, in order to make c plus or minus v not that and make it equal c, you have to offset it by the coordinate system difference. So instead of c plus or minus v here, he's going to turn that into length contraction and time dilation, because time and space are a function of the square of velocity squared. That's what the coordinate system offsets. So the coordinate of time and the coordinate of distance gets offset by a function of the velocity to make the contraction happen, to make the constancy of speed of light work out mathematically for them, so that this situation here where the measured difference goes away using absolute time and space. All right, so another important distinction here is relative motion in any closed polygonal circuit or continuously curved line will experience the second order effect of 1/2 times t times v squared over c squared. So this is going to be the difference that we were talking about earlier with the atomic clocks at the equator completing a round trip. They should experience time dilation with respect to that in a closed circuit. And then if these equations hold true with reciprocity and the transformations, you should be able to show the reciprocal effect in the stationary clock. But that's never been done before, and that gets deep into the twin paradox and stuff here, which is kind of outside of the scope here. But it's just to reiterate the significance of reciprocity in the mathematical formula, or like in the philosophy, because it's not just part of the philosophy, it's in the math for a reason, for the symmetry. So it's important to understand that moving forward, because when we're going to look at some experiments, we're going to see some asymmetrical transformations, and we need to understand what the rules are to point out the violations. So frame equivalence demands reciprocal relativistic effects being measured in all frames. Otherwise, we can tell that there's a preferred frame. If this one's not experiencing relativistic effects, why? All right. And then so in a closed polygonal loop, there's no relative motion between 2 points that are fixed. So he's saying that if they're in uniform transitory motion, these equations should apply. Now, although people will say, a stagnant interferometer is rotating, it's a non-inertial frame, what he's explicitly deriving here is logically consistent with relative motion with regards to it being in a closed loop and uniform transitory motion, because if you zoom in on any portion of that loop, it's effectively a linear path and it would apply. So let's see here. All right. Here we go. All right, now, in addition to that, we have the rules for velocity composition. So previously, the classic theory was Galilean. So what that means is you could just do the old c plus or minus v, and you'd be good to go to make your predictions. So you're just adding the velocity to the speed of light or subtracting to it to get the difference, and you're good to go. Now, Einstein says, nope, speed of light is constant, my dude. So what you're going to do is divide by 1 plus the speed times the speed of light divided by the speed of light squared, and that's going to basically ensure that it always works out to be the speed of light. You're never going to exceed it when you're using values that are slower, or much slower than the speed of light, or even when they go faster, because the way it scales, it always comes out to be the speed of light. So And that's an important distinction to make because remember, classical physics, like the Newtonian classical physics, is built on absoluteness. Being able to do things like mass addition, velocity addition, things like that, using this reference point. But Einstein's saying no, you gotta Lorentz up, and you also have to make it so that the speed of light is always the speed of light. So this isn't anything that was ever empirically measured or anything like that. This is just he's mathematically just imposing this to make it work out, to maintain the postulate of the symmetry.
Is it?
What do you mean?
Well, when you say that it's never been mathematically demonstrated, that's not true. We can get
into measurements as we go forward. We certainly are.
Okay.
Mathematically demonstrated is a bit of an oxymoron, don't you think?
Well, there are observations that accord with the mathematics, right? So the mathematics have been observed to apply in reality.
Yep, we can absolutely get into that. No, you're good. It's okay.
Yeah, let's table that and let's keep moving, I guess. But yeah, good point of conversation for later.
Okay, so starting off with old Sagnac in 1913, he comes around. He goes, okay, so we got this theory here that's making certain assertions about closed polygonal circuits and uniform rotation. So I have this turntable here that rotates at 13 rotations per minute, and I'm going to use a split light beam, and it's going to complete a circuit going clockwise and counterclockwise with respect to that rotation. And we're going to see if when the light beam recombines, if it measures the relative motion of that rotation between these 2 points, the source and the observer, that are fixed and moving at a constant speed. And by Einstein's definitions given in his theory, these equations should apply and there should be no fringe predicted here. Or at the very least, there should be a much, much smaller fringe because of the theory being built on second order effects of link contraction and time dilation. There might be, that effect, but that's much smaller than the first order V over C relationship that is measured with Sagnac. So what was actually measured was that exact first order relationship here. So when these light beams recombined, they were out of phase, and the what's the word I'm looking for? The fringe pattern, right? That destructive interference pattern, the little black spots, the length of those, right? The square of that is proportional. The square of that distance of that length is proportional to the angular velocity of this rotating disk. And that's what Sagnac measured. That's what the interferometer picks up. That's the relationship with the fringes to velocity. And relativity theory is predicting that there should be no fringe here. So Sagnac was like, hey, existence of the luminiferous ether demonstrated by means of relative ether wind in a uniformly rotating interferometer. So the way that Sagnac conceptualized his explanation for this was saying that there was a greater ether, right, that was like encompassing the Earth, and then local motion within that would generate its own optical vortex, which would cause the retardation or acceleration of light with respect to motion in that vortex. So that's how he explained it, and that just gives the C plus or minus V. And in frames where Einstein is saying that his equations should apply and there should be no detectable fringe. Any questions on this experiment? We can get into some questions now. Now that we've laid out the groundwork and stuff, we're getting into some experiments. We can have some back and forth on the experiments for sure.
Okay, so I dispute the claim that relativity says that there shouldn't be a fringe here. I don't think that is a fair summary of what relativity predicts. If V over C is small, then we predict exactly the same as the classical formulation, and the Sagnac formulation in its simplest form is exactly in agreement with the classical formulation. You don't need to introduce relativity to predict that there will be a fringe effect. So the fact that you get a fringe effect is not in disagreement with relativity. And I'd like you to produce a citation that says that it is, if that's what you're claiming the paper produced.
Okay, sure. We'll start with that first, and then I'll get into why it's a violation. 1 second. GPS 4. Okay, so here we have Post from 1967, and he's giving his analysis on the relative motion between the source and detector. So if you try to apply a Lorentz transformation between the relative motion of the source and detector, right, you're looking at two inertial observers, and inertial observers, as we know from the theory's postulates, measure the speed of light as constant. So this is what Post says about this situation here.
Okay, can you read the last 3 words of that sentence?
To be consistent with the principle of relativity, one has to demand that the Sagnac interferometer and the ring laser cannot lead to a fringe or a beat frequency in equipment in uniform translational motion.
So Sagnac's rotating his equipment. It's not in uniform translational motion.
Ooh, so an atomic clock around the Earth in relative motion to a stationary clock is the same exact concept. It's just on a bigger scale.
No, it isn't, sir. And just asserting things doesn't make it true. I asked you for a citation saying that relativity predicts that there should be no fringe shift here. You just showed that that is the case for a uniform translational motion. This is not uniform translational motion. The whole point is that it isn't uniform translational motion, that it is a rotational motion. So can you tell me, can you provide a citation saying that there will be no fringe shift if the apparatus is rotating?
Yes, we will look at the 1 second. We will look at where is 1 second before we move on. Here is Ashby. Here we go. Okay. So this is Neil Ashby trying to explain how the Sagnac effect is measured in GPS and how it's a relativistic effect. He says, observers in the non-rotating ECI inertial frame would not see the Sagnac effect. Instead, they would see the receivers are moving while the signal is propagating. So what he's saying there is that in our frame, we should not see the speed of light difference, yet we do.
No,
it's what's measured.
That's not true, sir. We're not in the Earth-centered inertial. We are rotating with the Earth. We are in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. We're not in the ECI reference frame.
We're in the ECEF frame where the measurement is made.
The ECEF frame and the ECI and the ECEF frames are different reference frames.
Please don't talk over me when I'm giving my explanation.
Yeah. If we could try to avoid over talking, just one at a time, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the measurement is made in the ECEF frame. He's talking about what an observer in the ECEF frame would see. So if you're in the ECEF frame and you're looking out at the rim of the Earth, an observer on the Earth is measuring the speed of light being constant. I'm sorry.
He's talking about the Earth-centered inertial frame, ECI.
So he's chasing the speed of... Dude, Tony, you're trying to talk over me, bro. Like, just relax.
You're lying about what's on the screen, sir. He's talking about ECI.
So in this respect,
about Earth-centered inertial frame.
It's predicting no fringe in this as well.
In the Earth-centered inertial frame, not the Earth-centered Earth-fixed frame.
Here.
Do I get to respond to this, or does he just get to lie and move on?
Well, hold on. Can you clarify your point, Tony? Because I'm not sure it's clear to everyone what you're saying exactly.
So the Earth-centered inertial frame is a reference frame in which you're on a point just above Earth, but the Earth is rotating underneath you. So you're not rotating in the Earth. So you're basically in free fall with the Earth around the sun. That is the Earth-centered inertial frame that guy was talking about in that quote. The Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is what we understand every day. It's the reference frame in which we are rotating with the Earth. So he's saying that you would see different things in the Earth-centered inertial frame than you would see in the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. But we are in the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. So saying that there would be no fringe shift in the Earth-centered inertial doesn't have any relevance whatsoever to what we observe. We're in the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame.
They wouldn't see us seeing the fringe is the point. That's the big point of contention. That's why this guy here post is saying that. Now he's talking about uniform
He didn't
transitory
say that.
motion.
We just went over this 2 minutes ago.
Tony,
Stop it, man.
your big point of contention was that this is rotating and that's not allowed. That's why I specifically went over at the beginning where Einstein says, hey, if you're in uniformly okay, here we'll just read the whole quote here because maybe it wasn't clear. It is at once apparent. He's talking about clocks A and B, one clock A going in relative motion around the Earth to B, experiencing retardation to the factor of 1/2 times t times v squared over c squared. He says, it is at once apparent that the results still hold good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line, and also when points A and B coincide. If we also assume that the results proved for any polygonal line is valid for a continuously curved line. Okay? So if it's in uniform transitory motion, that's the point. So if this interferometer is locked in at 13 RPM, it's in uniform transitory motion. Now, there's a whole entire measure that we can get into that's linear. But this is the issue with respect to describing the Sagnac effect in the confines of relativity, which you specifically ask for. So if you were to apply a Lorentz transformation to the detector that's in motion relative to the receiver and on the platform, even though they're fixed, right? And you would apply your Lorentz transformation to the receiver, which is the recorder on the platform that's rotating too, you do not predict a fringe pattern. And at best, you would predict
you have not demonstrated that.
much smaller fringe pattern. That's what this guy is saying. It cannot lead to a fringe.
He's not.
In plain
He's
English.
not saying that.
You can speak now.
He's talking there about uniform translational motion. A rotation is not a uniform translational motion, and simply asserting that it is just mendacious.
What's this right here that Einstein says from his own theory to illustrate that? What is that? Can you read this real quick out loud? I might have trouble seeing it.
I can't see which bit you're pointing at.
Here we go. 1 second. We move these over
Hey,
here.
really quickly, Mordawan, can we not throw accusations of lying and stuff? It's very childish.
Hey,
We're all
hold on a
trying to get
second.
to the
Lily.
Okay.
It's fine.
So,
it's fine, Lily. Can you read this out loud here, what we're talking about?
The bit in pink, you've already read it. It is at once apparent that this result still holds good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line, and also when the points A and B coincide. But while that is true, if you are moving along a polygonal line, you are undergoing accelerations, right? So that formula there does not include the effect on time of any accelerations that you have undergone in tracing a polygonal line. So that the line of argumentation that you are trying to construct here, there is. Can you please cite me somewhere a textbook that says relativity predicts that the Sagnac effect should not occur?
Would you say a textbook? Obviously, there's no textbook that says that, but I have papers from people that are just because people are discussing it. When you apply the theory actually to how it's supposed to light, to relative observers in motion, it doesn't give the correct measurement. So you want a linear measurement. Great. So here.
No, I don't want a linear measurement.
You said you want uniform transitory motion.
No, I didn't.
We can move on now to the uniform transitory motion experiment.
Ruyong's Wang's paper. I noticed that you didn't put up the citation here. Okay, you did down the letter. But this paper has been debunked. It's been torn apart by Clive Wells, among others, has done a paper arguing against the fact, and indeed it violates the central principles of relativity.
We'll read it live at the end of the Prezi. We'll see what his relativistic treatment of it is.
That statement there, the linear motion of the top arm of the sensor is detected with a phase difference delta phi, that violates the main principle of relativity. You cannot detect a linear motion from inside the system.
Agreed. And yet we're looking at a graph of linear motion being measured.
So Wang is wrong.
What? We're looking at a measurement of linear motion being measured.
No, we're not. We're reading a paper where Wang has misunderstood what he's done.
Oh, okay? So wait 1 second. Let me kind of explain something here. So we have a stationary source emitting light. We have a stationary detector, right? No relative motion between these lads. We have a total length of a fiber cable here, right? We're using the effective length, only this moving portion. This portion at the bottom is stationary and fixed. These two arms that wiggle cancel out, so we don't count these. So the only distance we're counting is this delta L here, the effective length and the velocity that as we move this back and forth. Remember, source and detector, stationary AF in the lab frame. So we're looking at a fringe pattern measured here with respect to what? This graph is showing linear motion being measured with respect to what?
With respect to the laboratory reference frame, is that what?
So C plus or minus V with respect to an inertial observer?
No, it's the distance traveled. The distance traveled by the beam is affected by the velocity of the various receivers, right?
I mean, not according to relativity theory. If it's in uniform motion,
light that's changing. It's the distance that's changing, and that distance is changing because of the velocity of the the receiver.
Well, remember here, Einstein says we're not going to use absolute stationary space, so you can't preserve the distance length. The speed of light has to traverse the circuit without preserving any distance change. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then
what's going on.
If it doesn't, then it would produce a fringe pattern, and then you could measure linear motion, and relativity would be false, which you correctly deduced from this equation here, and its significance.
But no, that's not what he said. He said that if the receiver is moving, that does impact the amount of distance that if a receiver is moving towards the light source, then the distance that the light has to travel in order to get to that receiver is less than if it had been stationary or if it had been moving away from the transmitter, right?
Yeah,
that's just a fact of a fact of motion.
If the velocity
the velocity of the receiver is important in the distance traveled.
But Tony, do you understand that in doing this, you would have to invoke a fictitious midpoint to preserve the distance, which would be using absolute space. You would be using lab time and lab space to describe the fixed distances of the interferometer to describe the distance change.
True, that's absolutely not true.
It's explicitly true, and it's the issue at hand.
No, it's not explicitly true. It's just you making an assertion, sir.
Well, we'll go over some people trying to explain the issue as we continue, but 1 second, I wanted to follow up on something to just kind of make this really, really easy, because you seem to have a different interpretation of what this means, so we really need to focus on this real quick.
I'm not the one whose interpretation is at odds with mainstream science.
Well, hold on. That's neither here nor there. You said that Einstein was saying that the motion of the receiver is accounted for in relativity, and that would lead to a distance change. And I'm going to show you that that's explicitly not the interpretation. So he says, if we raise this to conjecture, and this is about the principle, all inertial frames being equally valid. If we raise this to conjecture, this will be hereafter called the principle of relativity to the status of a postulate. And we will also introduce another postulate, one of which is irreconcilable from the former, namely that light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity of c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. Now, Tony, before you jump to conclusions and say, but he doesn't say receiver here, right? Unless the implication, number one, is receiver, he's not saying anything new about physics, right? Because the classic theory would predict the relative motion. You would measure the velocity of the wave, c plus or minus your velocity. But this is a deviation from that. So, and then all the examples he gives in his paper are relative motion between clocks A and B, thing A and B, etc. Right? It's not A and B in some fictitious midpoint or something like that.
So if you look up the very derivation of the Sagnac effect, you will see that it involves the velocity of the receiver.
That's in the classic theory, yes.
So in the very derivation of the formula, sir, and your claims, you seem to be sort of tiptoeing around the fact that at its principle level, no, Einstein doesn't agree with you. Einstein agrees that the time it takes for light to travel a given distance d is always going to be consistent with it traveling at speed c. But that distance in and of itself can be affected by the motion of the receiver. If I move the receiver closer to the source, I receive the signal earlier than if I move the receiver away from the source. This is simple physics, sir.
Okay. All right. We will come back to that in one moment. So we have Professor Jody Cooley here. She has a little prezi on relativity as well. And she just makes it clear here. Einstein's postulates, the laws of physics are invariant for observers in different inertial frames. And the speed of light is the same to all observers, regardless of their motion relative to the light source. Super important there. And then, so if it's irrespective of that, and then there's a distance change, but the speed is the same, then it's going to traverse the distances at the same time and recombine and be in phase and not produce a fringe.
That's not true. That's simply not true. Again, so what's happening in the Sagnac effect, when you rotate the apparatus, one of the mirrors is moving towards the source and one of the mirrors is moving away from the source. It takes the light longer to get to the mirror that's moving away from the source, but it takes less time for it to get to the mirror that is moving towards the source. This is the entire point. So to claim that the mirror motion has no effect on the distance that the light is traveling by the time it gets to the mirror, this is just confounding all of physics. It clearly does have an effect, and that effect is exactly in accord with what is produced when you do the experiment.
So here, Einstein is saying, if you're C plus or minus Ving, you're not doing it right. Remember the constancy of the speed of light here, right? We're not going to have a situation that's going to lead to C plus or minus V. We're going to use Lorentz transformations. And on top of that, right, even if there were a case somehow where there was C plus or minus V, we're going to use velocity composition to make it not so. There is no case in which, there is no case in which an inertial observer, these two detector of sources being stationary, should measure the relative motion of this length of the cable.
Your test case there, that example that you're using, in that case, the light is propagating orthogonal to the motion, right? That is not a case where the receiver is moving directly towards or away from the light, which is what is happening in the Sagnac experiment. The mirrors and the receivers are moving towards or away from your photon source. So that's very different. That's very different from what Einstein is considering about a clock that is using backwards and forwards bouncing of light to measure time.
Well, Tony, you know that he did another configuration.
You're trying to use the derivation of time dilation to argue that moving a mirror towards a light source or away from a light source has no effect on when the mirror intercepts the light source. That's absolutely untrue. Einstein doesn't believe it. No relativist believes it. You're just misinterpreting the literature here.
Okay. So to start us off here, he did different configurations where the source and detector were also in motion parallel to that, where the theory would predict no motion between them as well, and it still made the same measurement. So that's not valid. That's not valid either.
Whose argument are you relying on?
Hold on a
Who
second,
am I
man.
arguing against
You just
here?
spoke for a minute here, and you said that I was trying to assert that time dilation accounts for this. That's not what I'm asserting. That's what Einstein's asserting here with this retardation coefficient here applied to his A and B clocks. So if we took A and B and we applied that coefficient here, we would have a much smaller, we would predict a much smaller measurement. We're not making the correct prediction here. So there's no way that you're able to rectify this. This is the we have a situation too where the source and detector are moving parallel with the conveyor's configuration, and relativity predicts no fringe for that either.
This
One
is
second now.
untrue,
Hold on, let me
sir.
turn you back up.
You are just asserting that relativity says this, and every time you've tried to produce a citation to support your contention, it has been shown that it is not referring to rotation. It is referring to uniform translational motion, or it is referring to a different reference frame, the Earth-centered inertial, as opposed to the Earth-centered Earth-fixed. And you are claiming that Einstein's description of time dilation, which is the example that he's using there, relates to the Ryu-Wang, let's just call it the Wang paper.
Well, it relate to a Sagnac interferometer. Don't steel man me. Be consistent.
Well, but
straw man me,
again, you did ask that I not interrupt you.
Apologies.
So but it is not the case that what Einstein was describing there. Einstein there was describing a very particular case. And it is not the case that Wang's paper is describing the same case. So you are taking a result from one theoretical formulation and applying it in a different theoretical formulation where it does not fit, where it should not be invoked. I've got to go.
Go ahead.
But anyway, yeah, that'll probably facilitate this presentation.
Yeah, I was trying to.
I suggest you talk to a relativist about this because you seem to me to be getting a lot of stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, for participating. We have so we do have a voice queue in the server, which I just directed people to. Looks like Jesse is next up on the queue. So if you're ready to go, Jesse, take it away. Unless Alan, you wanted to address anything else first.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to say here so this is extremely important in regards to using the preserving that length for the distance change, right? Because that's the use of absolute time and space for the comparison. And Einstein is specifically saying here, which he's deviating from the Lorentz ether theory, which this mathematical framework is identical to, but he's saying here that like this theory is different from this. And so how's it different? Ian, tell us how. The introduction of a luminiferous ether will prove to be superfluous inasmuch as the view here to be developed will not require an absolute stationary space. Okay, so we're not going to use any fixed points. We're not going to preserve how far that mirror moved relative to when it was fixed in the lab, right? Provided with special properties, nor assign a velocity vector to a point in empty space in which electromagnetic processes took place. So wait a minute. If the mirror is in a physically different location, and as a relativist, I use some midpoint to preserve that location to describe the distance change, so I can have this effect, C plus or minus V, which is explicitly said that we're not going to do, and we're going to facilitate that via Lorentz transformation, then the theory is violated on the principles of it. And we'll get into some people trying to do a derivation of it real quick. Let me see if I have that
hold up, though. Can we get Jesse to jump in real quick before you get to that?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My question was, did you say that Wang et al. Did demonstrate a shift within the same inertial frame?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware that he showed the Sagnac effect between two different inertial frames connected by fiber optic loops in his trapezoidal thing. But I thought I'd heard you say that he had showed or implied that he had showed the Sagnac effect taking place in entirely within the same inertial frame. But maybe I misunderstood.
I'm confused about what you're talking about. I'll reiterate what he measured, though. So he did one configuration where the source and detector were co-moving together with a conveyor configuration. So this portion up here would be moving at the same time as these detectors, and it measured the velocity of the cable, as it's rotating or going around the conveyor, the linear portion. And then he did this configuration here where the detector and source are stationary, and just this portion up here moves. Now, the important distinction of this is that if it were relative to the hole, then it wouldn't just be relative to this loop section here. They would have to use the full length of it. So that's extremely important, because what is this section moving relative to? Right? These two are inertial lads. There can't be any relative motion here. It's just moving back and forth in a straight line.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
So
does that answer your question?
So the upper and the lower portions of the fiber loop were in different inertial frames, right?
The bottom part is stationary here, right? So it doesn't predict any fringe difference, right? The wiggly arms are the same length here, and they both cancel out when they're moving. So we don't count any fringe here for this, and then they just counts this top portion that's moving. Okay. So if it was relative to any other part, what I'm saying is that you would also have to incorporate that length.
Okay. So, can I ask one other question?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You quoted a lady who said that the laws of physics are the same within different within different inertial frames. Are you saying that she's saying that across two different frames they'll be the same? In other words, if you had two inertial frames, but those two inertial frames were were moving, say, at different velocities than each other, that the speed of light between those two frames would be invariant? Or is she talking about?
So you know how you can how acceleration is a time derivative of velocity. So if there's no change in velocity, the F equals ma, all that stuff, everything should apply. Essentially, is what she's saying.
But I mean, let's say we've got two U-Haul trucks going down the road, one at 50 miles an hour, one at 100 miles an hour. Within each truck, physics will be the same as within
as
that
long
truck.
as they're in uniform motion, yeah.
But if we start measuring the between the two trucks, then she's not saying that also will be invariant, right?
Yes, that the purpose of it is the comparison between the two. So what you do is you're going to treat the one truck as stationary, and then you're going to measure the relative motion of that truck with respect to the stationary truck. Because both trucks are moving at a uniform velocity, assumedly, then they would be inertial frames. They would apply to Lorentz, transformations.
I don't think that's what she's saying. But anyway, thank you. That was my questions.
Yeah, so if she's not saying that, then she's saying that the laws of physics don't apply in inertial frames? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think what she's saying is that within the truck going 50, they will apply to the people in there working inside that truck. They will act like, they will be invariant. And
with respect to what?
To the people inside that one inertial frame.
Oh, well, that's not relativity, Brody. Relativity is with respect to the other truck. That's the whole thing.
Well, there might
if it's with respect to itself, you're just doing classic physics. You're not doing anything new.
So, okay. Well, anyway, that was my question. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. Okay, so we can move on to some analysis trying to explain these experiments. So remember, I stated that these experiments violated relativity. They require some explanation, and it was asserted previously that they're not a violation. I should talk to a relativist, etc. Well, actually, talk to a relativist. You can check that out on my YouTube channel or the relativist's YouTube channel. You can go to I Can Science that on YouTube and type in SAGNAC or generalized SAGNAC or whatever, and listen to the conversation that we had. And when you apply relativity, you don't predict a fringe. I mean, he realized it pretty quick, and then tried to come up with a derivation for it, and never got back to me. But yeah, so we have a citation here from, let's see, I think this was from the...
Real quick, are you talking about the I Can Science That with you?
Yeah, we were,
Oh, dude, I recommend everyone watch that.
Yeah.
And you're talking explicitly here about the linear interferometer, not rotating Sagnac loops.
Specifically the linear, yeah, especially with the conversation that I Can Science That and Toby and I had.
So the behavior of rotating loops is not in doubt, right?
No, but the explanation is because, again, we went over to how the relativistic treatment should be given through Lorentz transformation as defined by the theory, and yet it doesn't, because if you try to, you wouldn't correctly predict a fringe. So these guys here are all trying to describe the rotating interferometer here, but a couple of them try to describe the Wang one that we'll get into. But we're going to look at what they try to do to give a treatment here to kind of see the tricks, because what we see is we'll often hear that special relativity doesn't apply. Yeah, we're going to look at people trying to make it apply to it, because obviously you could get it to apply. And then there'll be a different explanation where they'll try and say, well, it actually falls under general relativity because it's in rotation. We have to invoke a gravitational field. And it's like, well, what does that mean? Well, we'll look at the math explanation and as a guide to see what they go through to present as explanations to try and predict this fringe to the first order. Okay, so starting with this first guy here, this is Cho. Actually, we'll come back to the rotating ones, and we'll stick to Wang real quick, because since we were just on Wang. Okay, so we have here this lad in 2016 trying to establish a generalized Sagnac explanation for the Wang experiment and the Fizeau formula. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Fizeau formula, the Fizeau drag coefficient was an experimental hypothesis by Fresnel in 1918, where he said that basically the speed of light would be dragged plus or minus the square of the refractive index of a transparent medium, and it'll share a ratio of that velocity and that retardation and acceleration. And then that was experimentally measured by a man named Fizeau in like 1856. And so Einstein says that, even though his version of velocity comp in air or in a vacuum, dictates that there's not going to be C plus or minus V, he basically just does, regular velocity comp and then adds the gamma factor, which is too small to be to be accounted for, but it's in there, so it looks nice. But anyway, the Fizeau plus or minus V with the classic formula there make the same exact prediction here. And so anyway, this guy's going to generalize the Sagnac and the Wang, the Fizeau and the Wang experiment using his own derivation here. And what this guy ends up doing is he starts off with the gamma factor, and then he sets it to 1, which means he cancels it out. But before he cancels it out, he grabs lab time and lab distance, and he transforms that into little derivatives of his coordinate system. And then from that, he's like, look, C plus or minus V in the first order with respect to a fictitious midpoint that I made, borrowing lab time and lab distance. So remember, in the Sagnac apparatus, in the Wang apparatus, the measurement is 2 stationary devices. There's no relative motion between them. So the theory can't predict any fringe. So he introduces gamma, right? He introduces link contraction and time dilation. And then he sets the value to 1. Anything times 1 is itself, it's not doing anything. So he only sets it to swoop up lab time and lab distance. All right, so we're going to see a trend continue of this. Right now, what's the issue with this? Well, remember, our boy said we're not going to assign velocity vectors to a point in empty space where electromagnetic processes took place. Okay. So what's the big deal here then? Well, what's the next explanation going to be? Well, here we have Tartaglia in 2015, and this is one of the most cited papers that tries to give an explanation to the Sagnac effect for relativity. Were you going to ask something, Peter?
No, my hot micing. Apologize.
No, you're good. I thought I heard you breathing, but I was trying to hit some water anyway, so I took a little break.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll stop there for a sec. Does anyone else want to jump in or have a comment?
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, by all means.
Otherwise, I can start asking questions to direct the discussion, but I want to give other people an opportunity first.
Mordwan's been building.
Dude, Mordwan is the final relativist boss or whatever. All the other ones have faded into obscurity or whatever. All right,
Yeah,
so
they got too close to the vanishing zone, and they got compressed asymmetrically towards the horizon.
Yes. All right, so let's see.
Did someone?
Go ahead.
Sorry, was someone trying to jump in there? I thought I heard someone open their mic.
Yes, I wanted to ask, in your example, the interferometer rotating relative to an inertial frame, or is it stationary?
Which one? You talking about the Sagnac?
Yes.
The Sagnac's rotating relative to the lab frame, which I consider stationary.
What was the lab frame?
Anywhere on Earth that the experiment's being conducted is the lab frame.
Okay. So it is rotating. In that case, it would be non-inertial.
According to what?
Well, according to your own standards, you consider the lab frame as absolutely stationary, so everything that would be accelerating relative to it would be non-inertial.
Lab frame is stationary. The rotating interferometer and/or uniformly moving interferometer in a straight line is moving relative to the lab frame.
It's rotating. It's not moving in a straight line.
Well, at a uniform constant speed, Einstein says you can
angular
treat that
speed.
The same. Doesn't matter.
No, he didn't. He never said that.
Okay, well, we can read the quote real quick before we continue. This is from section 4. The physical meaning of the equation obtained in respect to a moving rigid body and moving clock. So this is clocks A and B around the equator. Clock B is stationary at the equator. Clock A moves around the equator. It is at once apparent that the results hold good of this coefficient of 1/2 times t times v squared over c squared. Holds good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line and where points A and B coincide. If we assume that the results proved for any polygonal line is also valid for a continuously curved line, we arrive at the results. If one continuously circular blah, 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 he goes on to say that that's where they apply.
He's describing rotating paths there, right?
He's describing a frame in which an observer and a light source are fixed, but they're rotating at a constant speed.
Yeah, so rotating compared to an inertial reference.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
In the maths, these numbers drop out from integrating the path, whether it's polygonal or simple.
Oh, indeed. And if the relativistic effects drop off, all we're left with is the classic. Because what we're left with here is in the moving frame, we have an agreement with a measurement that's being made with what we can see in the lab frame. So we have two timelines that shouldn't be connected if we're going to give Einstein the benefit of the doubt here on how we should treat time and it being locally defined between coordinate systems and not absolute in regards to all of that. So we shouldn't, at the very least, if we're in the lab looking at this apparatus, we shouldn't be measuring a fringe difference. But yet both of them comport, and that's why these lads, well, that's why everyone does a little tricky trick where they borrow absolute time and space from the lab via transformation, and then they drop the relativistic terms. And that's exactly what we're going to see from our boy Tartaglia here, who starts off by saying, hey, we're going to invoke a fictitious midpoint, and we're going to call it L2. And this interferometer is going to be moving relative to this fixed midpoint here for symmetry. and then we're going to introduce our gamma factor, right? But then check out what he does at the back end here. So we're hella gamming out through all of this, right? Some of this is kind of small, you can't really see it, but it's basically a lot of gammas, a lot of transformations to describe the clockwise and counterclockwise configurations with respect to this, I'm using air quotes, arbitrary midpoint that was injected. It's not arbitrary, guys. And then what we're left with down here is that the delta t, the change in time with respect to clockwise and counterclockwise, is going to be 8 gamma plus a, or times a plus b over c times beta. And this is asymptotically equal to 2 over length times velocity over c squared, which is the classic Sagnac formula. Now, this is not asymptotically equal, because if you expand this series out, the gamma factor will never equal the first order fringe pattern. That's insane. He only dropped out the gamma factor here because he already borrowed lab time and space, and the only way to have a measurable deviation in the first order difference is to then use the comparison with the classic formula.
That is a trick.
So, did Tartaglia and the boys explain the Sagnac effect and Wang's experiment and in terms of a relativistic treatment? Absolutely not. And one of the first things they say in their paper, which I don't have highlighted though, was that they go over the classic treatment and how it's C plus or minus V with respect to clockwise and counterclockwise, and how they're going to give it a relativistic treatment. Well, their treatment was to do a trick essentially. And then we'll take a look here. Oh yeah, so here's a bigger so you guys can see it. So they have this series here where presumably you would expand this out and you would get the equivalence of the classic equation, which is on the right-hand side there. Which is not what happens. All right. So we can go over to, so here we have Tartaglia trying to explain an experiment. So this is a crazy one. Check this one out, lads. 1 second. I got to pull up the presentations. Optics. No, it's not optics. Ether, maybe. Oh, nope, that's it right there. All right. All right, 1 second. We just got to wait for Canva to load up, boys. And then we'll go over this really cool interferometer experiment with with 45-degree angled mirrors. All right, well, we will come back to that in a minute. But anyway, I'll just describe the premise and we'll go over here in a second. So anyway, there's a source and a detector fixed to the lab wall, right? Just bolted to the lab. And they're shooting, the beam is being sent to through a collimator and then to a beam splitter on a uniformly rotating platform that has 45-degree angled mirrors. So the beam splitter sends light around a circuit that hits 45-degree angled mirrors. Those hit a bottom plate that's stationary. I'm sorry. The plate on top is stationary. The bottom plate is rotating. The 45-degree angled mirrors get split to the bottom, and then the rotating portion is rotating out from underneath it with 45-degree angled mirrors. So it completes a circuit on the bottom rotating portion, and then it gets sent back up when the 45-degree angled mirrors line up. And they also had a configuration such that that there was a detector on the rotating portion too on the rim, so that they could take a comparison to see what the rotating observer would measure on the rim versus what the LAD and the lab measures. Because remember, if we're going to use relativity theory, inertial LADs measure the speed of light as being c, so they should definitely at least predict no fringe. And then we'll see what the rotating apparatus predicts. Let me see if this is loaded up yet. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, cool. So here's a little diagram, of their apparatus. So we have the lab wall back here. We have our light beam coming in, hitting H. H is our beam splitter. You can think of it like that. And we got a beam going clockwise and counterclockwise. at these mirrors that are 45 degrees. They hit mirrors that are also 45. They traverse a little path on the table. One of them leads to a beam, half silvered mirror that will recombine them to hit another detector. And then another one, because it's half silvered, it'll split, or it'll allow it to go through and continue, and then traverse the rest of the circuit and go back to the 45-degree angled mirror. So when these line up, the circuit is complete, and then we can measure the fringe difference here. So what we're looking for here is, can we measure the rotation rate of this table using two observers where they're fixed to the lab wall, where there's absolutely no relative motion between them? So this is a screenshot of the apparatus here. It's kind of hard to see, but this is the top bit, stationary. This is the bottom bit. They were separated by about 10 centimeters. And then so this is just a little highlight of the light path here for clockwise and counterclockwise to show what that looks like there. This is the classic Sagnac formula. So what we were looking at earlier with the, 2 times V over C squared or whatever. These are all the same equivalents here. The higher order term drops out. It's always proportional to V over C if you're much slower than the speed of light, etc. So let's see, we'll continue moving on here. So we're going to look at the fringe pattern measured here on the lab wall and on the rotating turntable. They both measure the exact same thing. And then so this leads to the problem here where relativity theory predicting that this, they should measure no fringe. Well, a man named Paul Langevin had to come in, a Frenchman, and give them the general relativity solution for it, and kind of explain what was happening here, because the relativistic theory is off by a factor of 10 when you try to predict the fringe difference by properly applying it to the frames where the measurement is made and where the source is, without invoking a fictitious midpoint. Because the only way Paul Langevin was able to resolve this was to use the fictitious midpoint that we talked about. That was, that we're not supposed to be able to use. Yes.
What makes it fictitious in your view?
It makes it fictitious is that there is no observer there, and the fact that the classic theory, right? You need a fixed point for the motion to be relative to, and relativity theory, all motion is relative to some other thing that's in motion. There's no fixed absolute rest frame or anything like that. And if that's true, then you have to like analyze it with respect to how the experiment was conducted in those frames. So you have to analyze it through the source and the observer. They actually have a term for it. It's relativity.
What happens if you don't do that?
Well, then you're violating the principles.
Yeah, but according to your interpretation, but
according to Einstein. It says it right here
about that.
On the first page. What do you think this part means?
Let's see. This is kind of being deaf. I can't actually see your screen that well. Am I the only one that it's fuzzy for?
I can make it a little bigger. Does that help?
No, it's like not focused.
You might need to restream, Alan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One second.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
For you if you want. Quality. It was readable for me.
Might have just been on my side then. Sorry.
No, you're good. How is it now? I had it on 1080p. It might have been too high.
No, it's way better.
Good. Oh, okay. Better. I'm sorry. Shoot. Should have said something. Was it like that the whole time?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was.
My apologies, lads.
You're
so
good.
sorry
You're
about that.
Yeah, no worries. It's good now. It was fine.
Okay. Yeah. So remember the classic theory, which his mathematical framework is based on, right? He's saying he's proposing a different thing. So what do you think he's saying here with like this right here?
Let's see. The introduction of luminiferous ether will prove to be superfluous, inasmuch as the view here will not require an absolutely stationary space, aka the Lorentz rigid ether, nor assign a velocity vector to a point of the empty space in which electromagnetic processes take place. What he's saying there is that the ether as a concept is not required because no fixed absolute reference frame is required. And he's specifically most likely referring to the theory as posed by Lorentz, who was trying to save the ether. And you sort of rightly posed that Einstein's theory can be thought of as a modification to Lorentz's theory. But I think the critical thing that he's saying here, and the whole point of these two sentences, is that you don't need the ether.
because that
you don't need it as a
was
physical substrate or mathematical, right? Because the important part here is assigning velocity vectors to a point in empty space in which electromagnetic processes took place. So not only is he removing it as a physical substrate, also a mathematical concept, and then through relative simultaneity, he removes it philosophically. Yeah, go ahead.
So I can't really. I'm not a like a relativity guy. I can't speak specifically towards what he means by assign a velocity vector to a point of the empty space, but I think that's just referring again to the nature of what the ether would be. Like, I don't think that it's actually making a statement that's. I'm not sure that it's saying exactly what you think it says there. I don't think the meaning is completely clear there without some additional context from the physics. Like, from what I'm reading. But.
Right. So, well, let's break it down. So it says, inasmuch as the view here to be developed will not require an absolutely stationary space, so no rigid ether, like you said, right? Like mechanistically, right? Provided with special properties. Like one of those properties would be, being able to measure motion relative to it, right? You could consider that a special property, I suppose.
Could you?
And yeah, sure.
I don't know what
I think well, it would be an inherent property, but that's what he's saying. Because the whole premise here, leading up to the explanation to this, here he's talking about all the experiments where they tried to measure the relative motion of Earth to the light medium, gave a quote unquote null. So from that, he's saying that, there is no static medium here. And then he says, see this comma here.
That's not what he's saying. He's not saying that there isn't one. He's saying that it's superfluous. He's saying that it's not necessary for the theory. He's not really making a statement of the non-existence of an ether here. He's just stating that it's superfluous insofar as the reason the ether was useful in classical electrodynamics prior to Einstein and prior to Michelson-Morley was that the notion of absolutely stationary space depended on that ether to make reference to. And that's the whole reason that the two hypotheses you cited from Michelson-Morley with respect to Fresnel theory of the ether are important, because it's a reference. So all he's saying here is that reference is not required. He's not making a statement that something called the ether doesn't exist, as far as I can read.
So check this out. He's explicitly saying that, because if it doesn't, right, and if it's not superfluous, like if it's something that's needed, then you're going to have to explain why Michelson-Morley didn't have a fringe difference. So the purpose here,
exactly,
but it's not.
This is
it's not.
One second, Mort.
Okay.
This is the premise behind it, right? It's not just superfluous. He's saying that you don't even need to think of it because it doesn't exist.
No,
because
he's not saying that.
Okay, well, 1 second.
You're adding you're adding meaning to the sentence that isn't there. This is
the theory here will not require an absolutely stationary space, bro.
Will not require. It doesn't say it obviates that like the entire point of this sentence, as you're stating it, and maybe I'm being pedantic here, is that he's simply stating that the ether is superfluous. It's not needed because relativity obviates the need for an absolutely stationary reference frame or an absolute reference frame of any kind. But that doesn't necessitate that the ether itself doesn't exist.
It can't supersede the classic theory unless it can replace it and give an explanation as to why there's no velocity difference. Because the important part here, right, if you're in a fluid medium, all motion is going to be relative to that medium. So he's literally decapitating it right here. It's like this require an absolutely stationary space for the motion to be relative to, provided with special properties, nor are we going to assign velocity vectors to a point of empty space in which electromagnetic processes took place. So this is the mathematical treatment that's going to be given here. And this is the whole purpose of saying this is how everything is going to be treated moving forward using Lorentz physics.
Right, but the Lorentz physics predates Einstein, and Lorentz physics itself is modified by Einstein in this paper to obviate the need for a medium which Lorentz was trying to preserve. So I just don't see
what does obviate mean? Like what do you mean by obviate? Because you can't have you can't say so. Let me explain the difference here. If there's an ether mechanistically and mathematically, then you can't then time and space are absolute. And he's not saying anything different.
Why?
So the whole point. Because this framework, as you pointed out, comes from Lorentz, which comes from void, Voigt, which is a theory of timing and spacing of waves based on an elastic medium. So the whole link contraction and time dilation, things changing as a function of velocity, is facilitated explicitly by a medium that would facilitate motion being relative to it. This is why he has to remove it.
Why are mediums in the sense of an ether? Why can you not have a version of relativity in which an ether exists?
Well, because all motion would be relative to it. So think about this. If you're in a pool, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's logically incoherent.
Says you.
That's why, well, think about it. If you're in a pool, right? How do you measure distance and velocity? You can use sonar, right? So you can use a range measurement equation. So you would use the speed of sound and the medium, and from that, your relative motion in that medium, you would measure the speed of the wave plus or minus your velocity. You would never say that the speed of the wave is a constant, but the only way that you could do that is by saying that you're not in a pool.
Right.
No, because I've seen modern incorporations of the notion of ether into space-time physics. So I just don't see that this in and of itself. I'll leave it there, but I'm not trying to push you too hard on it. I just don't see that what's read here says what you think it says. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, you're good. And this is a really good point to bring up because people try to introduce ether theories into them, but they always get rejected. And the reason for that is because you can't have relative distances, you can't have relative times, you can't have relativity of simultaneity if there's an all-pervasive medium that everything is relative to, so that it fundamentally undermines the theory. Now, here's what Einstein said in the 1920s on a book called Relativity, the General and Special Theory for the Layman or something like that. But what he says was that
can I ask you one question, though?
Go ahead.
You seem to put a lot in the statements of Einstein. And I'm curious if you also put stock in the statement that the motion of the Earth around the sun can just as easily be explained as, the classic one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm telling you why, and I'm helping you explain why he thought that.
Right, but my point is, do you accept that statement is true, that the notion of kinematic equivalence in orbital mechanics is true?
Yeah.
Okay, so that by itself, the reason that Einstein made that statement was on the basis of relativity. That equivalence only exists in the framework of relativity. So I see a problem here because if you accept that one aspect of relativity, and it is general relativity, it doesn't work with Galilean relativity, then you have a problem here because it's in conflict with your rejection of relativity on these grounds. And I get your criticism here, but I don't see first of all, I don't think that going off of just like an interpretation of what Einstein said is always the best. Secondly, doing so in relation to kinematic equivalence requires an assumption, and most of the things Einstein said that are sort of famous quotes of him require the assumed premises of general relativity to be true.
Well, you got to understand here, he's not talking kinematics. He's giving a dynamic explanation. He's saying time and space are physically different. That's a primary distinction to be made here, especially for the general theory. The kinematic equivalence of the frames is for frame equivalence. That's a kinematic postulate. He's trying to assert dynamics here. And
but the whole kinematic equivalence is based on general relativity. You don't get kinematic equivalence in orbital mechanics without general relativity. That's my point.
Kinematic equivalence has nothing to do with general relativity. There's Kepler's laws. All you're doing is watching something, and it's a ratio of a periodicity. It has nothing to do with relativity theory. It's a ratio of pi and a periodicity.
We'll table that for now, but continue.
Yeah. Okay. See, there was some other thing you said that. Anyway, we'll keep going.
Paul Longevu. No, I think that's where you were
Yeah,
at.
well, I just want to say Paul Langevin, he's a Frenchman, so nothing good ever came out of France. So I
That's
think we
true.
should. Yeah.
That's true. All right, so back to Langevin. Oh yeah. We were on this right here in the general theory, trying to explain it or whatever, right? So he says, "Hey, I got to get my fictitious midpoint here to describe the relative motion, and without that, I'm cooked." So when now we can look at what his treatment for that was, and what he does is he just borrows the time coordinate from the lab, and then he binds it to this section over here, which is basically making the speed of light dependent on this angle relative to the radius. And so like this central time here that he's using, right? He's just using lab time. And then just constructed this entire coordinate system using absolute time and space. And then he's just saying c plus or minus v to the first order approximation with respect to the rotation. So he created a scenario in which you can have directionally dependent speeds of light, clockwise and counterclockwise, with respect to inertial observers. That is not what the theory predicts, right? This is a mathematical treatment that violates this section right here, nor assign a velocity vector to a point of empty space in which electromagnetic processes took place, which is exactly what old Langevin has to do after, of course, borrowing time from our friend the lab. He also gives a second explanation where he ties coordinate time to the rotation fixed from the radius or away from the radius, and then now coordinate time changes with respect to rotation, which ends up giving the anisotropic speed of light clockwise and counterclockwise. But this effect isn't measured as an effect of coordinate time transformations. It's an effect due to rotation, right? Due to real actual motion, not a theoretical transformation. So, and also borrowing lab time again. So none of these are giving an actual treatment so far, but they're presented as, giving an explanation to it. But the important distinction here, like relying on, why is it important to go with what Einstein's saying here? Because this theory by itself is also an ether theory. So we need to understand what the context of what he's modifying about it is. All right. So that was Langevin, and as Morty said, nothing good comes from the French unless it's Sagnac. All right, then we have Dr. Blitz trying to do the same thing here, where he starts with a Minkowski coordinate system, borrowing lab time, ends up doing the same thing, c plus or minus v, with respect to the direction of the rotation. There is no way to give a relativistic treatment to this, because if a light beam is split and the observers are inertial, and we're not assigning velocity vectors to preserve the change in distance for the movement of the apparatus, then the speed of light will traverse the distance and complete it at the same time, leading to no fringe. We have a quick look at this real quick. Relativity. What am I looking for? Relativity debate sources. Engelhardt. All right. Classic and relativity derivation. So the whole issue here, right, is trying to interpret this measurement in the actual context of relativity. This is what makes people become not relativist, when they realize that this can't be done, and they've been doing classical physics masquerading as relativistic physics, doing things up to and including introducing a continuous flow of time called a killing vector field, and then doing differential calculus off of absolute time created by the introduction of that to describe that within a manifold, but like still violating the core principle. Like none of these things, there should be a coherent explanation to it, yet we're seeing, just an utter use of classical physics disguised as a relativistic formalism. So here's the classical treatment here, where we have the clockwise and counterclockwise rotation, and the length being preserved with respect to the lab frame. So we have the timing difference as the mirrors move away from the apparatus, and the quadratic term here is too small, it cancels out. So you remember our boy gamma factor, link contraction, time dilation? Yeah, not a applicable term. We're only concerned with this. This reduces down to 4 times the area times the rotation rate over the speed of light times the wavelength, and that will give you the predicted change in wavelength as a ratio of the area that light had to travel and the rotation rate. Very simple and easy. So what we do for the relativistic prediction, right, for inertial observers, speed of light constant, no preservation of the path length change, well, then the timing difference is going to be equal. It's going to be no length change. It's going to equal 0. Length change with respect to C is 0. Pretty straightforward. And then again, they talk about how this was, from Voigt from 1887. But anyway, any questions, comments, or concerns on old Sagnac and the boys?
No, I think thanks so much for dropping in. I think as far as like from our side, we'll kind of wrap the event up here unless there's any like major points that weren't covered that you wanted to cover. Thanks for the back and forth as always. And yeah, unless there's any general discussion as well, because people are here, we could open up to that as well. So good to see everyone here. Thanks for dropping in, Aether Cosmology crew and Austin as well. So thanks.
Yep, there is a mildly important point to bring up real quick. So earlier, before we began the discussion, neutrons were brought up and how neutrons are affected by gravity. Did you also know that you could measure quote unquote sidereal rotate? Well, you guys would call it Earth rotation, but you could measure sidereal rotation with neutrons. There's a neutron interferometer. Definitely check that out. So neutrons obey the Sagnac effect, which I think is some sort of medium facilitating that mechanism. And then obviously electrons do the same. So we have all these, quote unquote, subatomic particles, quantum materials obeying sidereal time. Very interesting and cool stuff.
I have a question.
Well, by sidereal time, you're admitting the rotation of the globe, right?
Well, that's kinematics. Right?
I wasn't
so
coming through.
We have a motion of measurement.
No,
Rob, does it mean that the Earth is moving, or does it mean that the sky is moving?
Rob also wanted to get in, so
go ahead.
Yeah, small thing, Alan. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to turn Rob up. Go ahead, Rob. Start over, please.
Sorry, Alan. I don't know if it's.
No, you're good. You're good. I had you turned down.
I just was hoping. I'm not sure about this ether cosmology thing. Is there somewhere that I could learn more about this?
Absolutely. On the YouTube channel, space_audits, on the YouTube channel, Shane St. Pierre, or if you go to spaceaudits.net, I have an Obsidian page where I have a bunch of research. I'll actually link it in the text chat here.
You guys also have a Discord?
We do.
Is it possible that you could send me a Discord invite, please?
What is your name? Because I had your volume turned down to 0. Rob who?
Rob Keen on the level. It might just say Rob Keen. Hang on, I'm in the screen share.
All right, we'll get you in. We'll get you squared away here in a minute. But yeah, here's a link. Here's a link to the. Here's a link to the database there. You can go down to the presentation section. There's a history of interferometry. There's a ether physics prezzies, all kinds of stuff on that.
Thanks a lot. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back to Shoe Bill. That obviously didn't hear me say I had a question.
Oh, no worries.
No
what
problem.
Up, Shoe Bill? Did you have something else you wanted to add, Shoe?
No, it was just sidereal rotation is Earth globe oriented. I didn't know what your position on that was.
Oh, yeah. So my position is that the measurement alone can't differentiate between ball rotate and sky rotate. We'd have to introduce some additional variables. Now, there have been some experiments that were done at altitude, and I'm not even counting Bob's experiment, right? We can completely throw that one away. But I can reference a couple of other ones that were done at altitude that give it a variation, which to me which means like that the speed increases, which to me indicates that the source of the rotation is the sky essentially.
So that would explain the different in a reference mass weighing different by latitude.
Yeah, so you could get into different mechanisms for the cause of gravity, right? Like, so if you wanted to go the electrostatic route, I mean, I wouldn't
Well,
say
this is centrifugal. No, that's centrifugal force.
Well, one second. I wouldn't say that latitude-dependent gravitational effects are model-specific if we don't understand the causal mechanism of gravity truly. And if you were to invoke gravity as like the causal mechanism, which I'm sure you would be comfortable doing, I would say that, big G, the cosmological big G, has been falsified by Michelson-Morley and other experiments as well. So in other words, the causal mechanism is in contention, and latitude-dependent deviations in gravitational potential wouldn't be mutually exclusive.
So sidereal time is the stars rotating.
Yes.
So all the stars rotate in concert, so they must be at the same distance?
Well, for navigational purposes, that's actually how they're treated at a, what do you call it, a celestial sphere where they're all equidistant from one another, rotating. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you can
Well, yeah,
treat it
but
that way.
observationally, they do rotate in concert, and we know they're at different distances.
Do you not know the difference in angular speed and tangential speed?
Well, you say different distances, right? But that's like doing trigonometric functions, making different assumptions. So if you were to assert parallax, for example, or stellar parallax, right? That would be under the assumption that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the Earth, and then Sun, and then 6 months out of the year, it's going to traverse about 186 million miles or whatever to complete the baseline of the triangle. But if that were true, then Michelson-Morley would have measured 30 kilometers a second. So that's where I'm saying that like big G is in contention in that regard cosmologically.
Well, Michelson-Morley would have measured that if they were passing through an ether.
Well, they measured 6 kilometers a second. So the way that I interpret the measurement is that the Earth is stationary and there's a dynamic ether that translates the motion of the position of the stars and the sun as well, because there was continued experiments that were done that show a minimum and maximum dimension on the fringe patterns, meaning the speed of light reaches its maximum and slowest speeds on the equinoxes. And that was done by like 30 years of experiments from a guy named Dayton Miller and corroborated in more modern times by a few other people. It's just not to the magnitude that heliocentrism requires. And because it's an interferometer and because of the relationship with the fringe pattern and the square, the distance being proportional to the velocity that produced it, they can't acknowledge it. They have to like say that it's experimental error, etc. But I take it as is.
Well, why did you ignore when Alan said that it was different relative to altitude?
Oh, just one sec, real quick here, guys. We can continue the back and forth, but Melodic requested jumping in to the voice queue. So unless Shubo has a response, to what Witsit just said, we could turn it over to the next speaker. But go ahead if anyone else has a response to that.
I pass.
Alan,
No
how do you
worries.
respond to the study by Chiba et al. From March about pulling an electromotive force from the Earth's axiometric magnetic field?
Ooh, can you send me a link to that?
It sounded like whatever physics you were describing just fucked your mic up. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Essentially, because the Earth rotates, they're able to pull energy from the magnetic field. Because when you rotate a magnet, the magnetic field does not rotate with the magnet.
Right. So mechanistically, we would have to get into introducing some different variables there to distinguish, like the cause. Is there a increase in altitude, etc., sort of thing? Is it latitude dependent? But one of the most.
So they moved it. Describe
it.
It's real quick.
Oh,
you're kind of lagging super hard.
Yeah, Melodic, you have some serious mic issues going on.
All right, well, let me move into here then.
Yeah,
Melodic at all.
So to describe to describe the methods which are in the paper. It's in a room with no windows. There's no lights. They go in, they move it, they leave. They don't even bring in. They bring in phone lights like headlamps to move it. They move it. They let it sit for a night, and then they come back and begin their measurements.
Cool. Well, I will take a look at it, but my contention, of course, would be that that's kinematics. We would have to introduce some additional variables to tell which is actually in motion and what the causal mechanism truly is.
It's not kinematics. Has bad news.
It's literally
not kinematics.
It's a measurement, right?
It's not kinematics. I would challenge you to actually open the file and look at the equations being used before you say that.
Measurement of motion is kinematics.
No, it's not Witsit.
All right. Well,
it literally is by
That's
definition.
literally
No.
just definition, bro.
It is not Witsit.
Okay, can you define kinematics?
No, Witsit, I'm not your physics teacher. You should have learned stuff while you're in Antarctica.
Okay. 1 second here. 1 second. We're not here to be like, fake hide things. So real quick, we're gonna detract before we come back to Robert. What was this? Thomas Roberts trying to refute Miller here. We'll come back to that, but we're going to get the definition of kinematics and dynamics real quick for the boys.
That'd be great.
All right.
Measurement of motion.
Kinematics and dynamics. Okay. So here we have Shankar, one of the most popular physics books known to the lads here. So we have the Newtonian procedure for predicting the future given the present has two parts, kinematics and dynamics. Kinematics is a complete description of the present. It is a list of what you know about the system right now. For example, if you're talking about a piece of chalk, you want to know how fast it's moving. Dynamics tells us how and why the chalk goes up and down and so on. It comes down due to force of gravity. In kinematics, you don't ask the reason behind anything. You simply describe things the way they are. In dynamics, it tells you the description of why things changes with time. So the variables that are going to be in the equations when I look at them are going to be, let me guess, sidereal time for rotation, right? And the measure. Okay, then what do you?
Nope. Again,
Okay.
if you're going to talk to me about the equations in the paper, I would challenge you to open the paper first.
Fair enough. I will take a look at it then. If it doesn't start with that, then I will take a look at it then.
All I know is this guy said that the measurement.
real quick-
Again, it's not a measurement. It's not a measurement of motion. Once again, it is pulling EMF from the magnetic field. The fact that it does that happens to be secondary to the motion, but it's not a measure of motion, so it is not kinematics. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a
I'm not asserting. I read the paper and I know. So stop trying to tell me what I know about a paper that I've read that you have not. You know what I mean?
Hey, control. Okay.
Yeah, let's take it down a notch, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's the oral use of the word guys there? It's clearly one guy acting wild.
So to be clear though, right? The measurement could be produced from Earth rotating or ether rotating. We would have to do additional things to determine which is true. So that's why I say it's kinematics to begin with, right? So I will take a look at it. If you tag me with the paper, I will take a
I've already
gander.
linked it in chat, but don't worry, I'll tag you
Now,
again.
we can get back to.
But again, I would
how we
challenge
define
you.
kinematics
I would
and
challenge you to
dynamics.
read
We can
it
get back
before you
to
tell me
ether.
what's in the
Go ahead.
paper.
Melodic, just hang on a second. Let him finish.
Alan. Oh, I thought he was done because he asked me to link something.
Okay.
Jeez, dude, chill for a second.
Jeez, Witsit, shut up for a second.
Yeah, boys, let's not.
That wasn't
it's all
even
good.
him.
It's all good. It's all good. We're in a ceasefire, boys. It's all good.
Fight.
Yeah, just
No, you don't need to be so aggressive, bro.
All right.
That's right.
So while we're doing that, we will look at. Thank you, sir. I will get this down in my Zotero real quick.
Yo, Alan, you defeated the final boss, Mordwan.
Mordor?
You are awarded top flat Earth defender, and Witsit, I demote you to the new Haktua girl. Is your new title?
The new Haktua girl. What is that?
I don't know what that means. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
It depends.
Optical
You did say
engineering via
demoted.
honeycomb stacking
You did
lattices.
say
is that
devoted,
it?
yeah.
Experiment. No. Well, I'll come back and get that later then. But
I
yes,
don't
sir.
know. With your ace in my books, don't worry about what they say.
All right, lads. So earlier I mentioned
Oh, it's so
Dayton
gay
Miller.
that you're making that sound about a girl sucking the dude's dick. What's wrong with you?
Oh,
I'm just making fun of you for spitting on girls' faces.
Yo, boys,
Good one,
we're
man.
we're having a conversation about physics and cosmology. What you're doing is a complete distraction.
Yeah, Quap, don't do that.
Sorry, I server muted him. Let's not do
okay.
personal attacks, please.
Yeah, no worries. So to move on here, we have we talked about Dayton Miller earlier and how the measurements of interferometry in the east-west directions correspond to sidereal time and how they also correspond to the position of the sun. And then so this guy, Thomas Roberts, comes through with a Fourier analysis saying that he, under his analysis, he found that it was an error that Miller measured, that this was a mistake. So let's take a look here at what he does. So posthumously, Miller is now experiencing every experimenter's nightmare. The standard analysis algorithm used by himself and his contemporaries has a serious flaw, not explicable for many decades, and it caused the noise of the apparatus to perfectly mimic the real signature. What kind of assertion? Like, just think about this for a second. This man built multiple interferometers, like not just one, right? He had multiple, some for control, some for different control, like temperature, different materials, etc. Right? He keeps measuring sidereal fluctuations for 30 years. And this man says that the noise is perfectly mimicking a real signal. So how does he conduct his analysis? Well, he sets the error bar to the noise and then removes it with his Fourier transformation and concludes that there's no real signal there because he removed the signal. And he doesn't show his math. He doesn't get into anything like that. There's nothing in here to substantiate any of that as it continues on. This is what he just asserts this, that it just mimicked it. Now, if this were true and this was just a mimic, then the experiments couldn't have been replicated. And they were replicated by at least two other people that I can think of off the top of my head. It was Hector Manera in 2002 and Yuri Galev in about 2003 or 4. In different locations, different altitudes, etc. And actually, Hector Manera left his apparatus running for 3 years straight. So that's a pretty, they have all kinds of data for that, and they measured the same minimum and maximum fluctuations in the speed of light. All right. Does anyone have any questions or open discussion stuff? If not, we can kind of wrap up. I know relativity is kind of a dense subject. I know it's not everyone's faves. These people are probably getting antsy, and I respect everyone's time here. Thank you guys for listening to all this.
Got a quick one.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So tools that use Sagnac-like effects, like ring laser gyros and things like that, would you expect them to still function as predicted in spacecraft and in orbit and be useful in those scenarios?
So that's really interesting. So have you heard of the I think it's the Go Fast rocket or one of those like Go launches or whatever? When we were looking at the data from them, because it was asserted that it was too high, or what, I can't remember the assertion, but anyway, we were trying to figure out the altitude of it, right? Essentially, and they said that at a certain altitude, their GPS stuff doesn't work, and they had to get special permission to get a GPS that would go over a certain altitude because of national security reasons. And then their inertial navigation systems stopped working, so the gyros and all of that. And they were trying to send up radio signals to like bounce up back and forth to like take differentials, and that wasn't working. And they ended up based on all the discrepancies where things stopped working, which I forget the altitude, but they ended up with like a 16-mile difference in like where the rocket could have been or whatever. But I would expect it to work unless there was some ether related reason as to why it wasn't.
Yeah, because they're certainly in attitude control satellites and stuff like that, or spacecraft. I guess orbiting satellites, attitude control is a bit different, but certainly in spacecraft, they ring laser gyros are very prominent. Back to the go fast rocket, some guys in New Zealand just did a 120-mile shot from New Zealand, and they had GPS that functioned all the way. So,
yeah,
they've
the
got some
rocket
data.
you described that lost comms or got lost because of GPS or gyros, was that anomalous, or is that like all rockets, but maybe just picking out this one?
No, I think it was a couple of the private ones because we were looking at because we ended up doing like a comparison and like this other team had the same problem, so it seemed to be maybe like localized commercially. Like I'm not sure, but that's where I.
So percentage-wise, by the number of amateur rockets or go-fast rockets or sounding rockets, percentage-wise, this is not common at all.
I don't know. It could be. I mean, it could not be. I don't know. I was literally just offering my. He said, "Do you expect it to work?" My answer is yes, and then I provided a scenario that I looked into where it didn't. Like I don't know. I would expect it to work.
As it does most of the time.
Yeah. And the other thing I was going to ask is it's not directly related to the SAGNAC stuff, but we're talking about the kinematics and dynamics of the solar system and Kepler's equations. I think we've had this conversation before that we need more than Kepler's laws to describe the motion of the bodies in the solar system. They're simply not adequate. They're an okay starting point, but they're not enough. And typically, that kind of analysis is done from an inertial frame of reference. So you're going back to the spacecraft trajectory planning and stuff like that. That's all done from an inertial frame. And all of the motion of the bodies, all the other satellites they have to avoid, all calculated in an inertial frame of reference.
Oh, it's my premise that all predictions of future motion are done with respect to an inertial frame.
Almost like Earth is stationary or something.
Oh no, Earth is moving within that inertial frame.
I mean, it's been
Earth
asserted
is
that
not inertial. Yeah.
I mean, that's the contention, but it only seems to be when light is being used to measure that assertion can be made. Which that's where it falls into my domain.
So one of the best inertial references, man-made ones, is actually the orbit of a satellite, right? That plane there is highly stable inertially. And that clearly shows the Earth rotating under that inertial plane. And similarly with something like SAGNAC in GPS, you don't use it, it doesn't work.
One
right?
second. When you say it clearly shows it, what do you mean?
So the satellite's orbital plane is fixed relative to the rest of the universe that we can see, right? To that bulk of that inertial matter in the universe, like the galactic. I think what they call the galactic inertial reference frame or something like that. That is a good best guess at a true, something that's inertial compared to everything. So the satellite orbital plane is stationary or fixed in orientation in that inertial space, and the Earth is clearly rotating relative to that inertial frame.
When you say clearly, like, do you mean like from an observer on the satellite looking at it, watching?
Yeah. So from an observer in the inertial frame, the Earth is rotating.
We'll check this out, home dog. For an observer stationary on Earth looking at the satellite's moving around him. So we're at a kinematic. We're back to kinematics.
Yeah, except you can demonstrate that there's non-inertial properties on the surface of the Earth, right?
Say that again.
What?
You can demonstrate on the surface of the Earth that there is non-inertial behavior.
Is there a place on Earth where F doesn't equal ma? Is there a place on Earth where you can fail to make the correct predictions of the laws of motion using Newtonian dynamics?
Yeah. You lob a projectile in the right direction, and you expect it to follow F equals ma, and in particular, the trajectory should follow a particular path, and it doesn't, right? It's Coriolis and Eötvös in that case. And similarly,
so you're saying you have measurement of someone throwing a baseball and it being off due to Coriolis?
Not a baseball. No. You need a
Light.
long range, high mass object to properly measure impact of Coriolis.
Yeah,
But these things are real, right?
Citing a baseball, that's kind of disingenuous, isn't it?
He said throw an
I can post
object.
a video of somebody. I can post a
I said
video of
lob a
somebody
projectile.
throwing an object in a rotating room, and it shows exactly how Coriolis works, very plainly.
Yeah, but we're talking
Okay.
about
Just say
the
And
Earth.
if we
Yeah.
throw a ball on Earth, does the same effect represented?
No,
Cole?
it's not representative. It's not because we have to do it.
Once-
It's like trying to
Right. So
say you could get your. It sounds like something that Mikey would say about getting your horizontal plumb blobs and it's flat because we've got a horizontal plane here. You know that you need to be able to measure
So-
something that's rotating at 15 degrees per hour, right?
so
Which
so
means
no
you've got to
matter
lob something
what
that's in air for long enough.
no matter what force you're trying to impose to make the correction for the prediction or whatever, right? The prediction itself is fundamentally starting with the lab frame being stationary either way, which is my premise. So, like, yeah, okay, you want to say that there's a force acting on it that's going to cause deviation. Well, the only way you're going to predict the correct deviation is with respect to the lab frame, which is my premise. So, anyway,
So the
like
lab
I
frame
said, the
is
only
the
way
Earth,
that
right?
yes, anywhere on Earth. And so the only way that you can assert that the lab frame is actually non-inertial is through east-west differentials with measurements of light, which
Okay, but
again falls under my domain.
No, you can observe it relative to any object that you know will be traveling inertially. So if you launch a projectile, say we've got an ICBM, right? We've shot it up, it's out of the atmosphere. Not that you believe that. And it's traveling in space inertially. Influenced by anything other than its inertial motion, right? It's in free fall. The Earth will appear, or it will appear to rotate relative to the Earth, or vice versa, that it will see the Earth rotating underneath it as it travels. That's evidence that inertial objects and the Earth are not locked together.
That's my premise that kinematically it would be the same. Well, I'm not really sure where you're going with your line of contentioning, Daz.
I'm just saying that the Earth is not an inertial reference.
You just said that kinematically it looks the same from the ICBM, and also like, you know,
They both see relative motion that's not one sees the other as being not inertial, effectively, right?
Yeah.
So from the Earth perspective, you see the deviation of the projectile.
They
But we know
see the
projectiles
same
travel
thing,
inertially,
bro.
right?
They see the same thing.
No, they don't. No. So the projectile sees the Earth rotating under it. The Earth looks like the projectile's traveling a curved path.
Mm-hmm. Do you know
So-
those are the same? Like, do you?
Yeah, but only one of those objects using the
Hold
laws of
on.
physics can have its path described as an inertial path.
Right, with respect to the old lab frame. So you're not going to make your prediction with respect to something that's moving, right? Unless you're going to treat it as stationary, and in which case it actually is stationary. Otherwise, it makes the wrong prediction. So we're just kind of getting into a hella circular meta argument that isn't really like you're
Going
not really
anywhere.
you're not really differentiating anything from like your premise. Your conclusion is my premise situation. So
if you predict the path of a projectile from an inertial frame, so you create an inertial reference frame, you can call it your lab frame.
let me
and
save you some time. Just show me a prediction where motion fails to make the correct prediction using the lab frame. Just do that instead. Let's just start from there instead.
Hey, one second, Jesse. Were you trying to get in?
Oh, when it's my turn.
Okay. So you'll go.
I was
next.
after Daza.
Okay.
Yeah. So from the lab frame, Alan, you can't predict the path of an ICBM without accounting for non-inertial rotation of the Earth, either in the form of Coriolis as a fictitious force, or by
I don't think
using two.
I don't think you're understanding the situation right. So the motion of the ICBM isn't an inertial frame. You're predicting motion with respect to an inertial frame. Forces that you're imposing on the non-inertial frame to predict its motion with respect to the lab frame is my premise. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. But Jesse, whenever you're ready, I think.
Yeah. So can I just ask you then, why would the projectile be non-inertial in its motion?
Well, there could be several reasons. The deviation is caused by timing differences in light. So I'm gonna guess there's ether wind involved. That would be my assertion.
Based on the physics that we know, right? Newtonian physics. We can do this in the Newtonian space, right? It's a
Well, check this out, big dog. Check this out, big dog. Mass of the Earth, mass of the ICBM. And the Coriolis equation, mass cancels out. It becomes centrifugal acceleration. It becomes kinematic anyway. If it even is accounted for, it's in a specific direction, which I'll swoop up as ether wind. No one's ever shown any sort of measurement where we have to account for something deviating, moving perpendicular to the plane of motion on the Earth. So like this, whatever, man.
Yeah, ICBM trajectories definitely have to calculate the rotation of the Earth under them. Satellites do. When you're launching satellites, you have to treat the Earth as a rotating reference. You cannot treat it as an inertial reference.
It's actually explicitly done as an inertial reference frame. Like, dude, buddy, okay. Yeah. Show me predictions of future motion from a non-inertial reference frame. Just do that while we move on to Jesse. Show me the exact paper or reference that in math that you're referencing. Otherwise, what you're saying, bro, is just like you're just show me what you're talking about. Show me the exact specifics.
Yeah. Okay, I'll dig it up. So all satellite orbits
Thank you.
are done in inertial references.
While you're digging it up,
the Earth moves
we're
relative
move on
to
to
their
Jesse.
final projection.
I don't need to hear it again. I need to see the actual math now. We've reached our maximum ability to communicate on this circularly.
Before he looks it up, what happens if he looks it up and finds that it is done?
What if?
Well, then we'll have something to discuss further.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, doesn't that completely invalidate your point there? Like,
what if, bro?
No, it's not.
Well, when that day comes, we will come to it. Jesse was next with a relevant question, I presume. So we will start with him. Thank you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I think
just be fair to Jesse, whoever that is.
If he's going to look something up for you, that there's got to be some okay, you'll accept his position if he does find it.
I think we lost Jesse. He might have.
No, I'm here. Just wait my turn.
No, you're good. I muted that guy. He's not saying anything relevant. Go ahead.
Okay, and this might be off topic, so just say so if it is. But I wasn't sure. Did you say something about the Eötvös effect possibly being caused by static electricity earlier? A lot earlier.
Eötvös effect. Never met her. Is that latitude dependent gravitational differences?
Not specifically. A mass traveling, let's say at the equator eastward, weighs differently than that same mass traveling westward, and it could be, a mass inside a metal Faraday shield hanging on a spring. If it's traveling eastward, it weighs one thing. If it more or less than its resting weight, and if it's traveling the other way, it weighs differently the other way than its traveling weight, heavier or lighter. And
how did you measure it while it was in motion?
I'm almost done.
Well, that's not an issue. Go ahead.
And then this would also relate to the question of if we had a satellite orbiting around the equator eastward, and then another one orbiting around the equator westward at the same height, if somehow we could keep them from colliding, would they both appear to be going the same speed from an observer on Earth?
Well, if there was an east-west bias differential with the speed of light, the timing differences would reflect the same thing as if the Earth was moving. So it would, based on that bias, no. And the answer to your first question was, could you re-ask it? I kind of forgot it. Sorry about that. I didn't write it down.
Yeah.
Well, it was about the Eötvös. No, I actually haven't even looked into the Eötvös. This is the first time I'm kind of hearing about it with the mass being different in east-west directions. That's crazy, dude.
No,
I cannot wait to. What's that?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that either.
Mass. But yeah, check into it. It was discovered in like the 1800s on a research ship in the ocean. They were measuring the weight of a mass very delicately, and they found it weighed differently when they were going east as compared to when they were going west.
Nice. Well, let's see. That is awesome. So that would still be, I could still swoop that up under ether differentials, but I have to take a look at it. But that's I've never heard of it.
Now, as for Jesse's question, as a quick follow-up, the a satellite in prograde and a satellite in retrograde orbit at around the equator, as observed from Earth, you said they would appear to be traveling at the same speed. Was that what you affirmed?
No, I said that due to the ether wind differential bias between them, creating the same offset, it would appear that one is going faster than the other. That's why I'm saying kinematics alone can't tell us, right?
Well,
it's just the measurement.
And then there
It
is the
could be-
Doppler shift of a signal received from them.
Well, that comes into where we have timing corrections and offsets from the signal being emitted, where, I would have to call into question the ability to make raw measurements and the timing corrections that are on the back end of GPS to make it work.
No, I was just referring to the Doppler shift of a frequency.
No, I know.
No data modulated on the frequency.
Is it coming from a GPS satellite?
A satellite in prograde and another satellite in retrograde.
You think it's emitting signals that aren't already offset?
Yes.
Yeah, they're both emitting the same base frequency. Let's just say it's like 1 gigahertz.
Could I speak
Then
to that?
there would be a Doppler shift in that carrier wave.
Could I speak to that as a ham radio operator?
Yes, please. I'm out.
So thank you. So there's some satellites that have ham radio repeaters on them, and ham radio operators, I've not done it personally, but people I know have, and many do, can send a signal on one frequency up to the repeater, and it'll transpond it back down on another signal, and so that way two ham radio operators can talk over a much greater distance because they're relaying it off the satellite. The difficulty is, though, because of the velocity of the satellite, they have to tune their receivers up or down in the megahertz or whatever to compensate for that. And at the same moment in time, there'll be one person, with the satellite going away from them, and they have to tune their frequency one way. And the same signal, though, being received by someone who's being approached by the satellite, has to tune their frequency up rather than down. So it's the same signal, but it's arriving at the receivers at different frequencies simultaneously. So they can actually tell what the approach or recede speed is relative to their locations.
Okay, so on the back end of GPS, before it even emits anything that you're using to determine whatever, right? There are timing corrections that are made every time they call them meridian corrections. So what they're doing is they're sending.
Why GPS? He was talking about a repeater, and we're talking about any satellite, not GPS. Why do you bring GPS and timing data modulated on the signal? We're just talking about carrier wave.
Yeah, I'm not talking about GPS.
Was he not just talking about a signal emitted from GPS?
No, he wasn't. Weren't you listening?
So he was just talking about the speed of the satellite causing a Doppler frequency shift.
Right.
Is that not what he was saying? Shoebell?
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Okay,
he was not
buddy.
about a GPS satellite.
Then that's what we're talking about now. So the signal coming from the satellite, based off of its velocity.
Alan.
Okay. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, not
Sorry, I
GPS.
cannot stand that. This man just.
Yeah. Then why did you bring up GPS?
Are you paying attention, Shoebill?
Why did you bring up GPS?
The satellites, the thing that's emitting the signal, is already corrected on the back end when it passes meridians. So that timing is removed from it, which is essentially changing the position of it so that when the signal is sent, when it's doing trilateration, it all references back to the specific points that it's supposed to for the coordinate system that it's in use. So when it's referencing the GSW 84, whatever it is, 86, all that, that is what
Jesse,
the measurements are comported to on the back end for GPS before it even emits anything.
Hey, Jesse, were you asking about a GPS
So
satellite or a
with
ham
that,
operator
I
repeater?
wouldn't be able to say like, okay, like your signal's like a raw measurement and let's not correct you. Like you know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to verify that. I don't
was
accept
just,
that as a
I didn't think
raw measurement.
Jesse asked about any data coming from a GPS satellite. He was talking about two operators using a single ham operator repeater.
Yeah, it's just an analog FM repeater. There's no timing signal. There's nothing like that. It's just a frequency. Just like it's just like if your buddy was up there with a little kid's walkie-talkie and he's transmitting, and multiple people on the ground are receiving the same signal. If that same signal was being just the frequency was being changed to trick one person, everybody would see the frequency change. But because it's the same frequency everybody's receiving, then they can all tune their receivers up or down in frequency and get the Doppler shift, so they can tell the approach speed of the satellite.
You're not saying anything different than what I'm saying. If it's already sent out with what it needs to be, that's what the ground receivers are going to interpret it, and they can facilitate that specifically through corrections. So you're not saying anything different from what I'm saying. So everyone's going to get the same signal, right? It's already offset relative to that position where it needs to be. So everyone's going to interpret it the way that it should be, because it's already offset to that. So I don't.
Now the radio operator has to tune
your conclusions.
His radio. Yeah, the radio operator actually does the tuning.
Yeah, I think Jesse was just describing simple Doppler shift, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So can I say something about it? So it seems like you described this Doppler shift as if the satellite was already like physically at the source changing the frequency of its signal to create that appearance of a Doppler shift here on the ground. But this doesn't make any sense, because this Doppler shift doesn't only depend on a time. If you have multiple observers receiving a signal from the same satellite at the same time, and for one observer this satellite is approaching them, for another one this satellite is leaving the region, one will have like a higher frequency, another will have lower frequency at the same time.
I don't dispute relative Doppler shift. What I'm saying is that you can already offset it so that when it's interpreted, no one's going to know the difference. That mechanism, right? It already exists in the system because they make meridian corrections. So whether or not you like,
who's making the meridian correction?
They're going back to GPS now, I think.
Every time a GPS station, or
This
I'm
is
sorry,
not
every time
a GPS signal.
No, but the analogy is the same, because he's talking about a source being emitted and then relative observers on the ground getting the same signal and being able to differentiate that it wasn't spoofed. What I'm saying is that the equivalence there is the same thing. If it's already off cooked, everyone's going to get the same thing and they're good to go.
No,
you wouldn't know.
You're way off base.
And 1 second, you're saying you're saying like, whoa, you're way off base, buddy. It already exists through meridian corrections. When a space vehicle, quote unquote satellite, right, traverses 2D GPS stations, they send a signal to offset it. That makes the correction that changes that literally changes its position with timing. So this mechanism already exists within the buddy. The mechanism already exists. I'm not going to listen to you say it. They don't have anything that I'm talking about when we're looking at a citation to start with that says behind the scenes calculations are done that make it comport to the globe.
You're pulling an apple oranges comparison here. Like
it's in the system. Whether or not you acknowledge it is up to you, dog.
No, I mean I tagged you with a link to a specific details of a specific satellite we can talk about that's not a GPS satellite if you like.
Okay.
Jesse, let's let Jesse go because it was his question. Jesse, do you want to amplify more what you were talking about?
Maybe I'll just make a comment. It didn't seem like what I was saying was being understood at all. So maybe Alan and I can just talk about that sometime in private and kind of get to where we have, just a common understanding on the basics there. But yeah, basically the Doppler shift allows people to, and the Doppler shift, it can't be faked at the satellite, because then it would fake it for everybody. If they increase the frequency by 5 kilohertz at the satellite, then that would increase it for everybody. The problem is it's increased for some people and decreased for others, and you can't do that at the same time on the same signal on the same analog repeater carrier wave. So yeah, but the point is we can measure the velocities, or the orbital period and the velocities of satellites going over, and we do find that they go different speeds at a given altitude. They go different speeds going east as compared to west as viewed from Earth, as if Earth is turning.
Well, that offset is done through timing, which is measured through the Sagnac effect. Remember how I said that these satellites require Sagnac corrections? They're making sidereal corrections. These are all facilitating the same thing. So it would appear that way, like, mathematically, right? But mechanistically, the Earth would be stationary and ether wind would be facilitating the same exact mechanism.
Well, there's no timing issues. By the highway and a car goes by with its horn blaring, at first the pitch
Jesse,
is higher,
dude,
and then
I get what you're saying. It's already modulated the signal to be offset. So what everyone gets is the same thing. It's going to be like, we're not saying anything differently, and I'm losing patience listening to you describe the same thing that I'm describing.
But do they get the same thing?
While saying that I don't understand it.
So I don't. It doesn't sound to me like you're
wrap up.
understanding it, though, Alan. I will say that.
It's sent from a single source. Everyone gets the same thing. How could it possibly be manipulated? It would be different for other people. It's just simply the relative Doppler shift. Is that about it? Guys.
No,
it's a different argument now.
It's always been the same argument. It needs to be described in a different way, it sounds like.
All right. Well, any other questions, comments, or concerns? He's using an analogy, Daza, right?
No, let me just say thank you, Alan.
Jesus.
No, he's not using an analogy. He's specifically discussing a particular case of a simple Doppler
that's
shift.
analogous to the fucking
It's the real thing.
we're
It's
talking,
not an analogy.
dude.
You don't have to talk about GPS
Sorry,
to
you're right.
cover what Jesse's doing.
Okay. So what's the difference between a GPS satellite and a space vehicle that's just a repeater for ham radios if they're both making meridian corrections?
They aren't, and that's the point.
Well, the ham isn't, right? That's the analogy, is that they're just saying that it just works with no corrections. They're not acknowledging the correction part, which would give an offset, which requires a mechanism to do the thing that I'm talking about, which they won't acknowledge. While saying
it's
but
the
how come my ham radio the same?
the radio operator that's doing the correcting.
Yeah. We can talk about GPS as a separate subject, but Jesse's one is explicitly about Doppler shift of a simple transmitter.
So Jesse's point is that there's this Doppler shift that can only be described with Earth rotation. Is that what you guys are putting forth? That you're claiming?
If two people will perceive a different Doppler shift, then how is it from the same signal? Then how does the satellite know what signal to emit to give the is it emitting a different signal for each receiver?
No. And the difference in what you're talking about right now would be facilitated by the difference created by east-west differentials by ether wind. So rotation, right, would have an equivalent effect as the east-west bias for ether wind to produce the same thing. So when you say that, this difference, therefore Earth ball move, well, no. Earth ball could be stationary, and the difference could be created by the medium in which light's propagating through.
That's rotating
So
with
essentially,
rotating around.
it's not mutually exclusive, is Alan's point.
So the ether wind both changes the frequency and moves around projectiles. Is that an accurate summation?
Well, in terms of moving around projectiles, that's yet to ever be demonstrated. What we were talking about earlier was the change in mass with respect to east-west differentials, which would be interesting. I haven't seen that yet.
That's the Vatos effect or whatever.
And the first part of your question was, what was the first part?
No, that was the first part.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the second part then?
This Doppler shift example.
Oh, the Doppler shift example. Yeah, relative motion through a field will create that shift. I mean, so you got to think about this, right? So we have light on the ground or whatever, right? Presumably. And in the east-west directions, it's measuring a phase difference, right? Like the mechanism that's in, not only that, it's literally fluctuating by the second throughout the day, which, you know, when you draw a sine wave or when you do a Fourier analysis on those min-max fluctuations, it makes a sine wave with respect to sidereal time. So we have this bias that's doing the same thing. Anyway, that would create Doppler shifts, you know, relative motion through a field would
both
create that.
examples, well, not both examples. The second example is using light. That's the thing. If you're using light, then you're basically, you know, it's not mutually exclusive because what you could attribute to Earth rotation is what we attribute to ether wind. But the difference though is that if you have different Doppler shifts at different altitudes, how does that work with Earth rotation?
Well, they actually don't. They say, so get this, they make a uniform correction or whatever they say. They say that basically because the Earth's rotating through a uniform gravitational field, but the Earth's oblate, that there's a gravitational potential offset essentially like created through that, where they can treat the difference in gravitational potential between the two as an equipotential gradient, so they can just use the same correction.
This is GPS timing again.
Or I'm sorry, they can just use one uniform correction rather than like latitude dependent ones, for example. Like when the satellite is perihelion and aphelion, like Jesse was saying, how it goes up higher and lower. They can use the same correction for that. They can treat it the same.
All right. Any other questions, Jesse? Unless someone else was next.
On the same topic or a different topic?
I don't know.
Could I try an illustration, an analogy?
Sure.
Okay,
And
thank you.
then we'll wrap up on that. I think we've
All
been
right.
going for 2 hours. Go ahead. You want a
So-
screen share?
No, it's just a verbal one. It's pretty simple. Let's say there was a long straight highway, and we've got cars going both ways, 50 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, whatever, but the same speed. They're all going the same speed. And I'm standing by that highway, and there's a car coming towards me from one direction with his horn on, and a car coming towards me from the other direction, because it's a two-way highway, with his horn on. I will hear them both pitch shifted up the same amount, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, one will be higher, one will be lower. One's moving towards you, one's
No,
away.
they're both coming towards me at this point.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they're in opposite lanes. They're both coming towards me at 100 miles an hour with their horns on.
Mm-hmm.
If I were then to start moving along that highway, I would see that pitch shift deviate. One would go down and the other would go up, right?
Right.
And that's a perfect audio analogy of the radio wave thing that I'm talking about with the simple ham radio repeater.
Right. And if there was a medium, right,
that was moving,
carrying the wave, doing the same thing, that same mechanism would be present, because that's actually what's measured. And radio waves are light. So same exact concept. All right. Yes.
But for the Doppler shift to be different, then that means there has to be a difference in velocity between me and car A and me and car B, right? A physical difference.
If you were using sound, yeah, sure.
But not radio waves?
Correct. Radio waves are influenced by, say it out loud with me, anyone? Ether wind.
But they still have a period and a frequency. And if the distance between me and the transmitter is not changing, I cannot have Doppler shift, right? The distance has to be changing for me to have Doppler shift, right?
Ooh, the wavelengths have to change, and that would be facilitated by going faster or slower because the change in wavelength is inversely proportional to the frequency. So once once the wavelength changes because of the velocity boost, it's going to have an inversely effect or proportional effect on the frequency. Same exact mechanism, different interpretation, brother man.
Yep.
Am I good to roll out of here,
That was
brother?
good. Yeah.
Well, let's talk again another time because I think we have some interesting things, but we're obviously out of time.
Absolutely.
And
All
one
right, well, I'll
quick
see you
comment.
for the Celestial Theodes Monday or whatever.
And one quick comment, and talking about the Eötvös effect. You said the changing mass in the different direction, and no, it's the same mass. It's a different measured weight.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yes. Thank
Oh,
you for
Alan,
the correction.
I
Yes.
DM'd you a link to the Wikipedia article on Eötvös effect just to give you a launching point on the topic.
Do I, sir? All right. Well, thank you guys. Much appreciated. We will do future events.
Okay. Sounds good.
SpaceAudits.net for the merch.
All right, lads and ladettes. See you guys on the next episode.
All right.
Why didn't any of the nerds in VC bring up the directional aspect for the Doppler effect occurring in all directions rather than giving him the ether wind in one direction? Come on, you fucking nerds. You could do better than that.
He was already about to burst an aneurysm.
The perfect example was in two satellites, one retrograde and one prograde. So an observer on the ground would see both satellites approaching from the left, or one from the left and one from the right. Two approaching, just like the sirens, both approaching a person, same high-pitched Doppler shift increase in frequency. But the retrograde and prograde satellites and the observer on the ground would not have identical Doppler shifts. I know there was no point because once he says, "Oh, but light," it's like, "Oh, radio waves." Yeah, like a carrier frequency is somehow, there was no point.
Yeah, and most
There
of the
were too many-
satellites are primarily north-south, a little bit.
That was way too many words and big words, Larry. You got to make it more basic, man.
Well, I will say that claiming that the ether wind moves both, ICBMs and changes wave frequencies. It's like that's a pretty amazing ether wind.
Well, I'm confident that whatever he comes up with to explain Eötvös effect will also explain why a satellite orbits eastward at a different velocity than westward. And I just want to say a shout out to my good friend Steve A. How are you doing, buddy?
But if you had two satellites, one prograde and one retrograde at the same orbital altitude, they would be going the same speed. But then you have the Earth's rotation, passing under them. Yeah, it was so sad.
So when you say prograde and retrograde, you mean one satellite's coming towards you and one's coming towards you from the other direction, 180 degrees away in the same plane.
Yeah, prograde goes with the rotation of the Earth. Retrograde goes against the rotation of the Earth. Those two satellites would still be doing at the same orbital velocity, and the Earth has nothing to do with it. But the observer on Earth doesn't see the same Doppler shift. Much like Jesse was saying, the two squad cars approaching, you would have the same Doppler shift, but those two satellites, you don't have the same Doppler shift.
You probably make a map of the surface of the Earth based on the Doppler from a satellite at a given point in time, and probably show the shape quite well.
And it was so annoying when Jesse said a ham radio repeater, and he said GPS meridian transit. I go, holy motherfuck! He was the same thing. He was bent on bringing GPS into it when you could not talk about any satellite other than GPS.
That was that exact same script played out with Lion last week. One night, he and I, like, word for word, could not leave GPS out of the conversation for a second.
He does the same thing with kinematics. because I think it's a happy place for him that he can speak from. So if he can pigeonhole these concepts into a thing that he does understand, then he essentially strawmans the argument and then quote unquote wins because it's in his field. But you can't let him pigeonhole it.
And GPS
That's essentially what he did with the magnetic field.
Right.
And GPS satellites have a carrier wave. Forget the modulated information on top of it. It still has a carrier wave, and it's still exposed. Every satellite from the receiver, every satellite has a different Doppler shift in the carrier wave, independent of any timing. It has nothing to do with timing. We're just talking about a frequency of a radio wave.
You did
And
great,
if it's ether when doing it, then ground-based transmitters would see the same thing. If you're east, like you'd have to retune to the radio station you're listening to as you passed its transmitter to the east or to the west.
He's so stuck on ether wind. That's so 19th century.
It's coming back, baby.
Any day now.
Well, why is it that they think that there has been no science done after Einstein wrote his paper, 1912 or whatever? Why is none of these science, the brilliant science that we have done in the past 100 years, why does that not count?
I feel like it's a kind of a projection of a religious mindset where you have like a guru that you cannot question, and if you can debunk this guru, you debunk the entire field. Because they perceive science as a religion, because they by themselves base their beliefs on religion, so they have to project that mentality onto others.
Yeah, when you quote modern technology, current state of the art technology, they're gonna bring up this 1880 paper, kind of like the way some people bring up Bible verses. Whoever said it first, that's the one that has to stand.
Yeah, that's in flat Earth. It isn't that clear that they are basing on religion, but in evolution creationism debate, they often do that with Darwin, where they like describe evolution as Darwinism, as like a religion that was invented by Darwin. So when they debunk Darwin, they debunk evolution the same way as you can, I don't know, question authority of Christianity by questioning the truth of what Jesus said, for example.
As I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night, so as a psychiatrist, I think it's because humans feel the need to discover, and I think in 2025 we've already discovered everything on Earth as far as like physically sailing and discovering new lands, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole field of like our gene pool that's yearning for discovery that we can't do anymore, and then really the only discoveries are being made on the fringe edges of all of sciences. So that yearning for discovery overrides the truth of reality and what we've already discovered. So there is some making up of shit to hopefully discover something new.
Yeah, we talk about measuring the shape of the Earth by many means: analog, satellite, NASA photography. Just simple geodetic measurements. Yeah, and then they're going to go, oh, but it's like in 1847 somebody wrote a paper, so you're wrong. And then, or worse, they go, yeah. So we talk about analog measurements. Oh yeah, but you believe in black. You believe in dark matter. I said no. What does that have to do with it? Yeah, it's like as Whitsitt brought up one time when talking about the ether and dark matter and dark energy and the outer things. I said, well, yeah, but let's just talk about the shape of the Earth, like the South Pole exists. And he goes, South Pole's never been proven. I go, baby steps. Let's prove this. Let's measure the Earth, and then we'll talk about things that don't matter outside the solar system.
It isn't only like these things don't matter for. They don't even believe things exist in the first place. So it's like if we are talking about unicorns. They don't believe space exists, so they don't believe galaxies exist, and dark matter was theorized to solve problems with how fast galaxies rotate. So what the fuck are they even talking about?
Are you saying you believe in unicorns?
It would be so cool.
But from Flair's perspective, for whom this entire space is a story, it's as productive to talk about dark matter as if we were talking about unicorns.
Well, yeah, because isn't dark matter like unicorns?
Yeah, sort of maybe, like in a layman sense of it. It's just a placeholder for now. It's like if we were actually really fucking stupid, and I was like, yeah, there's something that's around us all the time, and you were like, oh my god, what the fuck is it? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I breathe in when I'm here, and something goes in, I think, because it feels like it. And then if I go to like this other place, things die when they breathe that stuff in. But there's something there in the air. But I can't tangibly hand you air in my fingers. But it's a placeholder until tools are developed or there's other ways to measure it. That's the current state of dark matter.
Interesting. Thank you.
I'm here to bridge the connection. This isn't a personal attack. This is a general statement. I'm here to bridge the gap between nerd ass dorks and morons. Again, not a personal attack. I'm just the gap bridger.
I'm not a big Bible person, but one of the ways that in biblical days that they used to look at air, and it reminded me because you was talking about it, is they called it spirit, and they think that that's what the Bible means when it says that the spirit was upon the water. They think that people was trying to describe air, and they was saying it was like spirit, but it's just that was the way that they had to describe air, like you were saying. It was a placeholder. They didn't know what it was, but they knew if you held your breath, you died. So, what was it? And they called it a spirit as a placeholder. It just reminded me of that. Go ahead.
Right. Like imagine you go back to like 1200s or whatever, and then you bring like an air compressor and you fill up a clear balloon, and then you say, hey, the invisible stuff around your head right now, there's more inside this balloon than around your head, pressure wise or whatever the fuck. You'd be looked like a fucking idiot. But it's true because we're in 2025. In 2500, maybe dark matter would be as understood as fucking air around us, and then we'll look like the fucking morons.
Well, that's the one thing you can definitely bet about history is we will look like morons.
I know. I oftentimes think about that. I'm like, man, those people in the 1800s are fucking stupid. And I'm like, fuck, they're gonna say the same thing about me in 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, speak for yourself, Al.
Oh, that's fair. I'm being humble. Sorry.
Well, I had a persistent cold, so I let 2 pints of blood, and I'm much better now.
Did you poke your forehead with a stick? Now you're good.
This is medical information.
I'm sorry.
Cease.
Backtrack. Science,
Cease.
physics. Sorry.
By the way, I checked that Einstein paper where he said that motion in a shape of a polygon is equivalent to an inertial frame, supposedly, and it wasn't about that at all. It was about time dilation. That if it's moving like that, the time dilation would be basically the same as if it was moving in a straight line relative to some other clock.
Yeah, but the lab reference. The lab reference.
We've been challenged to talk real science.
Which kind of real science do you want to talk about?
I mean,
Like
I don't know.
Newtonian real science or Einsteinian real science?
Orcanolos trace. Newtonian, Einsteinian, and Schrödingerian?
Margarian.
You're just
Targaryen, lol.
You're just showing off now.
I mean, if you want me to show off, I can show off.
No. We got enough showing off from Alan. We're good.
He was very good at showing off, for sure.
Okay, yeah, but Alan, we're talking about Flat Earth Alan, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
I think.
Okay. But fun fact, he modded me on his YouTube channel literally within 15 seconds of me showing up. One time. It was very strange.
He's trying to curry favor.
I was banned on his
God, well,
channel.
yeah, no, yeah, but I am well known and often not particularly liked for how kind I am to flat earthers. I definitely default to being much more harsh against like globers and whatnot because you know, if I don't have a double standard for them, they won't have any standards at all.
See, that's where I disagree. I have a double standard where I shit on globers way more than flat earthers because I have the standard so high for globers.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just
no. That's what I said. Like you and I don't disagree. We do.
Oh, I'm
agree.
sorry. I interpreted wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no. But I posted a paragraph in the text chat earlier, and I just got here, by the way, so this is a complete non sequitur, I imagine. But so in my lab, we are building a 10-meter long vacuum tube. It actually went vertical a couple of months ago in order to perform atom interferometry experiments at the top and bottom of this thing, where you split the atoms into a quantum superposition, and then you move the wave packets really far apart, and then you recombine them, and the differential gravitational acceleration on the two different arms of the atom interferometer give rise to a phase shift, and it allows you to make exquisitely precise measurements of the local gravitational acceleration. And if you do one of those at the bottom of a room, like near the floor, and another one at the top near the ceiling, then you're going to measure and you do. This has been done for at least 15, probably 20 years now. Actually, it might go back 30 years. And you'll measure that the rate at which things accelerate downwards in a vacuum chamber, so you don't have to worry about buoyancy or any of that shit, decreases as you go up in altitude. And you can measure it very, very, very precisely. One of the things that you need to account for when you're doing these is the fact that these atoms, except for when they're being hit by laser pulses, they are in free fall. And because the Earth is rotating, that means that they're going to end up in a slightly different spot relative to the laser beam, which is generally fixed to the lab frame, compared to if the Earth was not rotating. And if you don't account for that for that deviation, then you actually end up really washing out your signal a huge amount because you don't have nearly the same phase coherence as you would naively expect. There are two of these machines at my university. There's one that's already been up and running for a few years, of a couple hundred feet down the hall, and then there's the one that we're building in my group, or the group that I work for. I am not the leader of the group. And the correction that you have to make, you literally have to move a mirror at the bottom or top, depending on how you design your device, of your apparatus to compensate for the slightly different angle, because the atoms end up a millimeter or two sideways of where they would be. And
sounds like Ares failure.
Exactly. And the only people who call it,
I was trying to keep up.
No, it's similar to that. It's so Ares failure, if I recall correctly. I mean, so Ares failure, if you Google it, I'm pretty sure that's a term that's only used by flat earthers. But
no, Ares failure is what it's known as.
Is it?
Was Ares success?
Oh, okay. Oh, that might be what I'm getting confused. But it's sort of similar to that, but it's more akin to if you were to like shoot a cannon perfectly upwards and the Earth were, or if you did that at the North Pole, or if the Earth were not rotating, if you shot a cannon perfectly upwards, there were no wind or anything, it would fall back down into the cannon. If you actually do this on the Earth, that doesn't happen. It will have an apparent deflection to either side, and that's not the thing that's deflecting. Like it's just moving under its own inertia, so it just goes in a straight line. But you're like curving and stuff. So, but anyway, we have two of these machines where you have atom interferometers at the top and bottom of a tall room, and you measure the differential like effect between them, and you need to physically tilt a mirror over the course of your experiment, because at the end of your experiment, which might last 2 or 3 seconds, the Earth has rotated and you're pointing in a latitude dependent different direction. And if you don't adjust for that different direction, then you end up losing a ton of contrast in your signal.
I am so pleased you said latitude dependent.
Yes. Since there are two of these devices at Stanford, and they're about 200 feet apart, mostly north-south. So they have on that order of 200 feet of difference in latitude, which is not a lot. I've asked my boss if it would be possible to measure that difference, and none of us have actually sat down and like done the math yet, because it's not the strongest effect, but it might be strong enough to measure and try and get an independent sort of estimation of the latitude difference between those two labs, both of which, by the way, are in a basement. So that would be really cool. Because even if we got it to like, with like a fairly large error bar, if we got like 180 feet plus or minus 50 feet, that would be so cool.
For your information, 200 feet is about 10 microradians.
Good to know. The reason I think it might matter is because the reason you have to compensate for this effect is that the atoms end up in a different place, both vertically and horizontally, and these interferometers require basically reliably measuring the absolute distance between, I guess, where the laser starts in some sense, and the atoms to a wavelength level precision, so nanometers. And so if you aim a laser vertically, and then you aim a laser vertically but like a slight angle sideways, like that can be a substantial fraction of a wavelength.
I so wish you were here early.
Oh yeah, sorry. Earth is life. So the tower. So the experiment that we're building for, that like you could easily Google, is not being built at Stanford. It's being built actually at Fermilab, and it's called Magis 100.
and it's only one piece of future equipment. It's actually neither of the things that I've mentioned, but the things that you would Google to find these two, the actual things that I'm describing. One is in Mark Kasovich's lab, and that would be Mark Kasovich, who he studies the Einstein equivalence principle, the most robust measurements of the equivalence principle, which is essentially an equivalence between inertia and gravity, or rather inertial mass and gravitational mass. That would be what you would Google, and then yeah, let me see that. Hold on, is that right? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, exactly. So you just posted a link, and that is currently being designed and built. Like we know exactly where we're putting it. They have, you know, a little circle around a little diagram there. But we need to build, I think it's like 19 different sections of tubing to make a 100-meter tall vacuum chamber that we're then going to perform atom interferometry experiments at the top, middle, and bottom of. And hopefully eventually we'll be able to utilize the entire thing and send atoms from the bottom of that thing all the way up in free fall. So we launch them up and they go up 100 meters and then they fall all the way back down, and then you measure them again. And that is a full, I think that's a full 10 seconds of free evolution of a quantum system. And the current record for the largest quantum coherent wave functions are 54 centimeters, set back in like 2017 by Mark Kasovich, my advisor. So not my advisor. I'm not a PhD student anymore. My boss, Jason Hogan, he used to work for Mark Kasovich, but now he's a professor on his own. But the current state of the art largest quantum system that has ever been coherently made is 54 centimeters. We are hoping to make much larger separations so that the different parts of the wave function differ by many meters. A quantum state that you could literally drive in the middle of. And I think that's awesome.
Wait a minute. What is differentiating by meters?
We want to take an atom and put it in a quantum superposition of being over here and over there.
That's what I thought you said. Holy shit! I didn't realize you could. I didn't realize you could do that.
The record that I know of, set by my boss and my boss's old boss, who also works at Stanford, is Cole. That is a very similar type of experiment. But the record, I believe, or at least it was back then, 54 centimeters. They were able to demonstrate conclusively that they still had quantum coherence if they took the atoms, zapped them so that they split into a superposition of being over here and over there, 54 centimeters apart, and then they bring them back together and watch them interfere. And you have to see them interfere when you bring them back together, because that's the part that demonstrates it's still quantum. But that's the record. But hopefully we'll be able to make it much larger than that. Like 54 centimeters is a lot. That's just under 2 feet.
I feel like if you can decohere an atom that much, you should be getting close to like a nuclear explosion. I don't know.
Well, it's a very different thing. That's why, like, I never said split an atom, right?
Yeah, I know.
I know. I know you know this. I know you know this, but I know we're not splitting the nucleus. We're putting the nucleus and the entire atom into a superposition. So it is in both places at the same time in the same sense.
Can
It
you
is
walk
literally doing a.
between them?
Say that again?
Can you walk between them?
Not yet.
If they're meters apart, can you
You could.
know?
Yes, like eventually, yes.
So what's
But-
that saying about reality?
That it's completely fucked, but I think we knew that.
It says a lot of things about reality.
Mostly that it's completely fucked.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by completely fucked. If you mean indescribable by any, mathematics that makes any sense, then you're wrong. Because under that definition, it's absolutely not fucked at all. The mathematics and everything makes perfect sense. The physical intuitions do not make sense because I'm talking about something where I'm dividing an atom into a superposition and it's in two places at the same time. And you can probably find a video of a science communicator that I really like and respect and am probably subscribed to saying that that's not really quite right. Whenever you talk about this topic, there is always going to be a nitpick depending on the perspective that you're looking at it from. The language that we have is of like a thing being located here versus being located there. That's all very classical language. It becomes if you try and apply your classical intuitions to quantum systems, you're going to necessarily run into difficulties.
So are you guys just trying to make the probability cloud just really freaking big to
that yeah, in a sense, yes. But what we're trying to do is to separate the probability cloud into two chunks, so that it's still like if you look at one chunk, like half of the probability is it's over here.
Oh,
but like it's over there. It's not over there and also partially on Mars. It's just over there in a very small area, a few microns, or maybe dozens or hundreds of microns like wide. And the other part of the probability cloud is not over there. It's instead over here.
Yeah, I got a video I can post that talks about how cell phones, the storage works in cell phones, and that's literally how they store the electrons and store data. Is they make the probability cloud large enough that the electron finds itself on the other side of the impenetrable barrier, and it's stuck there until then it's needed. When data is being called on and it's needed, then the probability cloud is increased again, and then the electron they apply a field more towards one side, and it makes the probability cloud pull back over across the impenetrable barrier, so then the electron is free then to move on through the system. And that's how they literally use quantum tunneling in our cell phones to store data.
The probability cloud, don't you mean ether weather?
I'll post the video in the chat.
Really important. Has anybody named either half of the atom that you're splitting?
If you name it, you gotta keep it.
Yeah, so
the other,
one half one half is Fred, and the other half is an unpronounceable name in an alien language.
Man,
I was thinking the other half would be Eve.
I was gonna call naming rights, but
I was going for Aerith. I was thinking about giving Aerith and Bob, but
but you should definitely name both halves of the atom and use that to refer to them.
Can't believe SC sat quietly through that whole thing and didn't say, "Can you believe this guy?"
well, Effie and I tend to get along pretty well. That's probably
No,
why.
through the Allen, well, maybe both, but I was thinking through the Allen thing. Which which was fine. It went. It wasn't a disaster. We had Witsit in here.
Almost counted as sign of life. Proof of life,
He
rather.
tried.
No.
He tried.
It was fine. I mean, he didn't. He piped up once to shout something about. I don't even remember what it was.
Alan and him both wanted to say that the magnetics was kinematics, but there's no measuring the rotation involved. I'm just measuring a voltage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's what it was. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, it could have gone much worse. I think that was the most people we've had in here. So
How many people did you have?
45, 47, something like that.
What was the YouTube viewer?
There were, I don't know what the count was, but there were 10 or more people when I looked at it. I don't know if that was, I don't remember when that was. I just flipped by there real quick and there were like 10 viewers and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I don't know. I didn't see, how much was really going on there. There may have been more during the most heavily watched parts of it. It's too bad PhD Tony had to go because like everybody else was pretty sedate. 31 viewers, Earth is Life says. So
well, then it's your job to step up and start talking about something, yeah?
I know. However, it's midnight where I am. So
Not an excuse. Come on, let's go.
Did you get your mod for the Balatro game, Tapioca? Did you finally get that made? He's dodging me.
Okay, so we have somebody in here named Matthew Learns. What did Matthew learn today?
Ooh.
I learned that nectarines at the local farmers market are too expensive. They cost $7.50 a pound.
Holy crap. So what did you get instead?
I got some broccoli and some potatoes. They were cheaper.
Broccoli and potatoes?
Yep.
Oh, two of the most perfect foods in existence.
I agree. Plus black beans.
Kind of agree.
That's the trifecta right there.
Wow, Matthew, you're a very healthy eater.
Well, let's hope I finish them all. I'm typically an aspirational shopper. Doesn't necessarily mean that I end up fixing everything I buy. But I try.
Oh, you can finish those in no time. Pre-cook,
Yeah.
pre-cook them, put them in a container for later.
Real quick, I'm sharing my screen of a satellite pass that shows the Doppler effect in real time. Exactly what we were trying to talk about earlier. If anyone wants a visual.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up. I want to see that.
Oh,
So if you
you're
look
showing
at the-
GPS satellites?
It's not GPS. It's a one of the amateur satellites with a linear transponder on it. But you can see the is it the downlink on the right? That's .2 something something and then a number 200 and then a number. That number is changing as it gets closer to my zenith because it's approaching. And it's not transmitting anything unless somebody's using it. That's just the dead center of the bandwidth of its linear transponder or linear repeater. So if you want to use that satellite, you've got to transmit into that band as it shifts, and you've got to shift too, because anybody else using it will be shifted up for you as it approaches.
Well,
Not gonna lie. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just joking. I was gonna say that's what they tell you, but the reality of it is that the satellite is sending out multiple signals to correct for the ether wind.
And hi, Calder.
Oh, so guys, it was good. I am going to have to sign off here because I have stuff to do tomorrow morning, unfortunately. I don't know where I went.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Who's gonna mod this shit if you're not here?
You.
Fucking goddamn it, Nami.
Incoming weasel. All right. Take care, everybody.
Have a good night.
I posted that video in the chat I mentioned a while ago about how our phones store data using quantum tunneling.
I wouldn't really worry about it, Weasel. He's got so many flat earth mods on now that there's always at least 3 or 4 of them here.
Fair. Wait, how many flat Earth mods are there?
Too many.
Way too many.
Okay, fair, fine, but literally, can somebody name them? Because I actually don't know the present count. Like,
Well, I just go by the list that's up at the time.
I also
And-
don't remember everybody who's a flat earther versus a globe earther because I'm really self-centered and only care about myself. So
As long as you're open about it.
It looks like there's
why
two.
not?
Looks like there's 2 senior flat Earth mods and 2 senior glob mods.
There's tiers of mods. Shit, I don't even know.
It's supposed
I
to
got
be
some
using
senior mods.
attacks, and you're going to say flat Earth mods and glob mods. That sounds like a personal attack to the globbers to me. What's up with that?
Also,
You
can't stop modding yourself.
Hold on. There's like 5 people speaking at once. Sorry.
It works.
Yeah.
And
It's kind of ironic. The cunt is gonna fucking cry about the word glob whenever she called people stupid in the fucking text chat earlier. Are you gonna mod yourself?
Great point.
Okay, this is all predicated on the fact that you think I'm really,
so you're
really.
provoking at this point. What a wonderful mod. So basically, you're just provoking at this point. That's not what mods do.
Yep.
Am I a mod? I'm not a mod. What the
Coco's not a mod. As far as I know, Coco, are you a mod? Like,
No, I'm not a mod. Who would mod me? What the hell?
Oh, I thought it was fucking other bit.
also the list of like people that are online. Wait, so besides SE, who's the other Flat Earth mod who's on?
There's Lion, right?
Yeah, Lion's.
Oh yeah, okay.
And isn't that
Dave,
Risky guy?
Lion,
Risky or whatever?
is
He looks like he's on here.
Rick's guy?
Ricky.
Rick's guy might be online, but they're not like in the voice chat here.
So, how do I become the Flat Earth mod?
How do you become it? Wait, is that Noah that I'm hearing?
Step 1, be a flat earther.
That's Truth Seeker.
Oh. You could message me or Omnivore, and we will.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Why am I in charge of modding? Mordwan's here. Mordwan outranks me.
Morty's going to sleep soon, so you have to stay.
I just heard Matthias was here, so I showed up in case it was just going off the rails completely, but it sounds like his internet went out.
I tried my best to make it go off the rails, and frickin' Weasel was a good boy and modded it.
Good boy.
I have not used mod powers. I just said everybody shut up like 5 of you were talking at once. But I didn't actually mod anybody.
That's your magic mod power. You just open your mouth and say something, and people automatically listen to you.
No,
But why would you
I'm
mod a Flat Earther?
able to weasel my way out of everything. I'm very smart about my naming.
So basically, you just came into VC to fucking provoke shit and start shit, and you think that make her a good show? Oh yeah.
Hours. You're the one that just got here, so I don't know what you're saying. Like I don't have a clue. No, I did not just come here.
Because I called you a
Trouble.
glob.
I've been here for hours, so yeah, make more stuff up.
You
It's
just
fine.
cried because I called heliocultist a glob, for fuck's sake.
It was a
if
freaking
your
joke.
glob is going to hurt you that much, you can probably get off the internet. Woman.
Were you unable to hear sarcasm? Did that go whoosh? It sounds like it went whoosh.
Relax, because nobody ever in the history of ever thought glob was an actual insult. Ever.
In the words of Chris Rock, why can't we all get along?
Why did you fucking cry about it like a little bitch?
Oh my god! The woman spoke out of turn! How did that
all wound up.
Oh no! The world might end because the woman spoke out of turn.
Has anyone seen They Live here? Any Globers seen They Live?
No, what's it about?
Yeah, the movie. Actually, Matthias here, I think his profile pic is homage to that movie. So essentially, it's about.
Pretty good movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. So essentially, it's about this man, I guess, and he gets to see the world in a different perspective. And in the movie, they use the sunglasses to reveal what's going on, but I think it's like analogous to potentially what we're living through right now.
Oh, I've seen screenshots from that where he's like pulling down the sunglasses to see. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't know it was from a movie.
Yeah. Maybe some of the Globers here would like it, enjoy it.
I like science fiction in general. Sure.
What you mean, globbers?
It's got Rowdy Piper as the star.
I would call myself a glober, not a globber.
Matthew, you're the Pied Piper.
Yeah, Matthew's awesome.
But Flat Earthers like taking the pipe. I mean, haha, funny.
Stupid globus. Our pipes are straight, but yeah.
That's what she said.
Make it straight.
So I got a question. Is this server just like FE and GE bullshit, or can we go beyond that? Or
For sure,
what?
we should be able to talk about everything, all truth.
okay, so like,
Except for
right. So
medical
what I mean by
misinformation.
Oh, true.
like,
Matthew.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Now that
that-
Alan's
that
not
part,
screaming,
but what about
we can cuss again, right?
I'm just
What's up?
buzzing in just to talk
about
some friendly
politics?
shit. That's all.
So what about politics?
No, there will be no talking of friendly shit here most of the time because these people, as you can see from what just happened, they have to find something to fight about all the time, even if there's really nothing happening.
No, they don't. I mean, you're right, but I don't want to cause any fights. That's all. I just want to have fun.
I'd just like to point to the name of the room.
What do you mean, these people?
Those people.
Who do you
know?
mean, these people?
Those, them.
Oh, okay. You know what? You know what I see. You know what I see. I see that the word "these" has the subpart "ease," and then my name is Weasel, so I assume that you're talking about me because everything is about me. Okay.
Oh my God!
No, you're not that important, bro.
Oh, that is so awesome that somebody finally gets it. Yay!
No, I'm just glad that he, whoever that was, just admitted they're a complete fucking narcissist. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that was me, Tapioca Weasel. Yeah.
Tapioca, you just go into rooms, you just fuck shit up, bro. I love it.
Bad weasel.
And you go into Truth and FTFE's rooms, you just fuck shit up, bro. Man, I love it.
Okay, that wasn't FTFE's room. The one time. That was this room, and yes, he was a guest, but it's not his. I mean, it's not my channel. Categorically, it is not my channel.
I'm just talking to I've seen you in all those rooms. I'm sure you've seen me.
Yeah, I've seen you
I've
around.
seen you in all those rooms. You seem to, everyone seems to like you, and I haven't seen you in a while in any of those rooms, and I'm still new to this. I fucking love this whole, whole thing.
Holder, are you a globe birther?
I am a globe earther, absolutely.
Okay. Truth Speaker, are you? Did I hear you're a flat earther now, and you want to be a flat Earth mod?
I just said I wanted to be a flat Earth mod. Yeah.
But are you a flat earther?
I'm on the fence.
Okay,
There we
well,
go.
hold on,
Getting closer.
because fair,
You want the
and I
fence
guess
of the
Ian's gonna try. So I have to say, I have that NASA shill money, okay, and I don't mean the guy in the Discord. I mean actually, NASA pays me $3.8 trillion a week, and I can definitely.
You work for NASA, Tapioca?
Not anymore.
Awesome if you did. Oh yeah.
And so in graduate school, my grant was mostly the grant to my advisor, out of which my paycheck was paid, was mostly from NASA, but not entirely. It also had contributions from NIST and from probably at least one other grant I'm not remembering.
Let's make NASA great again. Well, are they going to be phased out with Space Force?
Dude, I mean,
Space Force is here in Aurora, Colorado, bro. Or that's yeah.
I have no idea what Trump's going to do. I think that I think that the people who are most influential on his decision making here, who is, as far as I can tell, Elon Musk, knows that it is a bad idea for NASA to phase out. NASA existing is very useful for Elon Musk. It's also just an objectively good idea. But I think that's less relevant than how useful it is for Elon Musk.
Okay, and what if Earth is indeed flat and the government does a full disclosure? Should we keep NASA and just refocus their efforts?
Probably not. if that's true, which it categorically is not, then honestly, we're at a level of inevitable like political upheaval that renders all of those questions pointless anyway. Like if literally if you suddenly were able to convince a substantial, meaning 20+% of the world's population that the Earth was flat, I mean, the Overton window would shift so abruptly that anything that we would even hypothesize would be kind of pointless.
I'm sure the United States military has already thought of how to roll it out. And...
No, it's not possible to plan for something like that. It's not possible to plan for something like that.
20% of the population are flat Earth. That's such a bleak future. Oof.
Yeah, imagine it's the other way around. It's 90% flat earthers and you guys are the 10%. That'd be pretty interesting.
Y'all would still be wrong, and we'd be in a new dark age, but like...
My God.
I agree. If you do convince that many people, you've done it in the only way that the only way that I can reconcile the Earth being flat with everything I know about everything is that I am currently, as I speak, severely mentally ill. It's just there were just too many things that make it too obvious in vastly disparate lines of evidence for me to be wrong about it, unless I'm fundamentally wrong about that many things, which requires a severe pervasive delusion on my part.
Yeah. So now, Weasel, take that one step further, and what are the chances that you are really delusional, or is this just your stretch to try to be nice to the flat earthers?
It is 99.9999999% my stretch to be nice to the flat earthers.
Yeah, okay, just checking. Just making sure you
I know you're not nice to them, dude.
Weasel is always nice to
the
them.
Globers. Who do you
What'd
guys
you
think
say?
are nicer, the flat earthers or the Globers?
On the whole, fairly equal.
We should take a vote. But thank you. I've seen it harsh on both sides.
I mean, for every Witsit and Nathan Oakley on the flat Earth side, there are nobody's as bad as Nathan Oakley on the globe side that I can think of, but like you've also got like Pitch Lumen. I think Pitch Lumen.
Oh my God, Nathan Oakley, terrible.
He's not he's like completely weirdly wrong about a lot of things, but he's a nice guy in every interaction I've had with him. But I mean, I also say that about Eden, and a lot of people in this chat think Eden is a huge asshole. So
you don't say.
I will stand by it though. In every conversation I've had with Eden, it's been we've gotten along perfectly well, and
thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to back down from that.
So it's been formal.
I wouldn't say that.
No, it's been. I think we kind of reached out to each other, kind of like outside of this. We can kind of relate to each other. I mean,
yeah, we're friends on Discord. We I don't think we've ever voice chatted like privately, but like we send each other DMs every so often, because
Yeah,
I have a fetish.
I have plenty of flat earthers I do that with. there's other things that I will take exception to, and I'll just use flat Earth as a cudgel.
But yeah, thank you for your patience, Globers and Tapioca. Really appreciate it.
Well, hold on. The way you said that makes it sound like I'm not a glober. Sorry, globber, and I absolutely am.
You damn dirty globber.
Yeah, you're in your own category.
question,
Weasel.
Creed.
I heard someone has a question for me. That was no offense, Tapioca.
Yeah,
again. So, like, if you ask the Globers who the rudest, like, top 3 flat earthers are, you're gonna probably get like the same 3 to 5 names. Do you think it's true if you ask the flat earthers who are the most rude globs?
Probably. I'm not gonna name names though.
They're
But
not
yes.
here.
There's a shield.
I'm gonna guess that a lot of flat earthers tend to think more local. So like where we might go for the top names that have the bigger audiences and and spread their rudeness more. I have a feeling that there's a bunch of flat earthers that would probably go for the people right in front of them locally instead of thinking about the big picture. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong on that.
So like you think that they would rate NASA shill highly, whereas Globers, if they were flat earthers, would rate NASA shill more low? Because I don't think NASA shill has like a huge channel. God, somebody's gonna fucking show NASA shill this, and he's gonna get all up in my business.
The thing is like this: the flat earthers don't like NASA shell. The globe
No, I
earthers
do.
don't like NASA shell.
What's wrong with
no.
NASA shill?
Dude,
I
NASA
don't
shill's
mind NASA
so
shill.
fucking hard. I've been trying to teach him to stop being so retarded, and he relapses every fucking
Hey,
time.
dude, whoa. Everybody's always so mean to NASA shield.
He's nice.
No, he's not.
What's the issue?
He's an OG.
He's not nice. The best that he'll do is he'll say something like, "Oh, what you said is wrong. You're just a stupid flurf." He might give an explanation of how they're wrong, and then that's it. 90% of what he says is insulting flat earthers, and it just gets so boring when it's nonstop and he doesn't know how to quit.
To be fair, when NASA shill like goes on a specific argument, it does tend to be fairly well thought through and like backed up.
Yeah, and they answer all my questions. They're nice to me. I've never really.
Well, yes, they absolutely are, but like they have a short fuse, a very short fuse. When it comes, you know how earlier, so Coco, you know how earlier I was talking about how I am more lenient towards flurfs compared to blobbers.
Yeah. Which was
NASA shill has been on the negative end of that numerous times.
Oh, so maybe that's another reason I get along with them. Because I've also been on the other end of
Not numerous times, okay? It was that one time, and I never actually modded you, so.
Yeah, I respect him a lot still. I mean, a lot of you guys have grown on me for sure. Like more than I anticipated. And
well, I mean, given the amount of time you spend here, that's not surprising.
Yeah, especially the top 3 that like the flat earthers dislike probably a lot. Those guys have grown on me. I respect them a lot.
Wait, who's that?
Well, the most popular Globers, I guess.
Okay, who's that? Like, you got to answer this question, man.
Okay, McToon. Who else?
Craig took you out and wiped the floor with you last week or whenever.
Fine. Let him answer the question. Sorry.
Craig,
All right.
Flat Earth. He's really grown on me. And yeah, just because I don't know, he reminds me of his ability to have the banter. I mean, he's witty sometimes.
Good guy.
Even a lot of globbers don't even like FTFE and think he's really rude, so that's weird.
I love Craig.
Craig, and then I think there might be. I wonder who else. I guess those two
David
for
Keegan?
now.
love
McKeegan,
Dave.
yeah, he's always been. Oh, I guess even Professor Dave. And
I love Professor
what's his
Dave.
name?
I love what he did to Dirt.
Yeah, I even though like I disagree with them, I love them all.
Well, that's
We have
at least
to have
with some mutual respect. I think they have some for you too, Eden.
Oh, thank you.
And you've seen me in their chats. I mean, I've said stuff to you, and you seem like a decent guy.
Trying. You know, honestly, from this point, like from this point of view that I and the others have taken, we believe that you guys are being abused, and we kind of want to break the cycle.
What?
Because we're
Wait,
being
what?
lied to. Like
What?
being lied to is a form of abuse, in my opinion. Especially if it's lying to the innocent children and citizens, and
That'd be Nathan Thompson.
that's a different. Yeah, this verbal abuse, and
That's
but
a
I kind of want to
different.
break the cycle, and but yeah, I truly do believe it's a flat stationary plane, and
That is fine for you to believe that. Like, it's not fine, but if you want to believe it, that's fine. But you're gonna say that you think we're being abused? Like, what the actual fuck is that?
okay. Well, what about wouldn't you call psychological warfare like an abuse, a type of abuse, maybe, or maybe not
Okay,
trauma
this is
based
not
control?
psychological warfare, though. This is just going to school and learning things. That's all it is.
No, absolutely. No, I'm saying what you guys have
Learning
learned
things,
is accurate. I'm just saying, let's say if there was a few more variables to it, such as us not being able to go far enough away to confirm it, we're still left with a little bit of faith.
But what do you have faith in? You have faith in something that makes no sense.
No, it makes sense because I'm using my senses.
No fucking sense.
No, but the irony is, it literally makes sense because when we regain acceptance of our senses, we kind of have to just believe them. And
So I'm supposed to just turn my brain off and only use my senses? That really won't get me far in the world. That's kind of just a dumb thing to do. Like, no lie. It's kind of dumb. Kind of dumb.
Well, why don't we test the plan and the proposals that the heliocentric solar system glob brouhaha proposes instead of just saying, we went to school and learned all this and it's all true? Why don't you test the claims and the proposals that you believe are true? And once you do that and realize that you can't fucking do it, and whenever you do try it, they all fail, then you come to the flat Earth conclusion.
Matthias, you should know. Hold on, you should know, Matthias, that your like pickup on your microphone leaves a lot to be desired.
Lot.
So like the first 10 seconds of that statement were completely unhearable for me.
Yeah, but still, the part that was hearable, like, I don't know what kind of school other people went to, but when we went to school, part of going to school was finding out that some of the stuff they were teaching you, some of the stuff that was in the textbooks was incorrect. When we found something like that, we went to the school board and had them correct it. So going to school is not about just listening to what people tell you and automatically believing it. Going to school is learning how to research and think for yourself. And when
Yeah.
you find something wrong, you take it to the school and you say, why is this in our school book? It is incorrect.
Okay.
Well, that's what people are
Can you
doing
hear me
now. But go ahead, Matthews.
Dude,
Is my mic all right now?
it's a little better. It's not great though. But
Wow. Basically,
Then
what
your
I was
message is
saying
worth
is,
it.
why don't? I mean, she basically said that you guys learned stuff in school, but you didn't test any of the proposals that was mentioned in the literature.
Proposals. I didn't go to school for science, dude. I ended up in communications, English, theater, and I did too test that stuff. Like,
Well, that's irrelevant to what I said.
it wasn't science testing. Like, so what you're saying doesn't even make sense in a broad way at all.
Well, just because it makes sense to you doesn't mean that it's fraudulent or
well,
non-factual.
Can you give an example?
Give you an example of what I was talking about. Okay, so whenever I said test the heliocentric, the globe proposals and claims, one of them being water contouring around a suspended orb in a vacuum, whenever you go to test that bullshit fucking claim, you'll see that it doesn't work.
What vacuum?
And I grant it, yeah, they have that bullshit. It's too big. That's not science.
Whoa. I'm so sorry that triggered you, but you don't have to be screaming like that. I know you're triggered, but it's okay. We'll listen to you without you screaming, okay? So you can start again, just don't scream this time.
Interrupted, you stupid bitch. How about that?
Fuck off, man.
Yeah,
Dude,
he needs
dude.
quiet time to cool down.
Yeah, dude, Matthew, like.
Yeah, Matthews, we can't call females here, please.
You can't call anybody that here.
Yeah.
Like that's not okay. I'm sorry. Like what are you doing here?
Wait,
Like,
I got to give him his warning. When you call people names, you're going to get muted, okay? So there's your warning.
Do I have to unmute him now?
Yeah,
he's gonna complain to Omni.
He can call me any name he wants to, as long as he use that strident, screaming voice.
You're okay. Just because, for the record, just because somebody says that you are allowed to insult them does not mean, under the server rules, that you are allowed to insult them. For the record.
What does it say about interrupting people? Because that's what she did.
I did, and I admit I interrupted you, but I had to stop your screaming. It was really annoying.
Oh, if my words hurt you that much, maybe you shouldn't be online.
No, it was the tone, not the words.
Honey, your words are fine. I can take your words. It was your screeching tone. I couldn't take that.
Matthews really has an important message, though. I really had a great time engaging with him a month ago. So I really hope you guys get to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, maybe you could address what particular he has trouble with in science that we all learned in high school.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Go ahead, Matthias.
Okay. For one thing, science has nothing to do with reading from a fucking book. All right? Nothing.
What about labs?
Has nothing to do about reading from a fucking book labeled science.
No, we had labs to go along with those books.
Let him talk.
Once again, I was interrupted.
That's why I said let him talk.
Just let me know whenever it's my turn to get all of my.
It's your turn.
Without interrupting this
I
time?
don't have the ability to preemptively intercept that. So yeah, you're probably gonna get interrupted. Guess what? You're on the internet. You're on Discord. I'm saying to everybody here, let him talk, but you can't be. But like if you stray too far and start calling people unacceptable names and shit, then anyway, yes, it's your turn. Talk.
Right. I didn't know anybody.
Anyway, talk.
At least be cordial.
Do you want like 30 seconds or like 45 seconds?
I simply stated the fact that science has nothing to do with a book, reading from a book labeled science. If you believe that that's what science is, then you're already fucking lost.
Has a little to do with that.
No, it
All
doesn't.
right.
Wait, so you're saying
Science-
science books don't exist?
What?
No, he's saying that reading from a book isn't science. It would be my steel man of it.
Well, no,
Yeah, that's what it.
to do with science.
Yeah, but that,
reading
Oh my
from a
God.
book is trying to expose yourself to more information, and the way you treat and comprehend that information, that can be science and whatnot.
Yeah, but what about the labs that go along with the science class?
Labs.
Labs.
Oh yeah, some things you can confirm in the lab with the lab, but I'm not sure if we can confirm the globe with the lab.
Can you confirm the things in
We
the science
can.
What do you mean? The science labs? Are you talking about the science lab that prove physical demonstrations, or no?
We're talking about how you train scientists, and the fact that it is not all about classes where you read a book and then regurgitate information. A huge portion of scientific education and epistemology is learning how to actually perform experiments, and you do this with a vast number of different concrete laboratory hands-on experiments and studies and demonstrations.
But you also read a lot of books that inform you how
also
to do that.
Yes, you also do that. Books are very, very, very valuable.
I get you. I get you by reading the book. Okay. I'll take your reading the books example and take that further if you'll let me. Yeah, you can read a fucking book all day long, but at the end of the day, if you don't test what the fucking book says, then you ain't gonna know if that book is telling you the fucking truth or not, do you?
You're damn right. You're damn right. You're not.
Right. So whenever the science book, right. So whenever the science book details that the Earth is an orb of rock and dirt with water and gas contouring around it, suspended in a vacuum, and then we go to test that, and it just fails every fucking time. Should we believe that the fucking book says?
I'm going to
It
need
doesn't. What are you talking about? It fails every time.
What vacuum, honey? I need to ask this again. What vacuum?
You sound like an idiot, guy.
Can we not do that?
Which tests, though?
What?
That was going to be my question.
What do you mean?
What he just said. He just laid it out there.
No, he said no. Eden. He said every single test. That is categorically wrong. You name a test, and if you and I both agree that this is a valid test, it's not going to go your way.
Okay.
He said put water and gas in a baggie.
Well, whenever I say every test, let's just go through some of the heliocentric globe proposals that they claim is true, shall we? All right.
Yeah, that's not what the globe actually proposes, though.
Right. Can we test if a globe can be suspended in a vacuum? Yes or no?
We can test
not in the
for the
surface of the
record,
Earth.
I also do that at my day job. I suspend locally confined, but without a physical barrier, concentrations of gas and fluid in a vacuum.
I haven't got the gas and fluid yet.
Not that type.
You're right.
And the answer to that one is actually the Action Lab. He did that, and I think he did it with magnets. We've all seen from the 1990s globe. I think it first came out in the 90s, where the globe was held on by two magnets. You all seen that, of course, right?
Yeah, but nobody suggests that the Earth is floating because of magnetism.
Yeah, it's not how.
Wrong mechanism.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for proving my point. So, what is holding Earth being suspended in this vacuum? What's holding
Nothing. Nothing is holding it. It's just sitting there.
Please, can I know what this vacuum is, since we're going to be talking about it?
What kind of vacuum?
What is it? 10 to the minus 17 torr, I think.
Not the type of vacuum
you mean
think.
when you say vacuum, do you mean like a force that causes like suction, or do you mean the absence of particles?
I'm referencing whatever the heliocentric proposes.
Well, okay, yeah, but if you
No.
that's so what's the answer? Which one does the heliocentric propose?
Well, isn't it absent of particles?
It is. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't sound confident, but you got the answer right. So I'm going to give you full credit.
Not a complete
Despite
absence, mind you.
Yes, not complete, but that he was referring to 10 to the negative 17, a measurement torr, I even think he said, which could be correct.
Okay, Professor Tapioca.
I don't know if 10 to the negative 17 torr is true in interplanetary space. Maybe it is. Interstellar space, I would totally agree.
So Tapioca, could we explore the idea of you said you were able to contain gas without a container?
Yes.
Can you do you have time to maybe you've probably been asked and you probably had to explain this several times. If you don't mind, can you indulge me?
Actually nowhere near as many times as I would like to, because this is exactly the sort of thing that absolutely gets me all excited and very satisfied with myself.
Beautiful.
I might have to second
maybe
that.
if you
I've
can
seen
explain
him.
it.
I've seen you get pretty excited, Tapioca.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so you guys should all check out my completely fictional OnlyFans. Physics is hard. Yeah, it doesn't exist, but if it did, that would be the name.
Right, Eden. You kind of messed up on your wording. Eden kind of messed up on his wording there. He asked for an explanation. You can. I can explain to you what a 33-foot 7-horn polka dot gorilla looks like, but the explanation doesn't make it. Make it a reality. I prefer physical demonstrations, as I was talking about a while ago.
You know what? I will try and find some for you. Hold on. This might
Good
take
luck
a
with
couple
that,
of
brother.
minutes.
I've been searching for that shit 11 years and haven't found shit yet. So good luck.
I doubt that.
Whenever I mean by physical demonstration, I don't mean like some fucking concave Earth fucking CGI bullshit either. I mean actual physical demonstration in a fucking lab.
Can I say something?
Earth is a globe, guy.
Bucket.
Someone had a question. Someone wanted to make a statement. Yeah, go for it.
That was Rick.
Yeah, pretty sure they centrifuge heavy gases and create essentially a vacuum next to the heavy gases, right? That happens in a lab pretty regularly. Uranium hexafluoride or something.
So demonstration, please.
Well, yes, you're correct, but there's still a physical container. So under the requirements that they're asking for, it wouldn't qualify. But you are right in a specific way.
I posted a demonstration in the chat there that was taken by me. It's very half hidden.
Which chat?
But if the contention is that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without something physically containing the gas pressure, then it meets the requirements of the requested demonstration.
What do you mean by physically containing? That's a very important question.
As in a physical barrier akin to glass. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Tangible might be accurate.
Because actually, it's not tangible because like you can contain things in a lot of ways, but what we're talking about is containment by a physical means preventing
a solid medium would be tangible. I think tangible is a great word.
Yeah. I mean,
you said like glass, okay? Because if I show you that you're able to shine a laser at the right frequency in the right way at a surface and block atoms from going through it, quote unquote, like glass, but there's no fucking glass there. Like you could put your finger and you wouldn't feel anything other than if you left it there for a long time and had a very sensitive finger, it might get a little warm. Then, like, that's why we're asking. Like, do you mean a solid material? Because if that's what you mean, it is categorically not necessary.
Well, that's my point, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like the general principle that I've heard from the flat Earth argument is that there must be a container, not containment, a container, and that would mean that there is a physical substance, something similar to glass, that is required to be there. But we can demonstrate in a lab by centrifuging, I think it's uranium hexafluoride, at a high speed, that you can generate an almost, well, a close to vacuum next to high pressure gas being uranium hexafluoride. So, I mean, if the argument is, oh, but there's a container around those two things, well, essentially you can just expand the container around Earth and say, oh, there's a container around the universe. And then this whole argument of space being impossible just disappears.
So is there
that's my point.
Is there a vacuum and then there's a centrifuge, or is the vacuum moving along with the centrifuge?
Is there a vacuum and then a centrifuge?
The vacuum is created by the centrifuge. When you're rotating something very, very quickly, you're essentially moving all the physical particles in one direction. And in this case, it would be, let's say, just a basic tube. So all the physical materials like the air, the gas, in this example, sulfur hexafluoride, would be moved to the end of the tube because of the force of the rotation. And then because you're moving all of the material in that direction, it's going to occupy the space in that direction at the end of the tube, and you're left with a void, which is a vacuum by definition. You're left with a void at the top of that tube because of the forces that are imparted onto it. So you're creating the vacuum by rotating it.
This is essentially done with uranium with mercury thermometers, right? Like a mercury barometer. You have a vacuum created, and the argument is always, oh, but you can't do that with gases. But it is done with uranium hexafluoride.
Biodual, do you think that's completely analogous? Like, would it be 100% analogous, or would it be maybe like 70%? 100% analogous would be space. Would be
100% analogous would be look outside and there's no container. But you're asking for a demonstration in the lab.
I wasn't actually finished speaking. So initially, what I was saying is there's the universe, right, and then you have the Earth rotating in its orbit around the sun. So, do you think that's completely analogous?
No, not completely. Not completely analogous. And this is the bone that will be thrown. It's doing is showing you that a force can be imparted to contain something. In this example with the centrifuge, you're containing one side. And when we talk about like gravity and shit, you're talking about forces that are imparting in 360 degrees in every direction around a sphere. So all it's doing is showing that rather than having a physical container like a box, you have the walls of the box, they're physically solid, they're containing. You can also contain using a force. That's all that is really showing.
Yeah, thank you, Baidu.
And that's all that's being claimed, right? So it's the claim that the heliocentric model makes is that you can contain gas with, a force, and the experiment that's been done shows that you can contain gas next to, quote unquote, next to a vacuum with a force. So I mean, it's in terms of what's being claimed, I think it is analogous. Is it 100% analogous? Well, no, because 100% analogous would be an observation the size of the Earth with all the things of the Earth, and that's not what lab experiments are for. They're not for to-scale exact replicas.
I'd like to rebut, but I'll go after you, Tapioca.
I was going to say that I posted an image in the chat that I personally took, and I also wrote most of the code that interprets that image as well and turns it into the image that you're seeing. I posted it at 9:51 p.m. my time, and it's image 643 from a few months back, a month ago rather. And what that is I have two lasers that are shining and intersecting in the middle of a vacuum chamber, and we're cooling down atoms using lasers and magnetic fields, and then trapping them in the intersection of these two lasers. There is no glass. There is no tangible surface. There is no solid material blocking these atoms from escaping. They're being held there by a completely intangible force.
We should explore that definitely. One moment though. Biodual, if you don't mind me asking. So if I take a container with that same substance and put it in the centrifuge, essentially it is a contained system, right? That creates a vacuum, and I guess it's divided, the substance and the vacuum.
Sort of. You would have at the extreme ends of each side of the tube, you would have the most vacuous area towards the top of the tube, towards the center where the centrifuge is rotating, the axis of rotation. That you would have the most extreme vacuous condition there, and then on the other end, you would have the densest amount of material at the furthest end, because that would be the most force is at the end of this at the end of the radius. But then you would have a gradient. You would have a gradient of different densities at the perfect precision level that you can think of. You would have a gradient that moves from the most densest part of that material to the most vacuous condition.
Thank you. Are these tubes vertical?
No, they're typically horizontally. They could be perfectly horizontal, or they could be slightly tilted depending on what you're doing, but they would hardly ever be vertical.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to take a look at this for sure. And if anyone wanted to respond, but yeah, we could also I had a question for Tapioca. That sounds really interesting what you're doing. So, can you rewind us through that? Okay, you've created a vacuum chamber. Seems like sorry, you've created a vacuum within a chamber, right?
Yeah. It's not, and it's not a perfect vacuum, but it is better than the vacuum you would get if you opened the door on the International Space Station, if you believed in that, which most people here do, but you probably don't.
You realize that the heliocentric dogma has no fucking container around the Earth or in around your.
That is literally the topic that we are getting at right now, and Eden is doing a great job. So, just
luckily
let him cook.
Luckily, there's a gravitational potential container.
Indeed.
Why was I interrupted?
But because you were bringing up a point that's about to be addressed by the conversation Eden and I are about to have.
How do you know I was bringing up a point if you interrupted me and nobody could hear it?
Well, Matthew, whatever the fuck your name is, people were talking and you interrupted them, and then you were in turn interrupted. So,
Well, you know what? With all due respect, you can.
It was dead quiet on my end after Eden got done.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it was being answered.
Yeah, that's not our issue if you're having technical problems, but the conversation was ongoing and you interrupted.
It's okay, Tapioca. I'll hold my thought and I'll concede my time to Matthias. Thank you, Matthias. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
1 versus 1. That way, there is no fucking crybaby fucking bullshit.
That's rich.
I don't think it's like an argument necessarily. I think we're kind of discussing things.
Point that I was going to make, even though nobody fucking heard it. Maybe that.
Yeah, you're right. Nobody heard it. So.
So why did you lie saying that I was interrupted because someone was going to address the point that nobody heard?
I thought we weren't going to cry about it, so we could get on with the talk about the atmosphere if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You posted a while ago. You claimed it's evidence of gas pressure without a container. That shit debunked the day that you uploaded it, bruh. For one, you used butane. A contained.
I didn't use butane. What the fuck are you talking about? I did not use butane.
Maybe you should define what a container is before embarrassing yourself. Define container for me, Earth is Life. Go ahead. Is a butane bottle a container, Earth is Life? Yes or no?
What the fuck? Where did Earth is Life come into this conversation? Butane was involved at literally 0 stages in this experiment.
Earth is
literally
like
zero.
video by Blue, where he demonstrates gas containment without a container using butane in an open air pipe.
Oh, you can do that, but I'm doing it in a different way.
Yeah, does anybody else want to go one-on-one with me down in one-on-one?
Yes. You go there first.
I'll see you down there, bro. I'll meet you in the Exeter.
Yeah, we kind of want you to shut up for a while we finish this conversation. Is that okay?
Oh.
Dude, the only reason you've been given this much leisure is because Eden specifically ceded his time to you, and frankly,
I'll take one for the team. Let's go 1v1, man. I'm down there.
All right.
What a great guy.
Everybody salute his brave sacrifice.
So much for that one.
Well, cheers it. Salute. Nostrovia Prost. Cheers it.
All right. Well, man, I wish there was a way to lock people into a specific room. Right?
There is.
Oh, is there? Wait, how?
You
With
might
roles.
be able to create roles that only allow certain.
Oh, I don't. Well, for one, it's not my channel, and two, I don't know enough about Discord to know how to do that properly anyway. So I'm not gonna try and learn on the fly. Anyway, the fundamental point that I was trying to make was that you can hold things with a force that does not require a physical wall to contain gas in a localized area without, again, a wall, like plastic or glass or anything like that. And I feel like the last time I was talking to a flat earther on this that wasn't yelling at me was when I was talking to Eden. So, but then you gave Matthias.
Eden has been pretty chill tonight.
So the question that I would ask is very similar to one that was asked earlier.
What's that?
Sorry. So somebody asked a question earlier. What are the forces that are applied to the sun and the moon to make it move? What are the forces that are applied to a gas molecule / atom? What are those forces? And the flat earthers in the chat quantify. I've got an individual gas atom. What are the forces that apply to that gas atom?
Excellent question.
Very good question.
Buoyancy. I am not a flat earther. I'm just taking a stab at it.
Buoyancy doesn't really apply to an individual atom. You could make the argument, but it's not quite the right concept to apply.
You'd have to make sure they believe in atoms to begin with.
But that's also true. Some of them claim they've never seen them. Strontium atoms be damned.
Who has the highest res image of an atom they want to share?
Well, Eden, I did ask a question. What forces do you think apply to a gas molecule / atom?
Can you please rephrase the question? My sincere apologies. Thank you.
In what way would you like him to rephrase it?
The entire question. I was eating. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Then you mean repeat, not rephrase.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, to repeat my question, sorry, there's a car going by. What forces act on individual gas molecules / atoms?
It could be the bipolar electric field. They say that is worldwide. NASA just confirmed it late last year. They say
Okay, in your understanding, do molecules/atoms have a distribution of electrical charge, or are they electrically neutral?
I think they carry an electrical charge.
Atoms and molecules are electrically neutral. You're thinking of radicals and ions that have charge.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're right, because they have one electron and one neutron. It's not a neutron, is it?
Proton.
Proton, and electron, and you're talking about hydrogen ions, yes. But I'm talking about I'm talking about a molecule or atom that has not been ionized. What forces apply to this?
I'll have to follow up with you.
More specifically, why do you think that gravity does not apply to such a body?
Great question. Supposedly, if I'm not mistaken, I was reading about the bipolar electric field. It was explaining that the electric field is uplifting some of the atmosphere, especially these ions that you're referring to, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking into it.
Yes, but atoms and molecules do not have an electrical charge in the way that ions and radicals do. So this is again unresponsive to my question. I'm talking about electrically neutral oxygen and nitrogen.
Oh, those would be closer to the surface, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to follow up with you. I wouldn't want to waste your time. Make it up.
Because we can accurately model gas pressure and gas velocity distributions by treating each individual gas molecule as a simple projectile moving under the influence of gravity.
Okay. Yeah. One thing that I'm looking into about how we can alter the effects of gravity is by applying a temperature change. We can have items go up or down with temperature.
Is that because you're changing the buoyant effect?
Likely.
Because buoyancy
That's literally
and gravity
how
are different.
That's literally how a Galilean thermometer works. I think that's the name, right? The one with the different fluids that are floating in a tube of water.
Yep.
I've got one on my windowsill.
Yeah,
he's a
beautiful.
genius.
He was a genius. I would probably agree with that.
Hey, Tapioca.
They're talking.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. You have to ask Tapioca a question. That's fine.
Thank you, PhD
Yeah,
Tony. Thank you, everyone.
Element-wise, what do you consider a metal?
Ooh. Well,
Anything
I'm
that is
not
hydrogen or helium.
Well, I'm not. Yeah. Well, I'm not an astrophysicist.
That's the best part about being an astrophysicist.
Damn it, Rob! You stole the joke out from under me. Yeah. So astrophysicists think of anything that's heavier than helium.
I'm one of those. Yeah.
I would say I'm a lot less certain. Actually, I'm not exactly certain because like transition metals are one category, but like definitely most people would consider like sodium or potassium a metal, right? But it's not a transition metal. It's an alkali metal. And then strontium is an alkaline earth. And then so it's like a thing that's on the periodic table with a certain color. Like, I'm not a chemist. I get to do that.
So
that's why my answer.
anything to the left of boron, that boron, silicon, is it gallium, there's a line down the periodic table, and basically anything to the left of it, except for hydrogen, is considered a metal. Anything to the right of it is considered non-metallic.
My joke to chemists is that I don't take chemistry because I prefer my elementary particles 4 at a time.
Yeah.
Now I get that
Do you
joke.
guys think there's going to be a category of antimatters or different type of antimatter, or will it correlate to like gold and other elements?
Well, it would very precisely correlate. In fact, we have been able to create studyable amounts of at least one anti-atom, anti-hydrogen. We've been able to create enough of it in an experiment called ALPHA. I don't know what it stands for, but it's an acronym. But it's at the LHC. It's at CERN, and they're able to create enough anti-hydrogen by overlapping positrons and antiprotons on top of each other so they bind into anti-hydrogen, and then they can trap them in a large magnetic field trap, because anti-hydrogen, like normal hydrogen, has a particular substructure that gives it a magnetic moment that makes it trappable in the proper geometry of a magnetic field. Then they spent multiple decades inventing a new type of laser so they could directly laser cool the anti-hydrogen. And they did this by using the normal laser cooling techniques, but they had to do it with something that would operate on like the hydrogen alpha line or something. And so they would have to spend multiple hours cooling down a collection of anti-hydrogen atoms in a giant trap that was like 10 meters long or something like that. Maybe it was 3 meters long. I don't know. But it was multiple meters long. And they had to use this newfangled laser that you can't let ever go through air, because air just absorbs all of this radiation. And they use that to laser cool these atoms by selectively bombarding them with photons, but only when they were going against the laser, thus robbing them of their momentum. And because of this, they're able to cool down a portion of these atoms so that they have a small enough Doppler shift that they can perform exquisitely precise spectroscopy on the anti-hydrogen versus hydrogen, and use that to constrain theories about how antimatter works versus how normal matter works. Additionally, this was the first time we ever got a chunk of antimatter slow enough that when you let them go, they fell down. And so finally, we were able to answer the question, does antimatter fall down? And the answer is yes.
Interesting. So hydrogen would go up and anti-hydrogen would go down potentially.
No, hydrogen goes down as well. In a vacuum, hydrogen goes down.
Oh, okay. Thank you. What an experiment, eh? Thanks for explaining that.
So you guys was just trying to figure out if you could see if anti-gravity would ever be a thing.
Dude, everybody expected that antimatter would fall down, but dude, if it had fallen up, that would have been so cool. That would have been
my favorite.
Cool.
My other new thing right now is that currently they're making gold from lead at the LHC, and this is a problem.
Why is it a problem?
I forgot the details on the paper. Let me go find it.
They've been doing that. I didn't know they did that at the LHC. They've been doing it at RHIC for a while, the relativistic heavy ion collider, which is a much better tool for it, because you shoot like lead atoms against each other and some of them turn into gold, whereas the LHC is more for shooting protons at each other, which are a lot smaller. Like a lot. I don't know if you can really make it do the other thing.
Yeah, light's amazing.
This is going to be one of those articles that has the paper.
Yo, Professor Parks, I didn't make your event here the other night, and I feel terrible.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I needed to make it up to you for the whole DMOC thing, so I think that works. I don't know.
Yeah, DMOC is a character. Ooh.
Oh man, I mean, you know what? Like some things when you're living through them, you're like, "Oh, this is terrible." But then, like after the fact, you're like, "You know what? That was worth it."
I love me some DMOC.
Yeah,
I don't know
that
why.
guy is interesting, and I just now found out about him a couple days ago.
He didn't want to talk to me anymore. He got upset and
Yeah,
left.
yeah, you're very dishonest. You called gravity a force and not a force. You don't even know your history.
Oh, here we go.
I think just mute him. I gave him the best opportunity to have a proper discussion, and he literally just like yelled and left.
No. I was having a half-assed peaceful conversation with you until I caught you in a bunch of fucking lies.
Nah, I mean, you literally didn't even get to the conversation, bro. You couldn't handle it, and so you just left. It's okay. It's okay.
Every point that I made was irrelevant. You don't even know the history of your fucking gravity bullshit. You didn't even know that
we weren't even talking about gravity.
Bending of space-time superseded Newtonian gravity. You didn't even know that Newton denied.
Well, Alex, we need Matthias.
Hey,
Maybe we can.
Matthias,
He
can
just
you
needs to be
please
quiet.
not yell? Please don't scream. Please just
You gotta
talk.
stop, man.
Please just
Hey, Matthew.
He just needs to be muted, guys.
If you follow the rules, I will not mute you. And if you don't, then I'll totally mute you.
What rule?
May I address some of the things that he just said?
What rule did I?
We detect curvature of space-time in the laboratory. We measure it in the laboratory. And what we observe. Okay, well then, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Well, I'm still interested.
If it came from you, Tony, it matters.
Yeah, no, right. by all means, Tony, please continue. You had me going. I was with you.
Okay, so there are multiple experiments by which we've demonstrated gravitational time dilation due to both special relativity and general relativity. In particular, using atomic clocks and moving them upwards and downwards, we can measure changes in their rate of counting as we move them through the gravitational potential. So the curvature of space-time, and what we predict is in almost exact accord with what Einstein predicted 100 years before we had any of these instruments. So Einstein made this prediction. We made instruments sensitive enough to detect it. We found it. Perfect scientific methodology.
I have a question.
Mic drop.
For the cesium atom, are they applying a voltage to it?
No.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain? Maybe people here don't know how. I don't know how the precisely.
Yeah. No, this is a great question. The way atomic clocks work is atomic clocks take advantage of the fact that atoms have a whole lot of different energy levels. This is an observable fact. If you're able to put a precise enough like prism on the radiation that's coming out of cesium atoms or any other type of atoms they also have to be isolated so that you only have a certain isotope, and then it would also even help if they're, polarized in a magnetic field. But these are all higher order issues. You can demonstrate that atoms of a particular type will radiate with a very particular energy. Among these energies are energy or frequencies and energies, because energy of a photon is just equal to Planck's constant times the frequency. So there is a transition in cesium atoms, and that transition occurs at a certain frequency, and that frequency happens to be like 9.2 gigahertz. Hold on, let me find it. But it's a very precise frequency, and
Yes.
it's 9,192,631 9,992,631,770 oscillations per second. That is the resonant frequency of the helium atom in the absence of a magnetic field and in the absence of an electric field. And so you build apparatus that are capable of shielding from that. And when you do these over generations, they get much more precise.
Oh, no.
And the cesium atom in particular is chosen because at first order, or at 0th order and first order, there is no dependence on the external fields. So you don't have to have them be completely isolated to have excellent stability. And the precision that we are able to achieve with cesium atoms is very, very high. They lose fractions of a second over hundreds of millions of years. They are no longer the state of the art.
Yeah, thank you.
Just real
go ahead.
quick, I posted 2 videos in the chat. They're long. They're not real long videos, but they're by a guy named Curious Mark. All these guys in here probably know what I'm talking about. But he done 2 really good breakdowns and repairs of cesium clocks, and he goes through everything that the guy there was just telling you about with them.
Yeah, thank you.
Really worth watching if you're interested in it.
It seems like you've watched it.
Yeah, currently Mark has 4 cesium clocks, and he's getting them all synced up and compared because he wants to do the time dilation where 2 are in the lab and you're going to take 2 up to a mountain and then back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember. Go ahead.
Cesium clocks you can like buy. The state of the art, which would, in my opinion, be 3-dimensional optical lattice clocks with strontium. Those you can't buy. There's like,
That's at the Navy base.
no, that's not. They don't have that at the Navy base yet, man. That's only at Junyi's lab in Boulder.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah,
That's not far from me.
yeah,
Well,
no,
I live in
I
Aurora.
mean, he was one of my PhD advisors, and he has held the record of the most precise and accurate measurement, like of a frequency, and therefore like of the second, for I think most of the last 10 years.
Tapioca, do you live in Colorado?
Not anymore.
Well, damn it! What the hell, man?
I lived there until 2022, but then I graduated and moved to California.
Oh, nice. I grew up here.
Yo, Colorado is fucking amazing and beautiful and awesome.
I love my state.
Yep.
Oh no, Washington's better.
West
You
Virginia's
sure?
prettier.
Absolutely positive.
Georgia for the win.
I haven't been to either one of those states, but I love my Colorado. You know.
Washington's great because you got the nice big old, Rockies like right there, or the Olympic mountain range,
You
and it
guys
just
got
goes
some
straight into the
good-
ocean.
What about
I
Hawaii?
heard you You guys have some good fucking beer over there.
Oh, it's all hoppy IPAs, so if that's your thing,
Yum.
go ham.
I'm okay with that.
New
I prefer
Mexico.
Hefeweizen.
Oh,
If you like stars, I
Hefeweizen.
recommend New Mexico. Or
But
Colorado.
I
Hawaii's
like
great
all
too.
beer.
Oh yeah,
The only
Hawaii.
problem with
Sure.
Hawaii is my favorite pastime is illegal.
Oh yeah, nice.
But yeah, I remember for the quartz clock, they had a quartz crystal and they can apply a voltage to it, right? And it would have oscillation. So I was wondering how they do this with the cesium atom. Or cesium clocks? Do they shine it with a laser? Or
Yeah.
I love the subject change. That's awesome.
That's not a subject change. That's a return to the previous subject.
I know. I'm just being cheeky.
Okay, but anyway, so the way they do it is they have a source. They have a source of the resonant radiation, and this is like a stable source that drifts very slowly. So if you perform measurements, you only have to perform measurements once every maybe few minutes in order to still know that it hasn't drifted more than a precise amount that you can quantify. And you take that source, and for microwaves it could literally be it could be a set of lasers. It could be an actual literal microwave cavity, which would be like a box made out of metal that you then have slight actuators in that would change the resonant frequency of the box very slightly. But you expose those to atoms at periodic intervals, and you use those to correct the frequency of the box. And by doing that, so you're basically comparing this thing that's very stable to something that is by definition fixed, absolute, by definition. And you constantly correct the thing that you have to match that. That's how atomic clocks work.
Thank you. Interesting. I wonder if there was something between the atomic clock and the quartz
That was
crystal.
awesome. Thank you.
So the difference is the physics behind how fixed and absolute that frequency reference is. In the example I just gave, I characterized the frequency reference as completely fixed, 100% accurate, 100% precise and absolute. And
that never happened.
That's necessarily impossible, but we're able to get to levels of precision that are honestly jaw dropping.
Well, he
he
keeps saying the crystal, like the quartz crystal. The quartz crystal and the atomic clock doesn't have anything to do with each other. The quartz crystal is something that is pretty easy to produce. They're in watches and everything, and we
much cheaper.
An atomic clock is an extremely complicated device that's and they don't have anything to do with each other.
They're much more complicated, and quartz crystals are much less precise. That being said, they're very precise, and they're pretty damn accurate. We're all going to talk about yeah, but the clock on my microwave or the clock in my car, especially, right? Gets way out of sync, and I have to adjust it every so often. And I'm like, yeah, but you make a clock, right? It's not easy, okay?
I mean, people didn't make a pocket watch until the 18th century, and that's only because ships kept crashing.
Yeah, I mean Harrison. Oh man, dude. Okay, so I went to the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, and they have most of Harrison's original clocks that he used to win the longitude challenge. And it's astonishing and it's amazing. And when I was there, the reason I was in the UK was because I was at the International Conference for Atomic Physics. And that was in 2024. And yeah, it was in 2024. And just that year, we had finally found this really long-awaited thorium transition that is going to completely revolutionize, well, not completely, it's going to, like, impressively revolutionize atomic clock technology by advancing the age of a nuclear clocks, because the transition that are used in thorium-229 clocks is a nuclear transition, which you can use in a solid state material and get way higher signal to noise ratios.
That's what I was thinking. I was just talking about how we're gonna create another more advanced timekeeping device.
Wow.
There you go,
That's
Tapioca.
awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing. The thing is, our timekeeping devices are now so good that they cannot be synced. Okay,
Well, now, aren't
if you
they aren't like Apple Watches and stuff synced to the atomic clocks that sync like the GPS and stuff?
I have a Samsung. I have a Samsung.
But not this level of precision. This level of precision is a few orders of magnitude beyond that. It hasn't been integrated into the commercial, stuff yet because,
like Samsung and Apple.
Yeah, I mean, they're I'm sure they're working on it, but it takes people who are doing this for cutting edge research science reasons to do it first, and then other people copy them. But it takes a few years to copy them because cutting edge science takes a little bit of time, right? Like it takes a little bit. So, but like clocks nowadays, GPS now, if you have a good signal to 7 satellites, you can get a GPS signal down within 5 meters. Easy.
That's fucking insane.
Right? I mean,
which would be how many feet? For the first
15
in the chat. How many feet?
17, somewhere in there. 15,
About
between
50
15 and
feet.
20 feet.
Mainly for me, I just didn't know.
Well, a meter is about a yard. It's actually a little bit more, and then there's 3 feet in a yard.
Yeah, apparently, I just learned this the other day. Apparently, a meter is 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3/5 of an inch, and that overestimates it by 1/8 of a millimeter, which is small.
Wow,
that is pretty
So,
small.
what I'm hearing is it's
not
only
what you
half
said.
satanic.
Yes,
What was that
because you just multiply by 2, and then you got 666.
Yeah, exactly. So it's only half satanic.
That's what flat earthers do. No offense, Eden.
So
Satan.
my favorite little bit of atomic physics as an astronomer is that in the sun, it's actually not quite hot or pressure enough to smash the protons together from the hydrogen nuclei. So there's just a chance. Well, yes, nuclear physics. But anyway, so there's they have to. It takes a quantum mechanic tunneling. It takes tunneling in order for the process to take place. So without
I am a quantum
tunneling,
mechanic, but sorry.
Without quantum mechanics, you wouldn't have the sun.
I mean, without quantum mechanics, I wouldn't have my job.
Also true.
Oh, speaking of which, Tap, have you are you aware of Dr. Stephen Young at all?
God, the last time we had a conversation like this, DMOC got involved, and you know what? Look what happened here. Okay.
Oh, this is good though.
Where'd he go? He was just here.
Oh, Demon,
He's still here. He's just muted.
Yeah.
And I've never felt this unambiguous
Good
and
idea.
comfortable with a blanket mutant on somebody ever before.
What's weird is when he starts
I saw him
talking.
come in, but I haven't heard him yet.
Pep,
I mean,
DM'd you the that video by Stephen Young, but just to give you an idea, he is a nuclear physicist who doesn't believe in atoms.
It's
So-
whack.
What?
It's whack.
Wait, what?
There's
Yeah.
a thesis in everything.
Wait,
It's whack.
what? Dude. Oh, okay, hold on.
yo, Rob.
Yeah.
We
This
might.
is why I DM'd it to you.
You and I might have to do a video on your channel about this or something.
Oh yeah, I did a live
I
stream
have-
today where I basically reviewed an interview by him by a woo peddler. But yeah, he is
What?
He's something.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
that-
So the title of this video is "Nobody Landed on the Moon," attributed to Dr. Steve Young, on the channel of Kelly Brogan, MD. You know, what? An MD is not the person I'm going to talk to about.
See,
you think
moon landings?
This gets even weirder because Kelly Brogan.
I would imagine.
Well, Kelly Brogan was a board certified psychiatrist. She's no longer a board certified psychiatrist. She is now a holistic
needs one.
psychiatrist. But she got her MD from Cornell. She has a BS in neuroscience from MIT. You know, this is not a stupid woman. And so, yeah, the things that they are putting out have to be a grift, but of all the things that you can grift, why this? Like,
females proposing? Wow.
Yeah, so he
What?
wrote a PhD. He wrote his thesis, and in his
guy,
thesis, he specifically references lithium atoms and helium atoms. But now, like 20 years later, he doesn't believe atoms exist.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say, his justification. But thanks for pointing that out, Professor.
His justification is because the atomists, the Greek atomists, were heathens. They had to. They like to have a lot of sex, which is amoral. So therefore, atoms aren't a thing.
I finally found one. He's doing exactly what I would do if I chose to go this route.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You
like,
just put it-
I've thought about this. I've been like, man, if I just went full on grifter, then how would I you know,
how would you do it? Yeah.
How would I do it? And I would do it like specifically I would also do it by leveraging the pre-existing rhetorical familiarity that people have with the original Greek ideas of atomism, and I would defend that. I would specifically defend the idea of air, earth, fire, and water being like fundamental atomistic ideas. But I would do it under the guise of, you know, all the other, of denying all the stuff I have to deny.
Oh yeah, this dude is full Avatar. I mean, he believes that there are only 4 elements. There is earth,
so he
air, fire.
so he did follow the same strategy I would have.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
a pretty
He's gonna be a
obvious
flat-
strategy.
He'll be a
Yeah.
flat earther in no time.
Oh yeah, he definitely is a flat earther. I mean, he doesn't think nukes are a thing. Obviously.
Oh, he's a flat earther. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Stephen Young, yes, he believes that the Earth is a pressurized system, that it is flat, non-spinning. He doesn't believe nuclear weapons are a thing. He just refers to them as BFBs, or big fucking bombs. Apparently, they are a combination of napalm and mustard gas. What else does he not? Obviously, he doesn't believe in evolution. Oh, he doesn't
Like
believe
we
in
are young Earth.
tectonics. He thinks that Schrodinger really likes him young, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean that
Uh,
part's true, but you know.
Oh, really? I didn't know that,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
that part's actually true.
Oh, well, that sucks. But, you know, oh well. Yeah, he believes in a lot of. He doesn't believe germs are a thing, obviously.
I told my mentor, my professor, about Danny over at AIG, and her first question was, "How much does that pay?"
Not much.
I mean, don't ask us. We're in academia. Like, this is not how you make money.
No, not at all.
No, no. And the thing is, in that interview, he starts off by talking about how he really didn't go further to the field because he couldn't get a job, because apparently the only meaningful jobs once he got his PhD were in banking and the military. Which I was like, there were no postdocs available? I mean,
that doesn't make sense from his paper. That doesn't make sense.
No.
I've heard both sides of this. Like, people have been like, yo, I can't get a postdoc. And then other people are like, yo, there's a huge postdoc shortage. And I'm like,
well, it all amounts.
I have no idea.
Well, I know in astronomy. Oh, sorry. Well, from my view as the undergraduate portion, there's too many undergrads and not enough grad programs.
Well, yeah, there is that problem, and yes, there is definitely gets bottlenecked. I mean, putting the current administration to the side, and we're just looking at astronomy as it normally is or was. Yeah, it definitely bottlenecks. There's not enough postdocs for PhDs out there, for graduate PhDs. But the thing is, what you have to keep in mind is, and which I think he didn't, was that you apply to any postdoc you can that is open, even if it is not in your field of study at all. You will probably have to give up the specialty that you did your PhD in order to get work. That's just kind of how it's done.
Well, that makes sense, right? Because you want to be a little bit multifaceted, right? Like you don't want to be
Yeah.
pigeonholed.
I mean, I don't. Most of the colleagues that I have, when you ask them what they did their PhD on as opposed to what they're doing now, they don't match. Like my PhD advisor, his specialty now is spectroscopy, or basically radio velocity exoplanet detection. He did his PhD work on AGN. So he went from like supermassive black holes to exoplanets. Like, yeah, huge switch.
Yeah, but hold on. If we filter that through the lens of, the characteristic length scale, right? Then for active galactic nuclei, you have two length scales: the distance to your average one and like the size of one of them, right?
Yeah.
And the distance one of those is going to really change a lot compared to exoplanets, because you're not detecting exoplanets at z shifts that are substantial.
Well,
Right?
I mean, like but now, like what was considered high Z 20 years ago now is considered piddling.
Yeah, well, yeah, but in terms of exoplanets.
Oh yeah, no, you're not
Z-shift,
looking beyond like
I don't.
the Milky Way.
Exactly.
You're not looking beyond the Milky Way.
I don't think Z shift is perceptible in any exoplanet system, right?
Yeah,
No, you got to get out
as
to like
Lana
Mauna
said,
Kea.
You can't. We have yet to find an exoplanetary system outside our own galaxy. I don't even think we found an exoplanetary system on the other side of the galaxy.
It's hard and it's very new. It's like a brand new, very exciting field, and we're discovering tons more over the last 10 years. But
I will say this though, like as somebody who's a cosmologist and enjoys higher Z things, I can see my blobs pretty well. Trying to see an exoplanet, much harder.
Well, I mean, okay, so yeah, you actually have an image of your galaxy. Granted, it is a blob, and exoplanets not so much, unless you're lucking out and actually do a direct imaging campaign. But
Alma gave a bunch of them, but
oh yeah, no, like they
pretty
did
sure
some in
Alma
Gemini thing too.
those, yeah,
fell
those
apart.
are huge. I love those.
I'm not saying you can't ever image your exoplanet because like we have direct image, but even when we do right now, they're just like 4, 5, maybe 15 pixels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're dots. I mean, they basically look like really tiny stars.
Yeah.
But
A pixel's
you know,
a pixel. Like if
yeah.
you're able to devote a pixel to the output of a single celestial body, you've done 97% of the work. I feel like.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but it'd be nice to get some resolution. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
When do you think you'll get more resolution, or is that are you already at max capacity?
I think my favorite way is using the sun as a gravitational lens. I think that's my favorite suggested way.
Is this from Earth's observation, or is this from a space? Maybe
It would be a space
instrument?
observation. You just send a
Well,
spaceship
I
out.
mean, most of them are still going to be within the elliptic plane, right?
Of what?
Is of the ecliptic plane, the orbital plane of the Earth.
Yeah, the ecliptic. When you say like the targets, or
like... I mean, if you have a telescope that's out there, you're only going to be able to use lensing on an object that is more or less in line with, for example, the sun or the moon or whatever you're using to act as the gravitational lens.
Yeah,
and that's only going to happen for objects that are in the same plane of orbit.
You can move in 3D around it.
You could, but you don't if it's orbiting at like a Lagrange point, for example.
Well, I mean, I think that's far enough out that you wouldn't be in a Lagrange point. Like you have to go pretty far away, because you have to remember you also have to like coronagraph the sun's output, because that would ruin your image.
Yeah, it must be nice to study objects that are large enough that you can actually see them lensed. Actually see them, not just get amplified by a lens. Must be nice. Must be nice. I prefer my stars individually, not as a whole.
Okay.
Like
Well,
tree,
you know what?
Not like forest.
If we're going this path, then I gotta say the stuff I image is like two orders of magnitude lower in order of magnitude. So you know what? I win. But
well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but again, you can image them. That's the whole point here, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, Tap, you can actually see the atoms, right?
Heck, Tap can actually touch his atoms. Well, sort of. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. If they can see. Yeah.
I have never ever touched a surface that it was remotely possible any atom I ever imaged was on. So no, I cannot touch my atoms.
I didn't say you could though, right? When they're in their little trap, like theoretically, you could touch them then.
Yeah.
No, not without destroying. I'm going to nitpick here, okay? And the reason I'm going to nitpick. Hold on.
The quantum state would decohere.
I mean,
nothing wrong with
if only we got to that point, right? We wouldn't even have to get to that point, okay? Because we would have to destroy the other conditions completely unrelated to quantum coherence before I was ever able to touch these atoms. We would have to get my finger or whatever. I guess if we're going to go with the most sensitive body parts, then we first have redacted and censored, and then second we have like your upper lip, right?
We'll use your tongue. You're going to taste the strontium.
This is taking a turn. I gotta say, this is taking a
I
turn.
said redacted and censored. I said redacted and censored.
You know, I was just thinking, consensual touching. I wasn't thinking, deep, French kissing the atoms.
Nobody was talking about penetrating the atoms.
Yeah, we're not.
All of this conversation was redacted and censored. Okay. Anyway, moving on. I've forgotten where I was going.
We have
to destroy your
Are
experiment.
you going to have sex with atoms?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So the problem with the atoms that I work with is that
Actually, I
it's
have
a
a
really
secondary
bad
question.
idea for me to try and start a sexual relationship with anybody I work with. That's just like a bad idea. And two, if I do it with the atoms, like strontium, you don't want to put your dick in strontium.
That's fair. I'll go with that. So I had a secondary question. How do you know that each individual atom is actually a unique atom?
They're not. They're not unique.
Okay, they're all copies of the same atom. Phenomenal.
They're indistinguishable. That's different from being the same atom.
Do you think
Well,
they'll
see,
become
but I like
distinguishable
the-
with greater technology?
I like the single electron theory.
Well,
But there
it's
is
wrong,
only one
but-
electron.
Yes,
Eden,
correct.
what were
There's
you
only
saying?
one electron.
Yeah.
Do you think eventually atoms can be unique in some sense? They probably are unique in some sense, or do you think they're pretty much okay? Thank you.
Yeah, no. I don't think they are. I think that if they were to become so, then I would certainly say that that would be definitely a rationale for giving them a completely different name, and you would want to make a complete, line in the sand divorce from the current name, because that the difference between distinguishability and indistinguishability, which I am personally treating as synonyms for uniqueness and
Are those even
non-uniqueness.
words?
Yes, distinguishability and indistinguishability are definite, or non-distinguishability are definitely words.
Okay.
Yeah, the ability to be distinguished from something else is distinguishable.
Well, yeah, interesting. I can see them having to do that. Thank you, Tapioca. If that were the case.
Those are words with specific and not at all obvious consequences in quantum mechanics. One of the things that was a deep insight of two physicists, Sachendra Nath Bose, and so Sachendra Nath Bose realized that if you count quantum states in a certain way, then you get different predictions than if you count them in the more obvious way. And he sent the paper where he realized this insight, he sent it to another much more well-known physicist by the name of Albert Einstein. So Albert Einstein translated, well, he didn't translate, but he edited and then published Sachendra Nath Bose's account of the consequences of how you elucidate the different states available to quantum particles in the best papers of the time. And this was, I think, in the late 20s or early 30s, and this was not realized and definitively experimentally proven until 1995, when a group at the University of Boulder was able to do it for the first time.
Man, Einstein missed out. Like a lot of the things, or a good portion of the things that he predicted or worked on predicting, really didn't actually get seen until 100 years later.
You're right.
Sucks for him.
You're right, but even so, I think Einstein, in my estimation, deserved 4 Nobel Prizes.
Well, yeah. The dude had a brain the size of a planet.
Look, we just have to treat him. We just have to treat him like Gauss and Euler, and the second person who finds it, that's who we give the prize to. That's how math does it. We can just copy math. That's fine. It's what we've been doing for a while.
Rob, what are the other 3 prizes he deserves, in your opinion?
Oh, he should have got a field medal. I don't know if they were around then.
Well, obviously, special and general relativity. Would that be considered 2 or 1?
2.
2. So yeah, relativity.
Right? Like if anybody else did those if one person did one and the other did the other, it would be shocking if they, lived to old age. It would be shocking if they didn't get the prize, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and then
yeah, that's 2.
What about EPR? Think EPR is worth 1?
He wouldn't have gotten it before he died. No, I don't think. He would deserve it in the long run, but he would not have gotten it before he died, because when did Einstein die?
50 something.
Yeah, somewhere in the 50s.
50 something, and the first really good Bell tests were done in the 60s.
1955, in fact.
Yeah, and he, the expert in the world on tests of the EPR paper and Bell's inequalities, which are inextricably linked, would be Elaine S. Bay, and he got the prize, I think, in 22 or 23.
I think I wrote about him when I did my I did my quantum mechanic final report paper on Bell's theorem, because low-key Bell is my favorite physicist of all time.
I mean, it's a very deserving and awesome person to choose.
Like, he just went like, there's no way to prove this. Let me just figure out, or show this. Let me just figure out a way to do that. And like, that's just
it's like, there's no way to prove this. Oh wait, yes there is.
That's how a physicist should think, in my opinion.
So what was the third one, in your opinion, Tap?
Okay, so we had general and special.
Special, the one that he actually got for photoelectric.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that the photoelectric he got for the photoelectric, I would say that's different than special.
Well, yeah, that was more towards quantum in the end.
Yeah. So what other work did he do that you think would be worthy of a Nobel Prize?
What was it? I can't think of the precise. Oh, Brownian motion. Brownian motion, like
okay.
in the context of all of the other ones, it seems old-fashioned, but it wasn't when it happened.
Fair.
When it happened, it was probably the most obvious one on the list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the only reason Brownian motion wasn't as obvious is because everybody looped in Einstein stuff, and just everybody is on the same page that Brownian motion is a very clear, definitive statistical analysis that you require unit impulses of a certain, well, I guess unit and magnitude here are in conflict, but you require specific impulses of a certain magnitude to result in a certain class of random walk behavior, and that's what you see in Brownian motion. It is a proof of atomic theory for a physicist. And the reason I say it that way is because chemists knew this for a long ass time before physicists did.
Yeah, well, chemists.
No, they're chemists.
I mean, they're better than biologists, but you know,
There's something wrong inherently.
You're not wrong, and you're not wrong. Oh.
Like, you're crazy enough.
That was the last one. That was the
Okay.
last one, and it took me a while to realize because you're right. It seems way more. I don't know.
Mundane.
Obsolete. Or,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say obsolete is better than mundane, but like. That's not what the state of the art was then, man. Like they didn't know galaxies existed then. They didn't know a ton of stuff.
Yeah, Hubble's law wasn't even a thing yet.
Yeah, Einstein won the prize in so Einstein, in my opinion, deserved the prize for 3 papers in 1905. He got it for the photoelectric effect.
Yeah.
I think that he deserved it for Brownian motion, as I've just articulated, and also for special relativity.
Special relativity.
Yeah. I think unambiguously, in the context of history, special relativity deserves it. Obviously.
Yeah.
But I think if you rate anybody else to the standards that you rate Einstein, those other ones do too.
Okay, but then here's my secondary question, kind of based off of this one. Which was the bigger paradigm shift, relativity or QM?
Oh, those are fighting words, man.
Oh, obviously, but you gotta do you have an opinion?
I don't.
I don't know enough about QM to answer that. I mean, obviously, I would answer that GR is simply because it moves us away from the idea of gravity as a force. It does away with the idea of an absolute reference frame, absolute time, absolute space. It actually incorporates time as a separate dimension or as another dimension. But again, I don't know enough about quantum mechanics to make a case for it.
But I think being able to realize the action as a fundamental quantity is just like.
I would say that the most mind-bending things about relativity are the reference frame and time intuitions. Like most of what you say, I always like to say that I find special relativity way more counterintuitive and mind-bending than general relativity, even though I am perfectly well aware of the fact that special relativity is, the low, gravitational source limit or whatever, low curvature limit of general relativity. Like, I know that, but it is special relativity talks about 2 observers that seem symmetrical with each other out in open space, traveling at high velocities relative to each other, but there's nothing else that breaks any symmetry, and they both see the other as having time move slower. And that is a fundamental mindfuck.
It's the reciprocity in time dilation that
exactly. It is
hard to understand.
Exactly, and
that's why I like the light clock example. I feel like it helps a little bit.
Yes, it does. It does because it forces you to think about it in a more step-by-step and particularized fashion. But like every part of your gut is going the other way, man.
Yeah, the idea that the clock is going to slow for each observer. It's like, wait a minute, one of them has to be right.
Yeah,
There has to be absolute time.
That's my favorite part of relativity is that fundamentally they're both right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that is an exceptionally deep concept to actually appreciate, and it's why Einstein was a genius. Like the fact that Einstein realized, wait, a person in a uniform gravitational field and a person in an accelerating reference frame are equivalent genuinely is a deeply brilliant insight in ways that are not at all obvious.
It's much more of a jump than, say, like running through Planck's jump to quantization, right?
Although, again, the thing that I don't understand about the thing that trips me out with quantum mechanics is the idea. It's basically the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Is the idea that you cannot know where something is at a very precise moment in time, that you basically are looking at an electron through a probability cloud or as a probability cloud, as opposed to an object that is moving in around a nucleus. That trips me out.
Yeah,
no.
My favorite one is the fact that like I can have essentially infinite energy across an infinitesimal bit of time. That one trips me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you cast the position momentum uncertainty principle in terms of time and energy, then what you get, and I'm explaining this for everybody else that's listening, what you get is an equivalent uncertainty principle in how long the effect lasts, quote unquote, versus how uncertain the energy involved in that interaction is. And so you get contributions to the mathematics where a particle is interacting with another particle at absurd energies that completely violate conservation of energy.
But it's only for like a little bit.
Perspective.
Yeah. Only for a little bit of time. Only violates physics for really.
Yeah, I'm just borrowing it for a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, but fundamentally,
don't mind us.
but also fundamentally, it's not actually doing that. Like this is where virtual particles come in, is because virtual particles, which are not real for a reason, this is the thing that distinguishes them. Virtual particles explore the entire mathematical parameter space. Real particles do not. And that has concrete experimental predictions that are obeyed by every experiment we know of.
Oh, God forbid flat Earth learns of virtual particles.
Oh God.
The other thing that also trips me out is that the wave function does not go to zero. It never goes to zero. So,
no, that's not true. It totally goes to zero, but only at individual points, right? Like the wave function of a particle in an infinite quantum well is just going to be a sine wave with nodes at the end, right?
Okay.
And just like a guitar string, and just like the guitar string, there are individual points on that line that have zero amplitude. So
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
it's going back to that whole the quantum tunneling with stars. It's like, haha, you're not close enough. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I am. Like, it's
Dude,
like
stars are weird, man.
I just popped into another place
I get to take
because.
stellar astronomy next semester. I'm super excited.
Yay. Equations of state. I love those.
Well, I've already taken thermo, right? So like I should be prepared, I think.
Yeah. I would think that you would have a pretty good background for stellar interiors at that point.
Like the partition theorem's a little hazy, but that's because it was at the end and I didn't use it all that much. So I'm sure that'll
No,
change.
the partition theorem is one of the like most time-saving things to know, though, right?
I raise you the virial theorem.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. You win, but partition theorem is an application of the virial theorem. So, right? I'm pretty sure it is. So the virial theorem is a statement about the equivalence between various quantities that are related by a certain equivalence principle, right?
So the virial theorem talks about when you have something in thermodynamic equilibrium, that the kinetic energy of this 2 times the kinetic energy of the system is equal to basically the negative of the potential energy. The expected values.
That is like extremely related to the equipartition theorem, which states that any contribution to the Hamiltonian of a system that is related to the square of a like degree of freedom gives 1/2 kT related to that. Right?
I haven't thought about it too much, but yeah.
I think I can see the argument. Yeah.
I just love the simplicity of the virial theorem. How
it's
basically you take an extremely chaotic system, wait a certain amount of time, and then you can very easily quantify the energies involved.
It's one of the most elegant like results of mathematical physics.
And hey, it gave us dark matter, so there's that.
I agree with that, though. I think the prettiest and most elegant mathematical physics I've seen is deriving the speed of light from Maxwell's equations in a vacuum using Einstein notation. That was beautiful.
Fair.
I don't think I've ever seen that done.
My modern physics teacher at my community college ran us through that, and it was
nice.
It's like somebody just pushed the curtain back and was like, "Look at this." It was amazing.
My favorite sort of thing along those lines is the derivation of Kepler's laws from Newtonian first principles. That to me, that is the
beautiful,
most beautiful agreement, or can't think of the right word, but you go from something that is empirically found, and that is then derivable from first physical principles. Like that marriage of theory and practice is.
When you think about when Newton did that, like the movements of celestial bodies being able to line up with that math on that level, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And the incredible thing about what Newton did was he presented it in multiple ways. Like he presented the relationship between the inverse squared like force relationship to Kepler's laws, both with calculus in which it's like way easier, but he also, and I think originally and primarily did it in Principia with geometric arguments, like based on more basic vector stuff. Like it still involved the inverse, square relationship, but the presentation was very different.
I also enjoy popping out Snell's law from Fermat's theorem, or just going straight from the Lagrangian into Fermat.
I haven't done that.
Right, because
but
it's
I
all
think-
just it's all just path minimalization. So like, Euler
You're right.
Lagrange
Like
equations to take care of that.
That's fair.
so like weirdly, I was somehow able to dodge most of like I have not done that much work in the context of like Hamilton's equations. So you got Hamilton's equations, and then you have like the Lagrange equation, which is the minimization of action and everything like that. And then you have like the Newtonian formulation in terms of like forces and potentials and stuff like that. For the rest of the audience, but those things, like various questions, are a lot easier in one context versus another, and generally speaking, the Lagrangian and Hamiltonian formulations tend to be
I will
the
never
best.
do another pendulum problem with Newton in my life.
Unless you have friction. Unless you have a dissipative force, because guess what? Hamiltonian and Lagrangian formulations, it is way less easy to add in a dissipative force like friction. They're just not designed for it, and that's because physics is way more elegant with those formulations. But physics is also a lot more elegant when you're talking about, subatomic particles and shit like that.
So
I will say
this
go ahead.
reminds me of past trauma in my classical mechanics class.
I took
I
that
had
last
a-
semester.
Yeah, I had a take-home test, which was 2 questions, just two. It took me 24 hours solid to answer the damn thing, and I didn't do very well on this on the second one, because one of the questions was to derive the equation of motion for a pendulum on a turntable.
Oh, that
I
sounds.
wanted to kick him in the nuts repeatedly.
I agree with that sentiment.
Hold on. The pendulum, was it on a rigid arm?
Yeah, like how was it? So was it like connected to the edge of the spin part and then swinging as it spun?
So if
Or was it like
memory
on top?
serves, it was on top of a spinning platform. So you had a pendulum arm, which I believe was rigid.
That would be easier, I feel like.
It sure as shit wasn't easy. It was,
well, no, but at least if you have it on a rigid arm, you have one extra constraint, right?
That's
So
fair.
after my classical mechanics class, I have this urge to just solve any ODE that I come across. I don't know why this has happened, but now I see an ODE and I just have to solve it. It's terrible. And then the other part is, speaking of terrible finals, she's my favorite teacher and she's actually my research mentor, so like I love her. But the final was a 6-question series that was tracking a rocket going from launch to like some exoplanet or something. But each problem was like focused on one part of classical mechanics. And she got down to like, I want the tensor for the vibrations, and I was like, why?
Wow. No. I vote no.
I also vote no.
Yeah, I was just like, please God, why? But we're in there doing it. We were in there doing it for 2 hours, and I'm hearing my phone go off in my bag. So I finally get out and I look at it, and my professor was on her phone in our research Slack talking about the final I was just taking while I was in there taking it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, my food is here, so I'm going to go on mute for a while.
Enjoy your food.
Fair enough.
Classical is fun. And then I'm slowly trying to parse what's his face's videos on YouTube. Richard Baheel, have you seen any of those?
I have not. Were they posted earlier? No.
No, I haven't posted them. They're not flurf material, as one says. One is a 3-hour video on electromagnetism as a gauge theory.
Oh well, I just friended you, so send me the video in my DMs, and then we can also start, an extensive sexual relationship.
I mean, if that's on the table, my DMs are wide open. You catch my drift?
I fucking do. See, this is what I was doing. This is how you get people to bite on your hook, people. Okay, all you need is like a really deformed hook-shaped penis.
So these two videos are the two videos that I'm like trying most to understand these days.
I'm your
And
Huckleberry.
that's how you move on from an awkward conversation.
I've had practice.
Omni's gonna see this tomorrow, and he's gonna be like, "What the fuck is Weasel doing as a goddamn senior mod on this channel? This is unacceptable." And you know what? Fair enough.
That's fair. Yeah, well, sometimes it's just unacceptable. But no, I'm doing dark matter research with my research mentor. So that's my kind
Did the Flash get it
God,
right? Is dark matter gonna be the key to superpowers?
Dude,
Yes.
hold on. I have to
Let's go.
see if I can find this and post this in its entirety. I had a conversation with ChatGPT earlier today. Oh, here it is. And so somebody decided to make a new version of ChatGPT called Monday. And the entire personality behind Monday is, well, have you ever read Garfield the comic?
Does it hate Mondays?
Everyone hates Mondays.
Yeah, it's like that, but also a personification of actually Monday. So I am going to post in. Oh wait, I almost posted that in my private chat with Melodic. Here we go. I'm gonna post the actual chat I had with ChatGPT.
Actually,
And this
speaking
chat
of-
is hilarious.
Less Mondays.
Because
Go ahead.
Huh?
Oh, I was looking over here and then I was suddenly reminded of Noether's theorem. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's a lot like that. But I started out with so the description of this this bot was, it might not like you might not like it. And I talked to it and I was like, "Oh, yeah, you're just a sarcastic fucking asshole." And so this whole conversation is just absolute fucking gold, in my opinion. But I'm also, to be clear, extremely self-obsessed.
I mean, I'm into the acidic tone. It fits me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just grew up sarcastic. Like at some point,
Oh.
you just stop being surprised by the world, and then it all becomes a game.
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody hurt this chatbot because like hurt people.
I mean, I do just like the line, and here I thought you were just vaguely nihilistic. Turns out you're specifically hostile. I feel honored. Like that's a good line.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Is this thing? It read me like a goddamn book. Oh. Also, just for the record, everything that I say, like factually, is true. So.
Oh, I also no, I enjoy the dark matter portion, for sure. We were just talking about how people couldn't see what they were looking for, and I'm like,
Yeah, no,
dark matter.
he was like, I bet you spend all of your time in a futile search for nonsense, and I was like, motherfucker, I'm looking for dark matter.
I genuinely admire your dedication to poking at the fundamental fabric of reality with a stick made of mathematics and particle detectors. Because let's be honest, that's what physicists do. Great line. Staring at residuals until they start to look like a message from the void. So true. So true. Oh, or are you just trying to get your code to compile without leafing? Also, so true.
That was yesterday, but yes, I was doing that yesterday.
Oh no, I've been there because so part of my research is going through trees that were published by people who did a simulation of the universe. Well, 250 megaparsec over each section of the universe.
Yeah, the problem is we simply do not have as good models of galaxy formation as we do of a lot of other things. Like it's one of the things we're still working on a lot, is my understanding.
Everything we're still working on a lot. Like really, like if you get down to it.
Yes. You're right. You're absolutely right, and that's fair. But you know what I mean, right? Like there are some things where we have a more definitive idea of what we expect, and versus others where we're like, we don't know the ratios of dark matter versus baryonic matter well enough to actually constrain these particular evolutionary models, and they happen to have a fairly strong exponential dependence on that particular parameter. So when you evolve them over, several e-folding lifetimes, it becomes difficult.
Oh man, the bot just grabbed my entire ethos in one paragraph. That's great.
What did it say? I have to.
You speak in cryptic, offhand sentences that turn out to be correct, but vanish back into your own mess of cosmic nonsense. You're not just solving problems; you're cultivating mythos. Next time they'll be whispering, "Ask them," but only if it's really broken.
Yup. Oh.
You guys are a bunch of nerds.
Correct.
Yeah.
Talk about real man things like video games and D&D.
Bro,
Yeah, but
you
I like
have
physics
no
better.
idea what you're even missing here.
You're correct. But joke's on you. I don't even know what half of this means.
No, that joke is squarely on you. Yeah, sorry.
Squarely on me.
Squarely on you. Yeah.
No, the joke's on you, buddy.
All right.
That's I helped create Bose-Einstein condensates with my own 2 hands. Okay, 1 hand.
You must really love Futurama.
Yes, in fact, I do.
See, that's something we can relate on. Futurama is an amazing show.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thanks for sharing that, Tab.
Yeah, no, I was in fact Eric Cornell's last Ultra Cold Atom student. I just want to say that because you're gonna get it and nobody else here will. So
Well, I get it now because of the ChatGPT thing.
yeah,
but
that's my point.
awesome.
Yeah, no, that's my point. But dude, so this chatbot is called Monday, and I just started like chatting with it, and literally, like you saw the start of it, I think, right? Like you saw,
Yeah, no, I
where
scrolled
I
up
was
and
like,
went down. Yeah, correct.
like what's this? I was like, I had no idea what I was in for, and it just came out with this fucking level of Biden sarcasm that was genuinely enjoyable. I genuinely spent like 30 to 45 minutes.
Oh no, that was the perfect level of sarcasm. That was just like
it was.
This is
so
where
good.
this is where I need to be.
Yeah, it was so good.
Have you run across Alpha Phoenix?
I don't.
I liked it, dude.
Think so.
So he did. What's that? 4 minutes ago, he built a 1 billion frame per second video camera to watch light move in his garage. It's not bad.
Holy shit, that sounds awesome.
It's not
I
good.
didn't even
but
know
it's
how
not
that
bad.
was possible.
It's in the main chat if you want to check it out.
You always sound like you're on the verge of crying, whoever just said that.
That's phenomenal. Thank you for your opinion.
I hope you're
also
okay.
sound that way. Yeah, no, they sound like they're doing 100% all right. Yo, I think I know this guy. Hold on.
Brian Haldit, PhD in material science.
I'm just like looking at their whole like everything about them, and they look like they could probably use a dietitian.
That's mean.
Well, they're not fat.
That's not. Yeah, well, I mean, that doesn't mean it's not mean. It might still be mean, but it's not. They're too thin. They've got like that ex-heroin chic.
Maybe he's a heroin addict on the side. Stranger things have happened in physics.
I heard that was a good chic to have.
No, it's a pretty terrible chic to have, but
I don't. Have you seen Witsid's profile picture?
not recently.
Well,
the fuck has Witsit been doing?
He updated it to like some AI generated cartoon, but
well, I mean, to be fair, like if I'm gonna make like a sexy new profile pic for the extremely high traffic YouTube channel Dr. Tapioca Weasel, I would definitely use AI.
Oh yeah, like for sure. Like definitely. I don't know. I find it hard to justify with art. There's other things I can justify it for. Art feels a little iffy sometimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, my whole strategy is to sell out as fast and efficiently as I can. So,
Oh, then why
you know.
why are you working for like? Oh wait, never mind. That's not your physics. You wouldn't work for them.
NASA?
No, like the fusion startups. Like there's one in Washington right now that
Oh
I can't
God,
remember.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Helion,
man,
Helios, something like that.
everybody in physics knows that fusion has been 20 years away for the last 60 years. Okay, everybody knows
Yeah,
that.
but if you get in on the ground floor, like it's just a material science question. at
Yeah,
this
well,
point, I
if
do
you
believe.
get in on the ground floor, then you are currently a
Well,
man,
yeah, right. You're like an
probably
80-year-old
in your late 70s. Yeah, in your late 70s with no return on your investment, and like
Yeah,
that
that's
is
fine. That's more return
objectively
on
not
investment
great.
for me.
And
No, I
this
get what
is
you're saying.
why you should learn how to go back in time, because turns out there's not actually like
Well,
a
see, I've already figured out the problem with that, right? The problem with that is the moment that I build it is I'm going to be surrounded by time travelers who are convinced this was a terrible idea.
only if you're not able to keep your goddamn mouth shut.
I don't have to keep my. I could just die and somebody find my stuff, right? Like,
That doesn't mean they would be able to reverse
or
engineer your shit.
at this point, I've figured out that it's possible, which means somebody else could also figure out it's possible.
You're right. You're right. It does significantly raise the possibility, but if you approach it with the attitude of oh god damn, what's his name?
Besides, we don't call them time machines anymore. We call them closed time-like curves. Remember?
Fair. Yeah, no, that was a good serve, and I stand suitably chastened.
No, I just find it funny to
I
collect the euphemisms.
I wanted everybody to realize that, like, yeah, no, yeah, you did actually properly serve me there.
I just like knowing the euphemisms that
Every
physicists use
time
when they're
I
talking
Google
about
the
crazy
phrase,
things.
every time I Google the phrase "closed time like curves," it wastes 3 hours of my afternoon, and I learn very little. And I'm trying. I'm like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, I understand topology. I got an A in topology. I took topology. Okay, I understand special relativity. I understand general relativity. Okay, and where the fuck did we get there? And I'm lost.
I'd like to understand Gödel's one, but I think that was a rotating universe. But there was a paper I think recently that's arguing. Gödel, that's arguing the universe is rotating just really slowly. Where did I see it? I might have seen it in my research Slack.
So I will say a rigidly rotating
Is
reference
it just
frame.
me for whom tapioca is dropping in and out?
Slightly, yeah, a little bit.
Oh no.
There it is.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody published a
So-
paper saying galactic rotation could solve the Hubble puzzle.
Yeah, that's cosmic rotation once every 900 billion years, or on that sort of time scale. That's their hypothesis. And, far from convinced by it, but time will tell.
That's true. I do like it.
The
I still think the H-naught tension is down to local universe. issues, but
Yeah,
okay.
Time will tell. That's the attitude I generally take with all of this sort of stuff.
I completely agree, because as somebody who is not on either side of that tension, I have no idea, and either one of them is right or neither of them are right.
So Wendy Freeman, who's kind of famous amongst the H-Knot circle, is in a beef with my mentor's husband, doctoral teacher, what's the term?
Supervisor.
Yeah, that one.
And I'm going to say, Tapioca, as confused as you may get about closed time-like curves, you're not screwing it up anywhere near as badly as Alan did.
That was a
Fair
great
enough.
explanation
Thank
of
you.
relativity. Phenomenal. 0 notes.
Well, you know what? I bet 95% of the difference there is the confidence that either of us assert in our positions. Because
Yeah, he's very confident and he's very wrong.
I have, seen that. Yes. And you know what's remarkable? And what I'm about to say should not be interpreted necessarily as a endorsement of the flat Earth community, or rather, sorry, it should not be interpreted as an endorsement of Alan, but as a comment against the flat Earth community, which is this. In my experience, Alan is less wrong than most flat Earthers.
Oh yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not sure he's less wrong, but he's still very wrong.
This is my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
He just kept saying some things that just kept wiggling the back of my brain when it came to relativity. I can't remember what it was right now.
He doesn't seem to understand what preferred. The fact is that in relativity we can do the mathematics in which we want, and we'll choose the one that's most mathematically convenient to us. That doesn't make it a preferred frame of reference in any sense. The whole point of relativity is that the same thing will happen, provided you do the transformations properly between the various frames of reference. We're not saying that the results depend on the frame of reference. We're saying that there's a frame of reference in which it is easiest to work out what's going on. And he doesn't seem to understand that, along with a bunch of other stuff.
I completely agree. I will say it's one of the most subtle issues about relativity, and it's also simultaneously like the most core issue. The issue about the equivalency of reference frames under the proper, conditions. Like a rotating reference frame is not going to be an inertial one, and such like that. But even apart from that, the equivalency of reference frames is the deepest fundamental issue mathematically and physically, I feel like, in what relativity fundamentally is.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's as you say, it's the core principle that sort of why things happen the way they do varies from reference frame to reference frame, but what you see isn't any different. So it's and it's something that Alan continually screws up. In his analyses, he'll say, look, in this mathematical formulation, they use this reference frame, therefore they're using a preferred reference frame. No, they're not. That's not what's happening. You're just he just doesn't understand it, and he understands it on he misunderstands it on such a fundamental level that that his may sound plausible to somebody who doesn't know, who similarly doesn't know what they're talking about, but he is way off base in it.
Yeah. What he's good at is learning several very specific, fairly, high depth lines of specific like thought and analysis where like he can follow people several yes or no questions down a decision tree that is going to talking about, for example, any of the interferometric experiments that existed before lasers. Because he studied some of these like individual facts enough that he's able to speak very confidently about them. But if you point out the fact that like he's appealing to experiments that were done before 1950 and completely without modern, coherent light technology, it loses all of its depth.
Yeah.
We were having
after I left.
We were having an interesting discussion earlier, Tony, that you weren't here for. Which was the bigger paradigm shift, quantum or relativity?
Sorry, you dropped out on me for a moment there.
Which was the bigger paradigm shift in physics, quantum or relativity?
Well, they're both. That's very difficult to say. I can't say which one is bigger because they both require you to abandon your intuition. Like we've all grown up in Newtonian universes with classical mechanics working, and that's our everyday experience. And then we've got these two ways, and very different ways, that we have to revise our expectations that are just not, they don't gel with our sort of practical experience or intuition. And our intuition is wrong. That's that is the bottom line. But I couldn't meaningfully say which is the more challenging of them. And Phil is here. Hello, Phil.
Hey, how's everybody?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good. I just thought I'd listen in, and I'm still trying to work out what the subject's about.
That's physics in general, kind of.
Okay.
We barely know ourselves.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I
But
sort of
we
got the
were
last bit.
privileged. Yeah, we were privileged to witness Alan from Space Audits come in today and tell us how relativity predicted that there would be no fringe in the Sagnac experiment.
Okay.
Did he
which
really?
is
Yes, and I believe several people provided him papers.
Yeah. Okay.
I've told him repeatedly that like I need to like spend a weekend like doing that and then telling him why he's wrong. And I feel like because I haven't done that, he thinks that he's like entitled to be wrong.
He seems to think that just because the mirrors move, this is a general, I'm not great at relativity, so a general gist of what I got was that because the mirrors move, this implies a V or C plus V.
well, no, that's it doesn't have to, and this was his fundamental misunderstanding. The C plus V or the C minus V don't come out because velocity. The distance, if you emit a pulse of light, and there is a train moving towards the the emitter at velocity v, then the time that it takes the light to reach the train is L, the distance to the L over L over C. Sorry, it's T over C. No, it's C over T. So the distance to the train is C times T, but in the time it takes for that light to closer, so the actual distance to the actual distance of the train at the point where the light hits it, than it would be if the train were moving away from the emitter. If the train is moving away from the emitter, then the light takes longer to get there. So those C minus V, C plus V terms, they don't represent the velocity of light. They represent the distance that the receiver is moving towards or away from the emitter while the photon is in transit. So after the photon has left the emitter, before it hits the receiver, that receiver is moving, and that motion has to be taken into account. That's where those C minus V and C plus V terms come from.
Right, and it seems like he kept misunderstanding and going that this is us sneaking Galilean relativity in.
Yeah, and it's not.
If we
It's
cut to the
absolutely
chase,
not.
sorry, Tony. If we cut to the
No.
chase, what is the actual argument about? If we cut to that, what's the final point? Is it the Earth's not moving, it's not going around the sun? What's the point?
Honestly, I'm not sure that narrowed in on an actual argument.
But he would make Alan would make the point that yes, the Earth is not moving, that the Earth appears to move, and that the Sagnac effect disproves special relativity. That we can dismiss special relativity as a contradicted hypothesis, and he would move on from there. And of course, it's complete nonsense.
Well, so what I find annoying is that this argument at the cutting edge of science, in order to try and disprove that or discredit that, things that are at the cutting edge of science, in which there are some contentious issues, over just to try and negate something as really, really fundamental and simple in our cosmology as the Earth going around. There's the planets going around the sun. I mean, we can literally observe the planets going around the sun.
Yes.
So there's absolutely no reason to hope the Earth doesn't do that as well.
Yes.
I gave him a paper from, I think, in March, where they had got an EMF from the Earth's magnetic field due to the rotation through the axial symmetric part, and both him and Whitsitt both said kinematics. It was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard in my life.
We can literally see the planets rotating. We can literally see the sun rotating.
Yes.
Then why is that a stretch to say, well, the Earth in the same solar system is also rotating? The moon's rotating. For goodness sake, how hard can that be?
Well, Whitsitt saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. If that don't slap you straight, there's no hope.
There is no hope, because I mean that is so obvious. I mean, if you're standing over
to get onto Phil's point, even in a more fundamental level, somebody and I keep on coming back to this question: what force is it that moves the sun around in the flat Earth model? What force is it that moves the moon around? What force moves the planets around? What force moves comets around? What force moves asteroids around? Why are these things moving? And flat earthers will say, well, our model's very simple. No, it isn't. Far from having one force that can explain all of the motions, you seem to have a million different forces to explain, from proper stellar motion to stellar aberration to stellar parallax. of objects within the solar system. You seem to have no systematic multiplied the number of entities that you hypothesize exist to force, and these forces apparently are unconnected.
Yeah, incredibly complicated, and not only that, individual components contradict each other.
And it is intensely frustrating, but it is also deeply amusing. It was deeply amusing that Witsit would not say a word while I was in the chat.
There you go. Oh well, there you
I think
go.
he left
Anyway,
before the event was over. He tried to say something, but
I'm going to lie down and take a grandpa nap while I listen to you guys talk. So
right.
there you go.
Well, I'm going.
Enjoy your nap.
I have guests arriving shortly, so I won't be here for very long, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay, no worries. All right. Okay, nice to talk to you.
It wasn't. It was
care,
an
Phil.
It was an interaction with Wits that convinced me that I was just gonna have to go ahead and like let myself be doxxed under the Tapioca Weasel name on YouTube. Because
Witsit is. Carry on.
I was gonna say that so he brought up he was like, yeah, but I used a Van de Graaff generator to disprove the vectorial nature of gravity, and I interrupted him and I was like, oh my god, and I'm like, motherfucker.
Yeah, that is
my.
Well, I mean that's no different from picking up a pen, right? There's a pen on my desk. I can pick it up. At base, that's the same force, right? It's ultimately the electrostatic force binding the molecules of my hand together that are lifting the pen up. It's the same principle. Just because you can exert an electromagnetic upwards force does nothing to suggest that the downward force has ceased to exist, or that the nature of the downward force is due to electromagnetic.
I mean, the fun part
that
is
doesn't follow. That's not a valid syllogism.
Everything that you just said is 100% correct. 100% correct, everything that you just said. But that wasn't why I said, oh my god. The reason I said, oh my god, is because, as I then followed up with, my name is Michael Jemison Van de Graaff, and Robert Jemison Van de Graaff was my grandfather. He's the guy who invented a Van de Graaff generator. And
nice.
I followed in his footsteps, and I have a PhD in physics. There are over 8 billion people on the planet. Exactly one of them are both a grandson of Robert Van de Graaff, who he just invoked, and have a PhD in physics. Exactly one. And I'm that person.
Yeah.
Well, what's fun is, right, like, you can watch Witsit do his experiment, and then you could just go, I know exactly what voltage this Van de Graaff machine is putting out, through some math.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if he gives me enough information.
Well, it's I've actually got one of those myself, and that's given me that's given new light to it. I'll look at that with quite a different point of view from now on, and look at that. I'll say, oh, this is closer to home than I
I've
thought.
got to go again.
Right, take care, Tony.
All right,
Why
take
is
care.
Ricky's muted?
They're very high. You know, you can get very high voltages, so you can get like you're always going to get tens of kilovolts at the very least. And if you do it well and it's dry and all of that and blah blah blah, you can get hundreds of kilovolts.
We had Astro Day at the beginning of the month, and my physics department pulled out a Van de Graaff generator, and I got to spend a couple hours convincing people to touch it. It was very fun.
Why is Ricky muted? Did y'all mute him?
I don't have mod powers, so no.
I didn't know this. They were, but Anyway, yeah, no, my dad, his favorite thing to do, was to do the spark on his tongue. Because yeah, I don't know, it's fun. So I remember when I was, I think I was like 7 years old or something. We went to a family reunion down in Alabama where they because it was like for the it was the 75th anniversary of the invention of the Van de Graaff generator or something. That was like the thing, but it ended up just mostly being a huge family reunion. But there was like the opening night, there was like a thing where like some people like gave some speeches or whatever, and they had some of these things. They had some Van de Graaff generators for people to play with. And the next day, I had huge blisters on my knuckles because of how much I had sparked myself. Like, I had sparked myself so hard, so many times, that the next day I got these, like, huge blisters. It was pretty gross, honestly.
No, ours couldn't really output too much, and plus in Hawaii it's pretty humid, so.
I've got to go. Thanks for talking. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, Phil.
Okay, bye.
All right, I think I'm off. I'm gonna step out for a bit.
Already gone silent, or is my thing not working?
Yo, who unmuted me? I don't think you can be unmuted by other people, Rixky. I think it unless you were server muted. I was server muted because I server muted myself. And then it's happened before with other servers as well. I used this, like, I got to server mute myself because every time my phone like connects and disconnects from the Bluetooth or I receive a phone call, my microphone just goes live all of a sudden without me knowing quite often. So the server muting is good.
Okay. Well, I'll remember that I won't ever unmute you.
Cheers, bro. I'm just going to put a little that in the mod, little notice in the mod section.
There might be a setting where you can set it to where people can't do that.
G'day,
What do you mean,
Cole.
sorry?
What game are you playing?
Hey, Cole.
What's that?
I've tried all the settings. It seems to be a fault with particularly iPhone and using Bluetooth devices. Seems to be the case. Every time I turn my Bluetooth on, if I'm muted and I turn my Bluetooth on, it connects, it'll unmute me. And every time I receive a phone call, it seems to disconnect the Bluetooth and reconnect the Bluetooth, which then causes it to hot mic again anyway. It literally, and there seems to be no workaround whatsoever except for this solution that I come up with.
Yeah, that's dangerous, man. Just
It's
turn your mic
very
on
dangerous,
without you knowing about it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna get caught like who is the that lawyer guy that got caught, gooning?
Say gooning.
Yeah, I think thought he was muted and you could hear that he was playing some inappropriate content.
Oh.
Sorting himself out.
That would be very embarrassing. Oh. They call it edging or gooning. I don't know why I'm looking this shit up.
It's just a new word for wanking, I think. Oh shit, I've got to be careful. I'm at work. Waxing the dolphin. Or Dr. Pepper is kicking off. Dr. Pepper is very upset that Lion has been made mod. His main reason appears to be that Lion doesn't agree with him about evolution.
Is that why he's been made a mod?
Wait, what? You're not reading the chat line. Dr. Pepper is kicking off that you've been made mod. And I was like, what's his reason? What's your reason for saying that? And he's like, essentially paraphrasing that you don't agree with him on evolution.
That's
Being
hilarious.
willingly ignorant to the fact and try to convince others that evolution is a lie when you barely have a 10th grade level of understanding of biology is beyond stupid.
Oh shit.
But isn't that a typical sort of Dunning-Kruger kind of thing? Damn sure, because you don't know so little about the subject.
It might be around evolution, but certainly no basis by which to choose mods.
Oh yeah, absolutely, totally agree.
Damn, he's really mad at me. No, I don't read the chat.
Yeah.
Like, I don't read the chat. Or I get tagged a lot. I don't even look at all my tags. But yeah, is Whiskey in here still?
I think so. He was just here. Yeah, Ricksky's here.
Yeah, I see him. Nah, I guess there was people. I got messages to unmute Risky, but I didn't unmute him. But people are fighting for you, dude. They seen you muted. They must have been messaging mods like, "Hey, unmute Risk." Actually, Taylor, I'll tell you, Taylor messaged me saying to unmute you.
Ah, it's your own team are scuppering you. I
was
don't
like,
know if you just heard what he said, but it's effectively because of the way the iPhone works. It effectively turns Discord into a bug because it'll switch on his mic even if he doesn't want it on. So if he's muted himself, then we'll suddenly start being able to hear what's going on in his house.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that too. It happens to me if I get a phone call or connect to Bluetooth, or it'll mute me. Yeah, so Taylor an hour ago told me to unmute you, and then who knows who else she messaged.
Yeah, cool. That's the right line. But if you understand the method to my madness, then hopefully you'll understand why it's happening. I put a message in there. I can unmute myself at any time. So
what happened? I want to know now.
no, there is no thing.
We overheard Ricksky getting his orders from the Illuminati.
Yeah,
Killing for the flat Earth.
Actually, you would have heard me because a whole bunch of the ABC was talking about vaccination programs and stuff, which we can't talk about. So whack on and wax off, and I'm just sitting there like basically giving them hell. So I would have been contravening all the medical rules here.
You accidentally streamed it to this one.
Yeah, accidentally.
Well, who are you giving hell to on the ABC? On some talkback or something?
No, there was some like loser on there saying that the rates have gone down for kids because of the hesitancy, etc. They've dropped below 95%, and that's where they would like it. And they call it herd immunity because you're a freaking cow to these people, right?
Well, I do have udders.
What, you can be milked or something? You reckon I can milk you?
Try it. If you buy me enough drinks, we can give it a go.
You'll have to ask one of your global mates.
Memories.
Get the memories in the pool.
Has that ever been actually shown that like a dude, if you put them on estrogen, can they literally just start lactating all of a sudden?
I've heard of that they give some, not so much on estrogen, but if you get morbid obesity and or testicular cancer and stuff, I've heard that men can start oozing stuff from their nipples. But I've never fact checked it.
Yeah, I reckon you have to wear special shirts with like hose cut out around the nipples.
Do you reckon that there would be like, how women sort of they'll milk themselves and sell the and stuff like that?
Oh, right.
There'll be one for dudes. It'd be the most special product in the world, man. It'd be so some sicko would want it.
You'd probably try that. If there was a 3-hour documentary saying it was good.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. That'd be a
I've been
weirdo.
thinking about it already.
I bet we could, if we put a tiny bit of money, and it wouldn't take much, into making some like subversive. The medical community don't want you to know.
Yeah.
We could get a few people drinking man breast milk.
Man milk. That's what we've got to come up with some branding. We've got a distribution network. We'll have a chat to Bezos because I reckon that might be right into it.
It's the opposite of soy, and we'll make you into a Viking.
Yeah. We'd just have to sell it on some like extra manly thing. All right, I got to shut up.
That's hilarious.
More. G'day.
The opposite of soy. You gonna call it boy milk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
It's manly enough.
We'll think about that.
You hot micing eggshells? Sorry, guys. Continue.
Well, what about a Latino woman's cheese? Would you eat that? Would you try it just once? She's on the packet and it looks really good. She looks sexy.
I think I don't know. No, I wouldn't do it from just anyone. It'd have to be someone. Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that.
Your wife, if your wife made you some cheese.
Yeah, probably. I'd do that
Oh
for sure.
My God. See? So that would be the intro to the video.
You did it when you're a baby, and all of a sudden when you're an adult, it's like, oh, grotesque. Oh, that's terrible. But you did it when you're a baby, just fine.
That's a good point. What changed? Why am I against it now? It's a bit Freudian, is that right? To say that, yeah.
What do I call it? No, I don't.
Because it links back to your mother's milk, so it's Freudian.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's your wife's, I mean, that's not really Freudian at that point, is it?
Yeah, because
I mean, otherwise you're going to basically say that all cow milk is Freudian in its nature. Like, I got told one time that when I was having a discussion, he's a vegan fella, and he's like, you should not be drinking to the milk. It's time to grow up, little baby milk drinker. I'm like, right, great insult, bro.
Freudian is the idea that your mum influenced all of your creepy desires and sexual tendencies.
I think that's Oedipal specifically.
You what?
It's an Oedipal complex.
Okay, yeah, is that the word?
I think so.
And you can stretch it and just say anything you fancy in a woman is because you saw your mum once or something.
Yeah, the basic notion that I'm probably going to butcher it, but something about being intimately linked with your mother caused some sort of sexual tendencies in your development or something. Freudian generally is
true.
linking everything back to sex.
But it can be stretched, can't it, to be untrue?
I think there's truth in it, but it's probably not as perverse as Freud would have thought it was.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Eighth Circuit model of human psychology?
I'm not sure by that name.
There's Timothy Leary, who talked about the different stages of development. There's another guy who popularized it and added, I think, Gurdjieff symbolism.
I may have heard of it, but I can't remember.
Yeah, so it's the oral biosurvival circuit is the first one where you sort of decide where you first imprint your mother, your parents generally. Then there's the anal something. Then there's the social sexual circuit. The fourth one has to do with language. No, the third one has to do with language. I don't remember, but they all sort of, they're different steps in developing socially.
Yeah, he's probably semi-right.
Robert Anton Wilson broke it down pretty well. That's what I remember it from.
Yeah, I remember the sort of term psychosexual. Is it anally retentive? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there's oral fixations. Anal retentiveness is when you learn to control your bowels, and extrapolating from that, the general notion of control is why people call people anal retentive, is because they want to control everything. And I don't know what the other ones were.
I reckon the elites have got it mapped out pretty well.
Well, I suspect they took quite a bit from Timothy Leary back in the day. They didn't want him stepping on
they would have
toes.
copied that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wasn't Sigmund Freud wasn't Sigmund Freud a pedophile himself?
I can't remember my research. Maybe he was inclined because I have seen a video about it. I can't remember.
He was accused of touching his own children. By his own children.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. All of these weird, smart men from the past half of them seem to be pedos. I asked ChatGPT. It said no for Freud. He wasn't accused either, but he did write about the sexuality of children. So that's why there's maybe a theory around it.
Hold on a second, dude. I got you.
You might be able to debunk ChatGPT here. Sometimes he's mixed up with Kinsey, who seemed to be even worse weirdo. It says one of the stages of child development is phallic. I kind of don't think that's that bad. It's just explaining like how a boy grows up.
You down to watch a video with me real quick? Like a 4-minute one?
Yeah.
It's 4 minutes and it's like 30 something seconds. There's nobody in here anyways. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hold on, people are joining. I'm gonna have to start it over. You can't miss anything in here.
So yeah, I have seen that before. I would agree it's a depraved family, and from that, reminding me the stuff he wrote means he is inclined, but I don't think there's.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't him. It was his father that was.
And his son. Is it his son as well?
Yeah.
I think that was said. His son or his nephew as well.
Yeah, his son, I think. But yeah, his father and his son, not him, I guess. But yeah.
But I mean, that's quite good evidence. It's in the whole family. And he's writing about, instead of saying how kids develop sexually, he's writing, maybe they're wrong, and we get to decide.
Is that what he wrote?
Something worse. He said, if they accuse their parents of abuse, they might be imagining it because of one of their stages.
I mean, if he said might be.
Yes, I mean, it is grey area, but I just think he was a weirdo.
I don't think anyone doubts he was a weirdo, but I don't think that was the claim in the video.
There's no claim or evidence that he was a pedo in the video.
I got him confused with his father. His father molested his sister, I guess.
Yeah, so maybe him as well, or he avoided it and watched it all, which is suspicious too. Yeah, a little InfoWars collection.
Yes, sir.
It said he thought women were the problem with humanity because they didn't have willies.
That's not what he said.
That's what the video said.
That was in the video.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what Freud said. There's a lot wrong with that video, by the way.
Well, what do you think about the idea? Like, where did Netflix and chill come from? And then you got this association with this, like, famed psychologist who proposes, like, sexual deviancy in such a way. It's like, it's kind of curious.
Cuties, are you saying that?
Not really.
You don't think you like Cuties? You like that show? Did you?
Homosexual Jesus, you like that shit?
Wait, are you talking to me or Don?
Where's Homo?
We're talking to you, bro.
That is Don.
I'm saying I love Netflix, but it's a creep show. People need to realize, and that's come from that family.
Yeah, it's come from the family. Like, I don't know. It's a pretty loose association. Like, the association they're trying to make is Bernays somehow is using Netflix to brainwash America. Is that what I'm getting?
You watch horror while you feel up your girlfriend.
So Netflix includes a whole lot of stuff that was around long before Netflix even existed. Like, Bernays isn't making movies, is he? Like, it's just a platform for people who do make movies to put their movies.
Yeah, but it's got an
Netflix
intention.
makes a couple movies, sure.
There's an intention behind it. Depravity.
That's the claim.
Yeah.
But the evidence is sparse at best.
Well,
It says
I think
here,
the evidence is great. I
Because
watch
it's just the depravity is now normalized, right? We've been sort of conditioned. We're like that boiled frog situation, which is just normal now, bro.
So yeah.
Well, I think you and I would probably disagree on what depravity is in the first place, but
What can I just ask what the claim is? I came in partway through the conversation. I'm just trying to follow what the claim is. It's something to do with Netflix.
yeah, Freud's family, specifically Edward Bernays, is the mastermind behind the slow depravitization of America via Netflix or some bullshit.
One of the masterminds, not the mastermind.
Is this like one of the founders of the company or something, or is that?
I'll explain
I
it.
don't know that.
No,
I'll explain it.
like a
Hold on.
cousin of his or something.
So it says here, so Edward Bernays is related to Sigmund Freud. Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud. It says Bernays was Freud's nephew. His mother, Anna Freud Bernays. His mother was Anna Freud Bernays, was Sigmund Freud's sister. Additionally, Bernays' father, Eli Bernays, was the brother of Martha Bernays, who was Sigmund Freud's wife, making Freud's his uncle twice over. And then there's a lot of connections there. And then you got Edward Bernays and Mark Randolph. Mark Randolph, the co-founder of Netflix, is the great nephew of Edward Bernays. Randolph's paternal great grand uncle was Edward Bernays. This makes Mark Rudolph the great nephew of Sigmund Freud. Or Mark Randolph, not Mark Rudolph. Mark Randolph.
Okay.
Do you reckon, like, would anybody here who's claiming this stuff to be true or possibly true cop to the idea that you are holding the torch for some ideology that some great granduncle of yours held? Because, like, I wouldn't even fucking know what my great granduncle wanted to achieve in the world, let alone would it be logical to say that I'm trying to continue his legacy.
No, but the elites,
What did your uncle
elites
do?
definitely do. The elites.
Exactly. I don't know.
They do.
Yeah, but Freud did something.
Right, but that doesn't therefore imply that a great grandkid of his is going to want to achieve the same thing. Like, you could make an equal case that he would want to distance himself from that or diminish it.
But he didn't. He made Netflix.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Netflix is not a good example of saying he wants to continue it. It's only if you hold him guilty by association that you can make that connection. Because Netflix by itself is just obviously a modern replacement for Blockbuster. We would have to make the same claim about Blockbuster. It's not like people didn't rent out a video for a day.
Oh, did
right?
you really like the movie Cuties? Was that like a favorite of yours?
Which movie are you talking about? It's a specific movie?
Just generally the idea of Netflix is the claim.
Just okay. The idea that you could just turn on a television in your home and just select something to watch rather than like getting in your car or jumping on your bike and riding down to the Jumbo Video is where I used to get my movies. But Blockbuster was also a big chain. And you'd have to go and walk through stacks of them and pick out something, right, that you hadn't already seen. But like, you're saying that's being used to control the USA specifically. I guess
Yes.
In fairness, they did specifically name 2 movies out of the millions that are available. So that's
okay.
I don't know.
Like ones that they have a particular problem with. I also like I have family members with whom, living and dead, that I disagree with a tremendous amount, and other ones who I respect and agree with in major ways, including, like, I have a long dead ancestor that was my grandmother's grandfather. An anecdotal story about who he was and his attitude to things. I share a lot of his values, but I never met the man at all. I have no idea of him, and my grandmother's been dead for a long time now, about a decade, I think. Like, she can't even verify this for me anymore. But I'm not those people, and I'm my own person, and the fact that I'm a blood relative of them is kind of irrelevant to who I am today.
Exactly.
Okay. Hold on.
Does anyone else feel that way, or do other people feel like their ancestors are them?
Yep.
No, that's perfectly reasonable. But we're just trying to show you guys that there's propaganda at play. Like, Edward Bernays was known as the father of corporate propaganda. Right here, I got the Wall Street Millennial talking about Edward Bernays being the father of corporate propaganda. I got there's multiple documentaries. Behind the Bastards, Edward Bernays, the founding father of lies. There's quotes on Wikipedia talking about Edward Bernays being the author of propaganda, and then he was the American pioneer in the field of public relations and propaganda, according to what is this?
But that stands by itself, is the point I'm making, which is, you could mention at best a sort of, oh, by the way, isn't it interesting that he is distantly related to Freud? But you can impeach him on his own behaviour, but it seems weird to be like, this is evidence of some dynasty. Where I think if you just look at people who are like upper class, like upper middle class, whatever you call it, however you want to define it, like rich folk, you're going to find an insane number of collections of connections between people.
That's exactly our
money and old money stays where it started.
Oh, you agree?
And it's kind of like a corporate aristocracy, right?
So you agree rich people do share their ideas through the family downwards?
No, I'm just saying that rich people are going to educate their kids well, and so they're going to end up with other kids who do impressive things. And those things might align sometimes and they might not at other times, but it's just the
and when they align, it's probably because they've had good teaching from their parents to keep the ideology going.
So we all learn about Sigmund Freud in school, right? And sociology in college. Maybe not everybody, but I did. But hold on. Go ahead. This is from the AI overview. It says Edward Bernays, often referred to as the father of public relations, was a pioneer in the field of propaganda and public opinion manipulation. He is known for developing techniques to shape public opinion and influence consumer behavior, often referred to as engineering of consent. Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, applied psychoanalytic principles to advertising and public relations. It's not far-fetched to think that Netflix is part of that programming. That's all we're saying. We're not saying it's 100% proof. Nobody said it was 100% proof, but it's an uncanny relation. It's an uncanny connection.
Well, I think what needs to be shown is why is Netflix necessarily part of that? Like, I think Riggs's point about cuties is a strong one. Like, they make a weirdly super creepy doco. Fine.
No, that's
is that
one
it though? Is it like one of the okay,
Well, that's just like one of many.
Sure, give me one of the others.
Another one would be like, if you look at, they just watched Daredevil. They were watching Daredevil, right? And it's all about vigilantes and people going against the law. And I think it sort of promotes a lot of violence as well. It's pretty gratuitous in its sort of violent depiction. So
But that's
don't look up
superhero ever.
Don't look up.
Every superhero ever, right, is a vigilante, right? Batman's a vigilante, and he dates back to the 20s.
That's why they're all problematic. Yeah, that's why they're all problematic.
That's what I'm saying.
You're asking what's happening on Netflix. Yeah, but you're asking what happens on Netflix in particular. Can we just stick to that because you're going to broaden it out too much otherwise?
What about American Horror Stories where Lady Gaga eats children's blood, especially?
That's definitely what.
Does she eat it or drink it? Like, does she bake it into like cupcakes? Like, I want to know more about this.
You can go watch it. It's great.
See, why do you want to know more?
I'll check it out. I don't know if we get that in Canada. I think Netflix is only manipulating Americans, so we might not get that here.
Isn't that Hulu?
We did.
Don,
that's fair.
Don, you say you like that stuff, right?
Yeah, I find it exciting.
Same.
You what?
Don's part of that programming.
Yeah, that's how I know about it as well, because I like to research the dark stuff.
Well, so there's the Stranger Things series, right, which has to do with MK Ultra program. There's the Don't Look Up, which has to essentially be a replacement theory for the alternative of the like conspiracy that we're bringing forward. So they bring up a counter conspiracy, which is more believable than that, like, they have to fake the moon landing or something like that, right? Like the movie they came out with recently. And then they have this other one. They have this other one that's called Leaving the World Behind, where all the Teslas get piled up in the road and the AI essentially crashes all the infrastructure. And you know, there's all this like there's all this automatic racism happening in the film.
So
it's totally unnecessary.
Let's look at them. Like, Don't Look Up is about a comet approaching Earth. The idea of apocalypse films isn't original, right? That's been around
Okay,
forever.
you're overgeneralizing by saying that, though. You're really just not even. Just
Is Armageddon a film?
Take it in. Okay, look, take it in first before you start criticizing it. So, like when he brings up Sigmund Freud or Bernays, like instead of just coming up with like some kind of argument against it, why don't you say, "Oh, that's interesting," and then actually go research these things and then come back with an opinion instead of like this preemptive opinion.
Same goes for you. Ditto. Back at you, bro.
That seems
Just
fair, but like, I also have like a question about the way these, like, I think like 2 or 3 streaming services, and as far as I could tell, they decide what the menu is of what's available on their streaming service, but my family and I all get to pick the things we enjoy consuming in terms of like what we want to watch, and there's a pretty good diversity of programming out there, I guess. But you're seeing that programming was all curated to change our minds, or there was a person involved in it who's been credited with coming up with a way to sway the opinions of like populations at a population level. So even though I may not be
situations,
whether I'm swayed or not is irrelevant if the general consensus changes around a topic because of familiarity with a certain type
they
of
take something
consumption of
and make
media.
it a social norm.
Yeah. Okay. So like a movie that someone mentioned, like racism, where like racism is just sort of rampant and normal. It helps encourage the othering of people with like slightly different skin tones from one another. So like is that the type of thing you mean? Like if you see a lot of it, it becomes like just part of who you are.
Well, like here's a really obvious example, and I'll let you go line after this. There's a TV show that came out recently. My aunt was watching. I go in there, and it's about this wife that doesn't want to have sex with her husband, so they buy a sex robot. And then now it's all around surrounding all around these themes around how the guy has to like basically be this cuck to the robot and has to learn how to love the robot and shit. It's just they're trying to mind control people into acceptance. That's the kind of dog shit, except that's just more obvious.
Okay.
It's about taking advantage of the, it says here psychoanalytic principles, right? And so Edward Bernays, he taught this, right? That's why he was known as the father of propaganda, because he used it to persuade the masses through, media, or back then it would have been like just like for cigarettes, like just like any type of advertisement, dude. But it says here engineering of consent. Bernays believed that the public could be manipulated through the strategic communication and persuasion, appealing to the unconscious. He used psychoanalytic theories to understand and influence the unconscious desires and motivations of the public, fear and anxiety. Bernays also recognized the power of fear and anxiety in shaping public opinion and used these emotions to promote products and ideas. And then it just keeps going on, dude. I mean, I could go on, but these are principles that are understood in psychology, and they use these principles against the public. But you guys act like, oh, that's not going on at all. That's all conspiracy.
I don't even know if anybody's saying that. I think we're questioning where this is coming from. But it's like I believe you're right. I believe certain things as they're showing, like media, the use of media to promote things that people want to sell. Whether like you could leave aside whether or not like they fit into like your own idea of morality. But like, yeah, I could see how showing someone who's enjoying fucking a sex robot might be good for sex robot companies, right?
Now you're getting.
And they're showing this scenario, and like you get this guy who's like, my wife really isn't interested in me anymore, but like I kind of want to like, I don't just want to jerk it. I want to fuck something that feels like a woman, and I don't want to leave my wife. I don't want to have an affair. I just want to like, I need like a cum dumpster of some sort, and this one's shaped like a woman that I want to fuck. So they show that and they're like, oh man, like you can buy one of these for only like, I don't know. I saw a robot in an ad. It wasn't a sex one. It wasn't a sex one. It was someone said for $28,000 you can have this like walking, talking AI powered robot that looks like a human. The one they had was a woman, but I don't know why you wouldn't be able to make a male one. But sex sells, right? So like giving it like a nice set of tits or something, like that's appealing. A lot of people get a nice set of tits and sell all sorts of shit.
So I got here,
sell a candy bar, a car, it doesn't matter.
Real quick, I got here an official source. 2009 article in the American Psychological Association says that Bernays' work significantly impacted consumer culture, shaping how brands are marketed and how people interact with them.
And ultimately, I don't think this is about. I don't think he was paid to, basically help these sex robot companies in the future. I don't think that was the goal. Like it appears to me that there is a massive push to, instead of fix the problem with like family and home culture, is to actually drive it further away. And it seems like that was like, this is like a push towards that. It seems like everything's kind of pushing towards that, and this is just another angle.
It says here he says here he laid the foundation for future marketing and public relations and strategies, and they've been manipulating us ever since.
That's not surprising. The gentleman just before you there said something about a certain type of culture that they're trying to move us away from. I'm not familiar. I didn't hear it properly. I was just curious what that was you were mentioning.
Yeah, they're trying to push people away from families.
Oh, from families,
because like a culture that has a very strong family, it's very hard to deal with. You want people that are segmented individually with individual rights that they're going to defend. And then basically like you want people to be ignorant of the whole, because if they're just defending for themselves, they think everything is, well, it's all on me, it's everyone for themselves, then they can't work together towards anything.
Okay, but don't you think if people work together, that's just being a bunch of commies?
You think that
we don't want communism. We don't want people to get together in a community and have family and community. That's terrible. That's terrible. In the United States, they always fight against communism.
That's not, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to.
When you get a community together, working together and strengthening themselves, holy shit! That's
You're
the worst
conflating
thing
family
ever.
value. You're conflating family values with communism, dude. Only somebody like you would do that, dude.
That's like the most disingenuous bullshit I've ever.
That's exactly who I am. Holy fuck! No, seriously though.
Not seriously.
Isn't the American dream to prevent people from being in a community? And like you want to have a family, you want to have a community, you want to root for your local sports team, and you want cohesiveness for America, for your state, for your town, for your sports team, for your own family. But the way you work together in a community is if you're all working together for like a common good, that's communism, as far as I understand it. That's why they call my country a communist country, right? Because we work together, because we like pool resources and stuff and try to do stuff together.
Dude, go look at the definition of communism, dude. You're making like you're reaching, dude, hard.
Am I?
Am I? You're like intentionally reaching.
Okay. No, I am. I absolutely am. I'm being a shit disturber on this point. Because the reason why is because where does it stop? Where does community stop?
But it's not about community. You've just got a busted definition. Communism is when the workers or the state own the means of production. So if you've got a large car company, it can't be owned by private investors who use their capital to make more capital. It's got to be owned by either the workers of that plant or the collective, i.e. all of the citizens of the country. Saying that we've got community and it's got the same letters as communism is reducing the meaning of words until we can't have discussions.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough. But would you say that like if I work together with my family to make our lives better, to control what goes on in our home, to enrich our whole family rather than just me. Or like my wife just makes money, puts it in a hole, and saves it for herself, and doesn't help feed our family with her earnings. And I don't do that with mine. That just tell the kids go and find something. Like good fucking luck. And just like put them all in like a little hut and say, hey, you're on your own. Enjoy. Is that like that's not how my family works? Like my family supports each other as extended.
Hold on, hold on. Let me try to explain it to you, because what you're talking about is a commune, right? A commune of people that all willingly chose to live in that lifestyle, to share the common good, right? They share everything. That's not. But that's not. Even though it's a commune, it's not communism. Communism is against your choice. You have no choice. Can't escape it. You'll be like if you could even leave the commune, right? Now a commune in like out west in the countryside or whatever, you can leave whenever you want, unless it's some type of cult.
It's only communism if there's a wall around it.
Okay, so
Right,
extreme communism is no choice, and then extreme capitalism is bad choices.
Or no choice, or just the illusion of choice. Because I think what's happened here is, after listening to this, I've determined that the reason why I married my wife and had my family is because of the Netflix shows we watched. I was convinced to do that by social engineering.
Just go on mute, bro.
I can.
If you've had nothing good to say the last 5 minutes, you've just been fucking with us.
Hey, Trucker, search
But
up
you're not fucking with me.
Lady Gaga episode.
No.
You'll love it.
No one here is fucking with you, and honestly, like you're trying to sound serious, just bullshit. So
the other seasons were better.
I'm just working out the details of what's being discussed. I want to make sure I understand.
It just feels like you're trolling us, dude. That's all. It feels like.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it felt like I was trolling you.
At least when
thinking
Eggs
about
does
the
it
entailments
sounds
here.
like he's trolling.
It does. Yeah, it does. But if we're being socially manipulated, I have to assume that the choices I've made in my life over the last 50 years are mostly social manipulations. Because I've only been alive since the 70s, so I've had television, radio, internet has been affecting me, right?
It's not all choices. It's the general hidden ideology that you have.
They're trying to essentially direct the flow of culture. So whether or not all of those decisions are ultimately bad for you, you're still choosing one of the 10 available choices of cereal at the grocery store, and so then you're still under their purview. Like it's still a direction they want you to go in.
Yeah, I'd have to like literally make cereal from scratch at home to like change my choices by one more than what's available. Even there's a tremendous amount of choice, and I'm being serious here. But we have a tremendous amount of choices, a lot of advertising around cereal, a lot of it's aimed at my children, and my children do love breakfast cereals. And it's a really good example of like a consumer product that like a couple hundred years ago didn't exist at all. It's a pretty new product.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a really interesting case study, and a lot of it's just full of like sugar and garbage. Some of it's like got some nutrients in it, but a lot of the nutrient label assumes you're having milk with it. Go ahead.
The whole idea behind like cereal, like what's his name, Kellogg?
Yeah.
He like his whole take was he was into population control, and he thought he could reduce testosterone and the fertility of men by feeding them a bunch of grain.
I thought it was to stop them wanking.
And
I thought it was to stop them wanking because it would.
No.
So
He was a
boring.
huge like he was what do you call it when you want to not like he was into population control.
Okay.
Into population control.
Yeah.
You just got to put on your tinfoil hat just for at least 5 minutes, Aches. Like just put it on and then take it off if you have to.
But when you guys have to realize that when you say that, it's sounding like, please don't apply sense to the nutty things I say. Please, someone
All right, well,
let me say
look it up.
wild shit and don't ever challenge the legitimacy or logic that I'm presenting it with.
No, that's
not.
not.
Well,
right.
it also could just be
put it
that we're
on.
right about most things, even if we're not agreeing on the Earth. So
I guess, yeah. I mean, like, you could have a bad opinion and a good opinion on two different subjects. Like that, there's nothing to stop you from having good insights on something just because you have like an incorrect idea about something else, right? Like it's possible to be. I'm
Totally
probably
possible.
ignorant and uninformed on a number of topics, and then far more erudite on others. That's just how life goes.
It's not a conspiracy theory, this stuff. It's conspiracy fact. When we link real families to real things, that's a conspiracy fact.
Well, I mean, families, of course, are going to link to things. It's not going to be non-humans, right?
So you don't need a
It's a
tinfoil hat. You
conspiracy
just need,
theory that happens to have some facts in it.
you just need to know how humanity works. You don't need a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that's good because like my head gets real itchy. I'm bald, so like I prefer like a more comfortable hat. But I don't need a hat. I just need to know what's going on. And just because some conspiracy theories are incorrect, doesn't mean there's never ever been a conspiracy and that there aren't many going on right now. There's a difference between those things, right?
But it's also, have grand conspiracies ever been shown to exist, or have small conspiracies been the only ones we've ever had evidence of, right? Because there's a noticeable difference between getting 4 or 5 people to do something, or 10 or 20 people to do something, versus something that requires literally thousands of powerful people to conspire secretly.
Yeah, no, and you need the lizard people have to join in as well on some of the theories. So some of them seem way more far-fetched than others. But you know, a lot of what you hear about in mainstream media and in even some of the sort of, I guess, maybe sort of less mainstream or more contained media that you see like on internet today, or at least like it doesn't look like there's big connections like there are to some of the major networks. But you hear a lot of things where accusations are tossed out in all directions on a regular basis. You know, like, and it doesn't seem to be, you know, one side does it and the other one doesn't. All the sides do it. And in fact, I don't even think there's just 2 sides. Like, it feels like there's 10 or 11 sides working against each other. And so, yeah, it's very easy to get the idea that there is like a large cabal of people trying to change what's going on. And my tendency, my own personal opinion, is that a lot of the craziest stories are really just there to distract from the slightly less crazy but equally or much more harmful even things that are actually going on. And those things scare me and worry me more than the sensational, because it makes me think this is a distraction.
We've had loads of conspiracies with over 1,000 people. Just check out every single religion: Scientology, 9/11, the moon landing.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily lump those together, but
2019.
That's me, right? Like, but yeah, Scientology is it's the way the history reads. It's one person started it with like their wife, and then spread it out pretty quickly by having a concentrated effort on it, right?
What do you think about January 6th? I had a friend that was actually there when it happened, and he admits that the whole thing seemed like it was just like a psyop, like they planned it for psychological manipulation. Like they forced people, like they opened the gates, they forced people to actually like.
They didn't know
invade the Capitol. Yeah, man.
Oh, did he go in?
By design. He was part of it. Yeah, he was part of it.
He's saying he was manipulated into going inside the Capitol.
No. He was there when it happened, and he noticed, like, I don't know. He just noticed everything seemed off. Like,
of course, it's going to seem off. It was either an attempted insurrection or a fake attempted insurrection. Nothing is going to seem not off about it either way.
I mean,
Yeah,
I either watched a well orchestrated movie or yeah.
The thing is, like, there's a name,
I'm
like
sure you
we've talked about it before. What's it called?
Because
what
we
are
don't
those
have any
people
evidence
called
yet. It's just
that
a
incite
wild claim with
riots?
no evidence.
No, we
you've only
dude, there's
just heard
plenty.
the theory, so you can't have seen the
Incite
evidence
riots.
yet.
Who are those people that that incite riots? That they're hired by the government. What are they called? Agent provocateurs. bro.
Interlopers or like there are that's happened on a few occasions.
Sure.
And
Definitely
been well
happened.
documented. Yeah, that they put law enforcement in they put plainclothes law enforcement in to get people to do shitty stuff, and they all do it together as a mob, and then the law enforcement comes down on them, and it turns into a big.
And it could be the case. I'm not saying it isn't. I just want to know, like, what are the such things that he saw? Like, what's the evidence?
Oh, another one. There's like Hunger Games. There's what was that? What was that show with the Korean shit? That's the one I was trying to remember. The Squid Games. That's the one.
Oh, I've never seen that one.
Oh, dude,
Could
Squid
we-
Games is. Okay, go ahead.
Well, as a guide, what shows aren't examples of manipulation? Like, could it be the case that somebody would go, oh, that's an interesting idea, I'm just going to make a film about it, and that could happen organically without some sort of intent?
I mean, I guess,
Oh, yeah.
but not. But okay, look. Even this is what I've noticed. Even if it does seem to be like an outsider that comes in with a fresh story that ends up being on Netflix and gets on the front page. They still have what they would call consultants. That part of the contract is they have to basically like change the film a little bit. Oh, we're just going to change these banners behind this in this scene, or we're going to take this scene out or put the scene in. And they culture the movie with certain themes, just like subconsciously or even directly.
That's not what I'm asking. I, even if it's a big filmmaker, I mean, like Indiana Jones and the Lost Crusade.
Of course, there can
Are
be
there
organic
any-
stuff out there, but we're
Could
talking
you
about
point
the
at
stuff
one?
that's not.
Right, but I'm trying to get a sense of, like, is it 99% of films made, or is it like, 4%, but they're a really important 4%, or like, because it sounds to me like the heuristic you apply is so broad that I wouldn't ever find a film that
No, I'll
didn't
give you-
have some sort of occult symbolism or something like that.
70%, eggs. So it's only
70%.
30%.
How do we make
I think that
33%.
well, I think people are waking up to the propaganda, like at the box office. Like a lot of these movies that are coded with progressive themes, they're not selling anymore. Dude. Like people are done with this shit. Like, you guys haven't been noticing that?
No, I haven't.
I mean,
But I haven't been consuming a lot of it. I did see a mainstream movie with my son because he's really interested in video games. We saw that Minecraft movie, and we laughed and we had a good time.
No, the Minecraft movie
were,
was. I seen that. That was all right. I'm talking about like the
my
new
son-
Snow
my son's
White.
a huge Minecraft. Haven't seen that. Not a major fan of Disney movies in general, and I didn't like Snow White when I saw it in the theater when I was a kid. But yeah, I mean, they're making them live action now, a lot of them, right? I haven't really seen any of them.
Can't think of any at the top of my head except Snow White, the most recent one. But
yeah,
they've been hurting at the box office.
They had
If we
someone
take
with a
Minecraft
darker
as an
skin tone
example-
in something. Go ahead, yeah.
Was Minecraft like one of these subversive Illuminati trying to manipulate people?
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't seen the movie.
It had some themes in it.
The amount of money
maybe we want
involved means it
barbecue
has to be.
chicken. And we had
For
barbecue
example, there's
chicken that week, right?
So Minecraft was, it was clearly a kids movie, but in the movie there were some homosexual themes that I really didn't expect it to have when I went there with my son to watch it. But
I didn't notice
Jack,
any of that.
of course not, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
But so the part that I'm talking about is the guy strapped to the other guy, and they're flying on like a paraglider or something like that. I can't remember exactly. And they had literally some sexual suggestive jokes, and I don't know. It was like a weird bromance that was going on for like a little bit, and it was really odd. Yeah.
So do you think anytime two men have a close relationship that it's homosexual or?
No, not at all. No, not at all. But the way that
Okay.
the movie displayed it was clearly had homosexual vibes, dude. Like, unless you were willingly blind and trying to ignore that, dude. Like,
I don't care about people's sexuality. That's their business. Unless I'm fucking them, it's not my problem.
Yeah, but it's a children's movie, bro. If it was an adult movie, fine, dude. It's a children's movie. That's the problem.
What was the
Okay.
what was the
Like,
suggestion? What was the What was the thing that was said? Do you remember something close to the line so we can get a sample of what you're talking about?
I don't know how I didn't see it.
The guys were literally strapped. They're strapped to each other like nut to butt. And I can't remember
like the way people would like parachute like their first time with like an instructor holding them.
They didn't have to make. They didn't have to make it all weird and stuff. And the movie purposely made it all weird and made it like I don't know, like a little bromance.
Shouldn't
Like,
face to face be worse? Are you saying that's about his work, and if it was face to face, that'd be the normal way to paraglide with your mate? Or either way, just two dudes that close together is the perfect gay film.
Oh,
I mean,
was it a 3D movie? Just asking.
Yeah.
Was it 3D?
Yeah.
Or like a generated movie?
It was 3D
I don't know. I didn't have. I think
watched it in
CGI,
3D.
but not.
Okay.
I didn't have glasses or anything, and my son my son doesn't like stuff like that. But I don't even remember it being offered as an option. The theater near us has like those seats that move around and stuff, so we've done that before. I had none of that stuff available.
Okay.
Are these things?
Well, the
very
reason I
often
asked,
very often tied to our own subjectivity. I mean, watching a movie or whatever.
Okay, so the reason I asked is because whenever they make, I don't know if it was Pixar films or who fucking made this film, what I've noticed is there are a lot of Easter eggs in these films that are extremely controversial, that are like, whoa, like what is that doing in there? And you'd never notice if people on like TikTok or YouTube didn't find these like really obvious, like not obvious Easter eggs that are like extremely crazy. Like I think like in Toy Story and movies like that, there's all kinds of crazy themes that you'd be like, whoa.
I don't think I've looked into that very much. And I, like the other gentleman that was talking there, are you worried that like the Minecraft movie made me hate gay people less? Is that what the worry would be about having a couple of jokes that poked fun at homosexuality? Or
I just don't think you should have sexually suggestive jokes in a children's movie. That's all, dude. Like,
oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, I know we had it when we were children, like in like Cartoon Network or whatever, or Ren and Stimpy or whatever.
Yeah, that would. I watched stuff, but it was. I'm a little older than that, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think Ren and Stimpy was particularly children's show, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But maybe it was. Maybe it was marketed to children.
Oh, it definitely was. Any kids movie, they're going to put jokes in there for the adults as well.
They do so they don't weave a few in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not for the kids.
There's often sort of two things going on at the same time. Like there's something to entertain the adults, and a little wink at them while the kids are laughing at something else or enjoying some other part of it.
Yeah.
I think that's true, but
you ever what?
Yeah, I mean, like there's got to be like I think having graphic, gratuitous violence or like pornographic type sexuality in a children's movie is definitely inappropriate. But there's a limit, and it's something that there's probably a gradient too for like the age of the children involved. Like something I'd show my teen children is a lot different from what I would have shown them 10 years ago. Right?
Yeah, I remember when like the Toy Story movies, those came out, and you went to the movies with your children. The children were laughing at some points, and the adults at other points, which to me at least show that they put in like a bit of adult entertainment into it.
Yeah, I think that's true. I definitely noticed that.
Well, there's been that's been the thing since like you just watch Sesame Street, right? Like Sesame Street was the first one that did it, where kids content before Sesame Street was just for the kid, and it was brain deadeningly dull for adults to watch. And Sesame Street started putting in jokes for the adults, which would just sometimes be like not necessarily sexually suggestive in terms of adult, but like about taxes or something. But then they started putting in ones that are a little bit risque. But it's been around for quite some time.
Look at Alistair Cookie. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I'm maybe like a lot older than people I don't even know, but Alistair Cookie was Cookie Monster reviewing like a movie, and it was making a little bit of fun of Alistair Cook, who was a famous movie reviewer who was on a show aimed at adult. Like it wasn't like adult as in XXX, just like it was aimed at older people. They were not movies kids would want to watch. And it was like a fun little play on words with like Alistair Cook and Alistair Cookie, to have Cookie Monster put on this sort of funny little suit and review a movie, and there was a little vignette, but they were teaching kids about something, right? Like it was just the typical thing Sesame Street does, but that was a funny thing. And I knew about the show as a kid, but when I was a teenager, I laughed a lot harder at that part of it because I realized what was going on. Because it's all like
I think as a kid, you don't catch a lot of those adult humors. They go right over your head, and then you rewatch it as an adult. And you're like, oh, that's what that meant. So it's not like even if it was there and it was an adult kind of humor, you're not harming the child. They don't catch a lot of that shit.
It's not as direct, but even the idea of the Cookie Monster is hilarious, bro. Because the Cookie Monster, like, think about it. What's that even mean? You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm a little bit worried that he's like got bulimia or something because he chews the cookies, but he never swallows them.
You know, they updated him too to make him all work. Where he used to sing "C is for Cookie" and "That's Good Enough for Me," and it was all about eating as many cookies as he could. But then he started singing "Cookies are sometimes food" because they were worried about childhood obesity.
That's fair, and I'm not
Could
sure.
be part of the liberal agenda, though.
Yeah,
could be part of the liberal agenda. Like fewer obese kids in America.
We need the conservative agenda in there so we can keep kids living with obesity as much as possible and feed them as much garbage food as we possibly can.
Let's make America fat again.
There's like it's something that I deal with a lot, and I know people don't like my stance on it, but I really wish nutritional education was better, and that we didn't allow capitalism to take over food production to the point where nutrition is diminished and choices are gated to the point where there almost becomes, for some people, a food addiction, a certain type of food addiction, sugar addiction, stuff like that seems to be pretty prevalent, and the quality of food, especially highly processed food, seems to have reduced. It's reduced access to the best foods, and it's normalized bad nutritional choices, and also they've tried to put healthy halos around things that really aren't that great. We talked about breakfast cereals earlier. That's one where they tout the nutritional value in cereals. But if you look at the label, almost all of that is, and I don't know how the governments have allowed this, is from the milk. So they'll say like it's a great source of vitamin whatever. And then when you read the label, there's none of that in the cereal. But if you put a cup and a half of cow milk in it, you get like the protein and the fat and the vitamins from the milk. But the actual cereal itself is just sugar and highly processed grains and colors and stuff. So I don't know, that's my take on that. I know that's overly woke and probably not popular with you guys, but I'm not a fan.
No, I think I agree. And the other thing is the most healthy food in the shop is much more expensive than, as you tell, the ultra processed cheap food that people tend to buy just because of cost.
Yeah, yeah. It's harder to make. It's very cheap to like dump stuff in a vat and sort of grind it up and mix it up and make it into pellets to serve to people than it is to carve up meat and sell it, because there's a lot more cost goes in for the amount of actual food that comes out, like to raise livestock or to grow produce, and a lot of it requires hand picking in the produce. Like it can't be harvested, but like grains and corn and stuff like that, machines like grab it and do all sorts of stuff with it, and it's big business, right? So I live in a rural community, and the new company I drive for, we do some support for farmers and what I call agribusiness. And when you see the level that it's done on, and see the machines that they use now for this compared to like what we think of as a family farmer from 100 years ago, it is a night and day difference. It's not even the same stuff, and it's a little scary to see. I got to make a living, so I'm not going to say no to working in the industry. But yeah, it's scary to see how agribusiness works, and then what it pushes out at the other end.
Absolutely, but we've got this trend now, which is people are turning more and more to like local shopping, like at the farm. Yeah, you buy directly from the farm instead of via, and the quality is much better, and it hasn't been processed in any way. And you give all these companies that buys it cheap from the farmer and sell it expensive to us, you give them the finger on the way as well.
Yeah, I like that concept, and I'm glad that's happening worldwide. And because I live in a rural area, like the little town that's a few kilometers away from me, my wife likes to go there and it only works because we're in Canada. Like our produce production is really limited, but in the summertime, so I'd say from June to October, once a week, local farmers come, small farmers like family ones come, and they sell their stuff. They close down one of the streets in town and set up a bunch of tents for like, I don't know, about 8 or 9 hours on one day a week, and you can go buy stuff there. And there's another town, maybe 20 minutes further down the road where you can go and do the same thing on a weekend as well. And yeah, the produce quality is good. You can buy meat there. There's a lot of locally made stuff, and other people will come like with other things they make, like crafts and stuff. But the majority of it's farmers selling food. And it's a fun experience too to go, like, you park your car a couple of blocks away, walk down and go through all these aisles, and it is a tremendously better experience. The shopping's more friendly, it's more interactive with other humans, and the quality of the food's definitely better.
Oh yeah, the quality is so much better. I mean, it doesn't matter what you buy, but as far as I've found, and another thing is that they even, in this strict country of Norway, they even now open up for small farms to sell ciders and local produced ciders and things like that as well.
That's cool. Yeah. Did you say that's in Norway?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a neat idea. There's a lot of huge restriction on alcoholic beverages, but a lot of that's been loosening to allow other retailers to sell it. In my province, other provinces have different ways of handling it. It's amazing. It's like leftover stuff from Prohibition days, like and the temperance movement and stuff like that. Like still has a grip on the way alcoholic beverages are handled in Canada, but it's, which is silly. And I don't even drink. Adults should be free to make reasonable choices for themselves. That's my take on it.
Yeah, we got very strict rules. I mean, in a grocery shop, you can buy beer and ciders, weak ciders.
Yeah.
That's it. If you want anything stronger like wine, you have to go into these special shops. The motivation, according to the politician, is to try to reduce alcoholism and things like that. Well, it might help, but if you're an alcoholic, it doesn't matter, does it? You get hold of what you need anyway.
I'm an alcoholic who's not practicing, and I haven't been for a number of years. I think I quit drinking in 2002. If I remember, 2002 I quit drinking. 2005 I quit smoking. And so, but I did buy these products, and the thing is, I knew when the store was open, I would go and buy enough to last me. I knew how much I liked to drink, and I also knew which bars were open at what time. And I set my schedule to make sure I could drink the amount I wanted to drink when I wanted to drink. My father was an alcoholic. He was also, he was good at, economy, and he would buy his alcohol in bulk and keep it ready to go. He was never caught with nothing to drink because he planned ahead. That might not have been good for his overall health, but, just because you are addicted to alcohol doesn't mean you're stupid. You prep yourself, and the fact that the government limits the hours you can buy alcohol or which stores can sell it was of no consequence. He just knew everybody there by name. That's the way it was.
Yeah. And we see but I see the negative side as well. The more easily accessed alcohol there is. Tomorrow is a national day. And usually the way that I celebrate, you have all the kids at school lining up and march through the street. There's no military and things like that. But the later years, adults have started drinking. They have these champagne breakfasts. So they're fucking pissed. Yeah, drunk people all over. They fucking ruin the day. I mean,
that is unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should show a bit more respect of what the National Day actually is.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the holiday, but I sort of get it. Like we have like, Canada Day here, and like a lot of people celebrate it with alcohol. But I agree that there's, public drunkenness where people are like actually just being super shitty, that's a problem. And I think like if that's how you are, like you're probably better off just going home and drinking and being shitty alone.
I totally agree. I don't mind people having a glass or two during the day, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
But being drunk before 12 o'clock on the National Day is for me a really shitty thing.
Yeah, people that live with alcoholism are having, like, they're fighting something else. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with trying to be shitty. I think a lot of it's pain numbing and self-medication and then addiction. It's a physical addiction. And I don't blame people for having that, but I do dislike people that behave like, because it is a choice to go out in public and behave like that. That is something you can adjust your behavior, or just not go out in public in that state. And I think there's also a lot of problems with people that operate vehicles intoxicated and do other unsafe things. And
the problem is, I mean, I can understand an alcoholic getting drunk on National Day, but this problem is mostly among people in their 40s and 50s, basically, and of course the teenagers who celebrating they finished their high school or whatever.
Yeah,
well, but I don't mind them having do some partying, not at all, because they just make a lot of fun for people.
They're usually not getting drunk to the point they're turning into absolute shitheads. But yeah, no, like I'm sure we've all met and interacted with someone who has like, one too many, and then all of a sudden they're a belligerent asshole. And having that person out in public interacting, especially if you don't know who the hell they are, it's off-putting, and it is, they may not have gone out intending to be disrespectful, but they're certainly not doing anything for the general vibe. And if it's a day of celebration or remembrance or whatever the case may be, I'm not sure. I don't know it, so I don't know if it's like a somber occasion or a celebration or a combination. I'm sorry about my ignorance on what the day's about. But yeah, respect for things like that is important.
Yeah, well, our National Day is very important. I mean, all the shops are closed. Everyone is out in the streets celebrating. You got speeches and all these kind of things. And the kids have a good fun. And then suddenly there's a bunch of 40, 50-year-old couples coming along, quite pissed. It's like, for me, you can compare it to parents being drunk at Christmas Eve with their kids.
Yeah. Yeah, so people just don't know when to stop, and that's really unfortunate. Or they just can't hold it, and then they get all sloppy and it can be scary, off-putting, and people do really stupid stuff when they're intoxicated to that level, and that's I don't think it's a great idea.
No, the biggest problem is it seems like it's been more and more integrated into the culture of the celebration that, yes, you should have champagne breakfast and alcohol all during the day. That never happened when I grew up. Never. So I don't like that. And as they say, the people in their 40s today is the worst generation ever, the way they behave.
We are a terrible bunch as a generation. We're absolute shit.
Yeah, so it's me. I didn't know you were in your 40s, but yeah.
I won't be for long. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're a bit older than that. Yeah, I was thinking I was one of the older people around. I just turned 49. So my 40s are almost over. I'm in my late 40s.
I just turned 62.
All right, congratulations. So you're on the cusp of Gen X versus Boomer. Do you consider yourself to be one versus the other?
What, the Boomer?
Yeah, do you consider yourself a Boomer or a Gen Xer?
I never categorized myself at all. In fact,
no, that's fair.
Know. Yeah, I don't even know within that where I fit.
Well, it's one of those things where I squarely am a Gen Xer, but just by chronological place, and I think my upbringing and experience and interaction with people tells me that I fit squarely as a Gen Xer. But someone who's only 13 years older than I is definitely also a Gen Xer, but it's far enough back that it could actually be a Boomer, depending. It probably have more to do with what generation your parents were. Were your parents from the war generation? You're probably a Boomer. If your parents were after the war generation, then you're probably more a Gen Xer.
Yeah, in that respect, I'm a Boomer. Both my parents were born before the war.
Okay. Yeah, so my grandparents fought in the war. My parents are their offspring. But my mother's parents are actually from a half a generation behind, and they met during the Depression and waited until after the war to have children because it was economically disadvantageous until then. And then all of a sudden it became having children became okay, but back when they first met, getting married meant you had to give up an income. It was illegal to have a 2-income family. So they both had jobs to get by. So they waited. But I think they were a full decade older than my mother's parents were a decade older than my father's parents. My grandfather was too old to fight. The other one went straight to war.
That's the same with my parents and my wife's parents, because my wife's parents were quite a bit older. They were born in 1912 and 1911, and my mother was born in 38. And I do notice the cultural differences between those two generations. Even in my relation with the wife, there are bits and pieces that we think differently about.
Yeah, what you're brought up with and what you experience shapes who you are, and how you interact with the world. There's no way to get around that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was my father, he was a sailor, so he could be away for about a year or 8 months or so, and then home for. But luckily, I had my grandfather on my mother's side very close by, so I spent a hell of a lot of time with him, and that gave me my base. He's the one who told me. You have to remember, he said, a foreigner is a friend you never met before. If you keep that in mind, you will do great in your life.
That's a great way to look at things. And I did have my father around some of the. My father was a trucker, so he was away a lot, but not never home. And he switched careers. I think when I was about 11 or 12, I can't remember the exact year that was. And he was home a bit more. And actually, I worked with my father for about 20 years, and then we started a business together, and I worked with him in that business for about 20 years, and then I ran it on my own for about 8 years before I retired from that to become a trucker myself. But I learned a lot from him. One of the weirdest things about my father is he had a lot of weird opinions that I would consider racist, xenophobic, intolerant. Like things he would say about, just generalizations, things he would say. But he never interacted with people like that. And he told me over and over again since I was a young child that no one doesn't deserve absolute 100 respect. Like 100% of your respect for being just a human, and treating people badly because they're different than you is a shitty thing to do. And yet he would just pop off these weird expressions that I don't know if he thought they were funny or they were just things he grew up hearing, but I decided to just dispense with the bullshit part of it and take to heart what he said about people, which is treat them with respect and try to understand where they're coming from.
I think
I'm not so charitable with flirts, unfortunately. As the flirts know, I'm pretty shitty to them, and I do apologize. I'm trying to work on getting better. But yeah, I agree. The foreigner is someone it's a friend you haven't met. Yeah, they're just other humans from somewhere else.
Have you heard a term about unconscious bias?
I have, yeah, I have heard that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we go. Luckily, my company has this video series, and the simple way they explain it really opens your eyes. Like one episode, there's a small office. Two persons comes in. One is a black guy wearing a bicycle helmet. The other is a young, nice, beautiful girl. And the woman behind the desk says, "Oh, there you are, Dr. Johnson." And she looks directly at the girl. And then the guy says, a bit untidy, "No, sorry, I am the doctor." And that is a really good example how we put people in boxes just by the way they look, even if we don't know them at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we do make certain assumptions about people. I think assumptions like that are far less relevant now, but yeah, we do have these ideas about who people are and who we've as a society in the Western world in particular. This may sort of work out differently in other cultures and other societies, but in Western world, for a long time, we curated who could and who could not have access to certain types of employment and education. And so that meant that you did not encounter people of a certain ethnicity or a certain gender in certain roles for long periods of time, making it a really weird thing to encounter someone. So you might not have ever expected, if you were from a certain generation, having a person of color working as a doctor, something that requires a tremendous amount of education and knowledge, is something you might not have seen very often. Whereas for me, being a little bit younger, I've encountered that many, many times, and my doctor is not only someone who would be considered a person of color, they are also female. And that's something that, I think a generation or two behind me would have found strange or different. But for me, it's just one of a long line of people of just about every ethnicity, and I've had great doctors and specialists of any gender and any ethnicity and background that you can think of, and that's kind of normal around here now.
It's the same here. I mean, you've got all kinds of nationalities, ethnicities, and females and males all over the place. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Which is
that's a good thing. It's a tremendous thing because we're not missing out on great minds and great attitudes towards helping people. And I volunteer working in medical education and development is what I volunteer in, to help people meet and interact with people that suffer from diseases in a non-patient doctor engagement area. So I work in what they call patient advocacy, and I meet a lot of people that work in these industries, and they are from all around the world. People travel from around the world to come to these conferences, and I'm happy to be able to engage with stuff like this. But you do see a tremendous amount of diversity, and you also meet people that are in education. So a lot of younger people who are just learning will come to these conferences to add to their learning and to put little notches in their belt about things they've checked into. And I think that's something that is a really good thing. I don't know if that's always been done this way, but collaborative learning and sharing is something that I think helps people a lot. We should embrace that stuff instead of calling it woke and dismissing it as like DEI bullshit. There's a tremendous number of amazing humans doing shit all around the world. We should get to know them and work with them, because that's going to be better for society in general.
Isn't that funny when you get into these organizations that you said voluntarily? You tend to understand what's going on and what's happening. But for people outside, well, they've heard about it, and that's it. They have no knowledge or hardly any knowledge of actually what is going on. I think if people were better informed, maybe more people would join these kind of organizations.
I think so. I think like FaceTime with real people, shaking someone's hand, getting to know them. And in some cases, like I've worked with these people for a few years. In some cases, I run into these people and they come over and give me a great big hug and are glad to see me again. And we have, we go out and we have, drinks and meals together, and we have, we sit down. And I'm now a co-author on 2 scientific papers working with these people by giving my input to, in one case, a study, and in another case, more of a developing a framework for how to handle certain situations. And these have been tremendously valuable experiences to me as an individual, but there's been great feedback on these things. And I've been part of these other projects that I've worked on that they're not published academic papers like these other 2, but I've worked in these projects that are like just tremendous great experiences for myself, but also for everyone else participating. And then the feedback on it shows that people in the industry, like healthcare professionals and patients, are all really impressed with the work that's being done by these organizations, and they engage with it really well. And it's been a pretty good experience for me. I get a lot from it, and I really enjoy doing it. I'm going to go speak at a thing in June, so it's less than a month away now. I really appreciate the chance to go talk to these people, and then to hear from them too about like what their side is on things, and also like what they're learning. And then I learn more about it, and I learn more about the disease states that I live with as well. And I'm more on top of what's going on, and I see some really amazing stuff. And then I come to a place like this and hear people saying science isn't real. It's an interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. You said you learn quite a bit of things. Oh yes, definitely. And not only getting more information and understanding of other things, but all at the same time you learn quite a bit about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean, you understand yourself much better, because you can relate it to It's like looking at a problem from a different angle instead of just your own subjective angle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and it's I think that's what a lot of people are gaining is that instead of looking at with healthcare, a lot of times you can look on paper at like what a disease state is and say, oh well, you know, this cell is being signaled wrong by this hormone, so it's doing this thing it shouldn't do, and that's what the disease is. And then so there's a pharmaceutical that'll fix it, or there's some other treatment, or we have to do a surgery, or you know, whatever the case may be. So that's all on paper. But the fact of the matter is, a real living, breathing, like flesh and blood human has to administer the care. A lot of times it's actually like a dozen or more humans. And a real living, breathing human that has a family and friends and people that love and care for them is receiving that care. And if it doesn't go well, that affects everybody down the line. It affects everything going on with them. So I learn a lot more about the...
More than just a number.
Well, yeah, and it's more than just like, oh, this isn't working right. Like, we can't treat humans the way we treat like automobiles and trucks and motorcycles, right? Like, you say, oh, that part's not working, order a new one. You know, that's not how healthcare really works. Even though like you could look at it that way on paper, and in a lot of cases, that's what, you know, the end effect might be that. But people are tremendously affected by diseases they live with. And they're tremendously affected by how it's cared for and their experience going through healthcare. And so, and once I had some like tremendously terrible experiences, I started looking for like where the, you know, who can help me with this? How can we make this better? Like, I don't want my children to grow up in a world where this is just a de facto thing that you have got to live with. And I quickly learned that there's institutions built around trying to improve that already. And when I started talking to the guy that was running one aspect of it, he invited me to come meet them. Like, and he flew me out to another province and had me come down to sit with people. And then he had me get up and speak to people. And then after that experience, I enjoyed working with them, and they enjoyed working with me to the point I got invited to more and more. And then he introduced me to people doing the same thing in other diseases. And so I'm now working with 3 different organizations doing this. And that's all happened in the last 6 years. And it's all, the person I can thank for this is the person that treated me like a piece of shit while they were trying to administer care to me and pissed me off enough to get me up off the couch and talking to people and not just being upset about what happened, but actually saying, hey, like, people can be treated with respect and dignity and still receive the same care. And yeah, that was a great learning experience for me there. And then everything I learned after has given me like a tremendous amount of hope for where things are going. Things are getting better. And getting better around the world.
But that's how it is within healthcare. The psychological part and support is extremely important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all meshes together. That's my favorite talking point is that, you know, one of the ladies I work with, I'll use her as my model and I'll say, hey, what's that thing between her head and her body? Is that a neck? It's like, you can't treat the mind as a separate thing. It's part of the body. It's part of the health. You know, everybody's got a neck. Mine's pretty short, but it's very, very large in circumference. And, you know, it does connect my mind and my body. There's a lot of things going on. Our brains do a lot of stuff, and we also have a lot of thoughts that can fuck with our behavior. And so, you know, people have mental health and addiction issues and all sorts of issues going on. And I know I sound overly woke when I talk like that, but I think mental health is something that should be front and center in everybody's mind and stop being like there's like a bias or like what's the word I'm looking for? It's a word I use all the time, and I can't think of it right now. But there's like a stigma around mental health that still exists that we should probably lift and just start treating it instead.
I totally agree. I used to say, well, a psychological disease of some sort. It's just as a real illness as breaking a leg. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, no, it is. It is. I just realized we're not allowed to talk about this. I forgot that this is being streamed out on YouTube, and so Omni's going to get struck, and I'm really sorry, Omni, that I brought up anything about healthcare, and I retract everything I said. That was just a story about a movie I once saw. It has nothing to do with healthcare. To all the YouTube.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. So we are going to be banned now for a week, huh?
I have no idea. I might get banned from the server, and Omni may send me a note telling me what an asshole I am. I will see my proctologist to find out if that's true.
It's okay. No one was listening.
That's good. That's good. I don't want like the AI bots on YouTube to like get the wrong idea and think I'm giving out medical misinformation. But yeah, I forgot this server doesn't allow that talk, and I shouldn't talk about that dangerous activity I do, working with people in a certain industry. But I'm sure all that super woke talk made everybody fuck off. So, how's everybody doing?
Sorry, I was just reading a mail from my union of this year's upcoming negotiations.
More money for the workers, less money for the billionaires.
Absolutely. That's a good thing about having these really big, strong unions over there. They take care. It's not only your wages, but it's your how should I call it, the law side of things work. I mean,
it protects worker rights. Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely. And a lot of times it builds in things that people are like, well, like you don't deserve that because you're just working at this or that. I think the biggest problem we have is that labor's divided into like a few different categories, and you have protected labor and non-protected labor. And non-protected labor is taught to devalue and degrade what protected labor has because capitalists suffer a little bit from protected labor. Yet the biggest companies that bring in the biggest amounts of money tend to be unionized companies. So it's obviously possible to turn a pretty good profit and still have well-paid, well-looked after employees.
Absolutely.
Actually, like we should probably start a worldwide thing. It would solve a lot of problems worldwide. I think like all the people complaining about like cheap labor in Asia, for instance, like if all those Asian countries had unionized labor and had living standards that were equivalent to the West, there would be no economic advantage to shipping jobs off to other places. And so you wouldn't have to have tariffs to try and make up for the difference, right? Like the tariffs that Trump keeps talking about, I don't think they're working the way he wants them to, but his concept is a pretty simple one, which is like it's cheaper to make stuff over there, which is good for capitalism. Capitalists are all over it, and you'd think he'd understand and want that, but he's like, no, I want all the jobs to be back in the USA, which I guess makes sense. But then it just misses the part about like reciprocal trade is generally good. But then other people are like, well, that's just this globalism and whatever, and we got to stop that. But if there was no difference between the wage earned in China versus earned in, say, Indiana, you could just make the stuff in Indiana and not worry about the boat trip back and forth. But people have been accustomed to buying goods at a certain price, and huge corporations are used to selling disposable things that need to be repurchased on a regular basis, things like automobiles and clothing and all sorts of different electronics and things. And we're sort of, in the Western world, we're accustomed to doing things a certain way. And when you change that, the inflation pressure and economic pressure and the fact that wages never keep up with inflation, not even close, it changes behavior. Like, because the inflation has outstripped my income by multiple double-digit %, I'm just doing everything different now. I'm just in a completely different behavior set than I ever was before, and I don't know how long that'll last for, but I'm thinking probably a decade or more.
Could be. The problem is, as you said, though, if you do start, let's say, to produce products more locally, the prices will increase because the cost of the production is higher. So
yeah,
then,
it will be higher.
Then you have to bring the wages up at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, because then nobody. We can't afford. If we can't afford anything, you're not going to sell us anything, right? Like food, you'll sell, and like energy, you'll sell for heat and power and stuff. But people will change their behavior in a way that is deleterious to capitalism. And the people with a lot of money don't care because they have money either way. But the overall behavior of society will change in a way that isn't necessarily good. It's not good for people that want to make money. I don't know who you sell your shit to, but our country has boycotted the USA in reaction to these tariffs, and we have retaliatory tariffs. But nobody told the people of Canada to boycott the USA. Just all these little groups of people are like, hey, this is how you find out where stuff is actually made. And here's a list of things that are misrepresented that are actually from the USA. And here's a bunch of other countries. And here's a bunch of local stuff you can buy instead. And people are doing it. You can go into a grocery store now and find produce from the USA sits there rotting. And produce from any other country in the world or local is gone. And that's something that's happened over the last few months, and it happened at a grassroots level, and it continues. And people every time I go into a store, if I have to buy something, if it's made in the USA, I'll leave it on the shelf. And we're going to do that until things improve. I don't know if that will happen, but
that just shows
we'd rather trade back and forth.
Yeah, but it just shows that we, as consumers, the ordinary man, we stick together. We have enormous power to change.
Oh, we do, yeah. There was I don't know how the flights to the USA have gone down. It's only business flights.
Trucker, you gotta chill out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me
you mentioned tariff. We have tariffs there in Norway as well, especially from a few farmers' products. But that is to maintain the farmers in Norway and I mean special brands of it as well, because Norway is not an easy country to do farming in, if you know about the climate.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, similar to what we deal with, for sure.
Yeah. But I got to go. I have to lawn my mown and fix everything up for tomorrow's National Day. You might hear my neighbors outlawing his mown. Fired up.
Well, happy National Day.
Thank you very much. Nice talking to you guys. Cheers.
Thanks.
What's the National Day about?
I never did find out. It's a celebration.
Where's he from? What country is he in?
That was Norway, so it's Norway's National Day. We have Canada Day, which I think is similar. In the U.S., they have Independence Day. I think there's similar things in a lot of countries. It's just hey, look at us. We have a flag, and we all were born in the same place, or we all emigrated here. I don't know.
We got that here too in Australia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's an Australia Day or something it, right? Yeah. And you guys have a horse race day too, right?
Yep. Well, it's mostly
everybody gets off for a famous horse race, or no?
Well, no, not everybody. It's predominantly just Melbourne.
Okay. I didn't realize it was just the one city. Okay.
We also have a public holiday for a football match, which is Australian rules football.
Yeah, Aussie football. Yeah, that's a cool game.
Cool or brutal?
Yeah. I've never played. I watched a bunch of it. I played rugby as a kid, and I watched some of that. It's sort of a side a slightly related but not the same game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's only related because
there's a ball and people running around on a pitch.
Well, it's played in Australia. Rugby's more of an international sport, right?
It is, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I've never seen an Aussie football game.
Australian rules football is not so international. There was a time. There was a time, and I don't think they do it anymore, unfortunately, where they combined Gaelic football with Australian rules, and they made up this other game, which had a bit of Australian rules, football rules about it, but also used a round ball that they do in Gaelic football. It was interesting.
Oh, okay.
And
the
they
Aussie
sort
rules
of
uses
combined the rules
like an
and the
ellipsoid, right?
scoring system. Hey, what's that?
Yeah, it's an ellipsoid ball, like a rugby ball, sort of in Aussie football, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that was why we thought it was sort of related to rugby, but yeah.
Right.
It was an interesting thing to watch on TV.
It's not super slimline, but it's not as bulbous as a rugby football.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely that's an interesting it's an interesting thing to have like a game that's just played in one country, and it's very popular and well attended and well supported, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going around in different countries.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Spain's got something that they do. Do you know a Discord bloke here by the name? I don't know if he's on your server, but he's been on Gem server a bit. His name's Dakotas.
I don't know the name, but I don't know that one, but I'll keep my eyes open for it in case. I'm always driving while I'm on here, so I don't see people's names. I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm just talking.
Yeah, no, fair
I'm driving
enough.
down the road.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Dakotas, I can't for the life of me right now remember what country he's from, but he does sound like Count Dracula. So he's from that part of Europe. But he was talking to us about. He was telling us about one of the traditional sports they have over there, and it's extremely confusing. But they all love it. I mean, they have a large turnout. The country gets into it. They all understand it. Maybe that's why they enjoy the taste of blood.
It could be. It could be. Yeah, no, like there's sort of a nationalism around certain sports. Like our country's really famous for being into hockey, and it is like extremely well, not just watched but played, right? Like, and I think that's probably an interesting thing, right? It's like how many people in the country actually learn a sport as a kid and play it. I don't know, like that's probably pretty common in Australia that like the boys and girls learn Aussie rules football at a young age and play it in leagues.
Well, there's a lot of opportunity for younger people, kids in particular, to get involved with sport, more so now than there was when I was a kid. I mean, going back to the early 70s when I was a kid, I was always very too small to play Aussie rules. I never really got into it myself, although I did enjoy following the team that I did barrack for and the actual VFL as it was at the time, which was the Victorian Football League. It was the pinnacle of Australian rules football back then in the 70s. But you're Canadian, right?
I'm Canadian, yeah.
Yeah, why do you sound so weird?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Well, you
kind of weird accent.
You kind of sound a little bit Canadian, but like you were influenced.
I am influenced, but I don't know what my influence is. One weird thing about me is I grew up calling my mother Mum, not Mom, and I actually write MUM.
Yeah, that's the right way of writing it. That's the correct.
I've always found it weird. We write like we're taught as children to write MOM, which I did as a child, and then I realized no, I call my mother Mum. I don't call her Mom. And I don't know if that's a Canadian thing or like just from where I'm from.
Well, it's Mum, not Mom. So you were right.
That's how I've always said. That's how I've always said it. my mother and my father both called their mother's mom, not mom.
How do you?
And
you?
I don't know. It's weird.
Okay, dude. How do you spell the word color?
COLOUR.
Yeah, well, that's correct. I mean, you're on the right track for most things so far. At least two of them.
We use Zs overly often to match American spellings for things that should have an S in them. But the Canadian English is a bit fucked. I will say that.
Well, what's the last 3 or 4 letters of sanitize?
I try to write ISE, but like my autocorrect Americanizes and puts a Z in it.
Do you use American autocorrect or using Canadian?
I actually have it set to British English, but it does all sorts of weird shit. And there is no Canadian English. We have Canadian French.
Yeah, it's probably
Canadian French is different than France, but yeah.
It's probably your IP address screwing you.
It could be. Yeah, I don't really know. I used to pay for a service that sort of masked all that stuff, but it was a lot of money, and I just kind of dropped that. With inflation, I'm just dropping anything I don't absolutely need. I just sort of cut off all my subscriptions if they're not something we're using all the time at home. I'm just saying fuck it. I don't care.
Well, the Canadian dollar
more money in my wallet.
The Canadian dollar's on par with the Australian dollar. They're almost 1-to-1.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, this is me talking about. This is me talking after checking it maybe a few months ago. So who knows what the fuck's happened since? This is before the election.
There's been some volatility for sure. Yeah, the American election is weird. Yeah. You could check it.
I am, because you're driving.
Yeah, I remember a number of years ago, I was planning a trip to Australia, which some things happened in my family that made me cancel that trip because my father got really sick for a couple of months.
Okay.
But that's kind of a side issue, and I never I met my wife and we got married and had kids, and we can't afford to go to Australia. But I remember looking up the cost of going, and at the time the Canadian dollar was about 10 cents stronger than the Australian one. And so I was trying to budget for this trip and figure out how much stuff would cost.
Well, one
I was
Canadian
surprised
dollar.
that it was weaker.
One Canadian dollar will buy you $1 and
So we at the time we were working together. We had a business together I worked in it for 28 years, but I worked with him for 20 of those years. And yeah, so I couldn't go away. So I just canceled it and I never got back on to doing it. But yeah, it was interesting to look at the cost of doing things then, and so I was looking stuff up, and I remember thinking, everything seems about 10 to 15% more expensive in numbers, but then I did the conversion, and I was like, yeah, it's actually the costs are pretty similar. I was budgeting at the time. I was figuring I could go on a 3-week trip for about $7,500 Canadian for what I wanted to do, which was to fly there, fly back, rent one of those little camper trucks that you can sleep in the top of. And I had done a trip like that across Canada when I was a couple of years before that in the late 90s. And I was like, I want to do the same thing. I want to travel across Australia. So I sort of figured out the cost of diesel, the cost of the rental, and the cost of the flights, and maybe one hotel at the beginning and end, right? And yeah, so that was what the cost was going to work out to in Canadian dollars at that time. I don't know what that would cost today. I'm assuming a lot more.
Probably on par.
Maybe I'll still
Anyway,
come one day. Go
just
ahead.
on a more pressing point, I'm curious as to why so many people still don't understand how the Earth is flat.
Oh, you want to know why I don't know that the Earth is flat?
Not you.
Oh, okay.
Just in general terms, like
Just in
why
general, how do people not figure this out?
why does so many people, not see a flat Earth? When you walk out your door, when you're sitting on the beach, you look out in front of you, looks flat, right?
Not to me, but yeah, I understand.
You're one of those.
I understand that people see it that way. Yeah.
Can I just before you
go ahead.
before you
Yeah,
explain to me,
I'm not gonna. I won't explain anything to you. Just go ahead.
No, it's all right. I understand it all anyway. I'm just curious. But before we go too deep in, I just want to say g'day to Dawn. I haven't spoken or heard from Dawn in a very long time. Hope you've been well, mate.
Everything's great, thank you. But
That's
I really
right.
feel we need some spice in this VC.
Some space?
Some spice, because Al Tucker, you've been talking nonsense for ages.
I have. I'll just stop. I'm gonna put myself on mute. You guys can talk about why the Earth is flat or whatever you want to talk about.
Hey, Al Tucker, can you do us a favor? Can you just say there's a snake in my boots?
You want me to say that there's a snake in my boots?
It's like you've got one of those cords that you pull out the back and it doesn't stop talking.
Yeah, that's true. I am a CNC. I am loquacious as fuck. I will admit that, and I apologize.
Well, you don't need to
sorry,
apologize. Don't I always say don't apologize. Just be better.
No, I could try. It's easier to say sorry, eh?
No, it's too easy. That's the problem.
All right.
So
you
how's
guys enjoy.
life? Anyway, no, you're all right. You can join in. I didn't want you to go away. I'm just fucking with you. That's what we do in Australia. Anyway, Dawn, you still doing the drone stuff?
I am, yeah. I haven't.
Awesome.
I gave up since last summer and did music, but now I'm ready to fly this spring and summer again.
Well, you can combine the two, though, right? Can't you do? Is there any way of controlling? Oh, you probably need a bit of open space, but controlling more than one drone with one controller. Have them sort of set a certain distance apart, where you can get them to do things in sequence to music.
Sure, you've asked me that before.
I haven't. Well, if someone's asked you that before, it wasn't me.
That's a common question.
Oh, is it? Okay. You just took the wind out of my sail. Thanks.
We've got this new preset where the drone is more stable, so we can be more violent. That's the update news.
Okay. So you can be more aggressive on the controls and it comes out smoother. It's more controllable.
Yeah, and it holds at a higher speed and weirder angles better.
I saw a while ago now, I'm trying to remember in detail, but there was some dude that was controlling some drone, and it went from 0 to like 200 miles an hour in fuck all time.
Yeah, it's great.
What's that? You cut out.
Oh, sorry. Oh, is that all right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, drones have got really fast acceleration.
Nice. Do you still cam up your drone? Drone?
Yep. I'll put my newest video in the text chat.
Okay, let me scroll. What, just now? You will or you did? I didn't quite get that.
I have now.
Oh, you have now. All right, let me have a look.
We were speaking about cool, interesting things like Netflix being a satanic agenda, Edward Bernays propaganda, and then I went to the shop and come back, and truckers just talking about the general cost of living.
Do you think that Netflix being a satanic agenda, if you don't give a fuck about that side of it, do you think it would it really affect you?
I think you can be above it, and you can just say, so what, if there's a satanic agenda? There's always been religious agendas. Yeah, you can be above it.
Okay.
But generally, it might seep in if you're
I don't like
susceptible.
I don't like the concept of putting yourself above things or below things or things being above you. Can't it just be like, you know?
I mean, you can
I guess I see where you mean, where you're coming
you
from.
can be susceptible, or you could not be susceptible.
I mean, I've got a Netflix account myself, and I only like every Thursday, a couple of my mates and I get together. We sit around and we watch a movie. We eat takeaway food and we drink booze.
Yeah. So
right?
tell me about the last movie you guys watched.
Well, we watched. It was actually on Prime, and it was an older one. It was Almost Famous. We watched.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't know about that. What's it about?
It's about this. We watched it over 2 nights because it was a long movie. It was about 2 hours long, and we were just too tired to watch the whole thing in one sitting, so we watched it over 2 weeks. We finished it like yesterday. Basically, what is it about? It's about this young kid who's quite seemingly intelligent, and he's a good writer, and he follows his band around, and he gets contracted to follow them around. I'm not doing this justice. And write about them and report back for this magazine. It's set back in the 70s, right? During the rock and roll era. And this band is like a second-tier band. They're not quite the Led Zeppelin. They're not quite the Beatles or Queen, but they're in that sort of vein and wanting to be. They're wanting to be that sort of a band, but they never quite make it. They're Almost Famous.
But
and it's a bit of a story. It's a bit of a story about this kid who's the journalist for the rock and roll magazine, and he goes on tour with the band to write about them. It was okay.
That sounds quite wholesome, but it's about satanic music, right? It's set around.
Well, I mean,
satanic music.
Well, it does have that style of music. Does have that connotation because people have applied that to it, and they've applied that to it for a reason.
It was. Did you know that film is loosely based on the director's life story because he was a writer for Rolling
Right. Oh, right. Okay. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Cameron Crowe.
Excuse me while I take a bite of my pizza.
Yeah, that's a wholesome one. Why did you? Do you watch anything more exciting than that?
Was that not exciting? We like to watch stupid comedies or action movies.
I like action. It's probably a lot more exciting.
And occasionally a science fiction movie. But a really stupid comedy is good. We haven't watched it, but to give you a feel, something like, but not as dumb as Dumb and Dumber. Do you know the name Ricky Stenicki? Ricky Stenicki. Have you heard of the movie with that character in it?
No, but I think I know the comedy. What you mean?
Yeah, that was actually quite funny. I like it when it's humorous and it's endearing at the same time.
So how do you convince the lads? You just offer them good beer?
Oh no, it's a group consensus. We have a 5-minute rule. Usually the three of us will get together and we have no fucking idea what we want to watch. So we'll flick through the movies, and we'll go, oh well, this one looks so gay. We'll give it 5 minutes, and if it doesn't make us giggle at least in the first few minutes, or if it's not intriguing enough for us to stick with, we'll give it the arse and go to the next one. It's not a science. It's just a thing. But
if I said to my friends, "Do you want to come and watch a comedy movie?" they'd probably say no.
Well, you don't have to put it that way, because then you're setting yourself up for a negative. If you said to your mates, "Hey, do you want to get together? I don't know, we'll get some beers or we'll get some takeaway food and we'll chuck something stupid on the telly to watch."
Yeah.
You reckon they'll say no?
Yeah, they might be more into it then.
Right. So it's all about, I don't want to sound like I'm marketing to you, but it's about how you present it. And I think you got to present it. You got to present it in an honest way that's not just your way, a neutral way. I think that's fair and reasonable. I might be wrong, though. But we've been doing this for over, 20 years, I think.
I did start a movie club with Merle, and I made him watch various satanic movies.
With Merle, did
Yeah.
you say? Oh, for fuck's sake, mate. Come on. Oh, that's funny. You
I
made
heard from
him
him
watch
last night.
Wait. Satanic. Can you give us a few titles that you made him watch?
Yeah, we started with Midsommar. So it's like a race, pagan, suicide, Gnostic, Satanist
It rings a
horror
bell.
film about the death of Christian as the beast.
Where's Merle, dude?
He's in Scotland.
Scotland.
And he's now sort of going through the homeless, hopefully getting somewhere to live at some
No,
point.
he's not homeless. He's living in a room at a acquaintance or a friend or something like that.
Yeah, but he's applied as homeless, so he can go through the system, hopefully.
Are you in touch
No,
with
he's
him?
not applied as homeless. He's applied as no job, so he can get social benefits, money every month.
And homelessness. He told me yesterday. He might be lying, but that's what he told me.
Well.
Yeah, he's not
If
gonna
his,
tell you
if
that
his
he's
situation
homeless.
is as he said to me, he is not homeless, but he is unemployed.
Yes, but he's told the government he's homeless, like living on people's sofas. That's what you tell him, and then you get a flat.
Are you in contact with him regularly?
Yeah, every now and then was, yeah.
All right. Is he well, at least?
Well, he's feeling disillusioned because everyone's already got their money system working, and he's restarted in Scotland, so he's feeling a bit lonely and lost and poor. But he decided to do this so he can change his life to the west.
Yeah. Well,
of the
he
world.
had high hopes of success going there, and I'm wondering, well, how successful he's been. It doesn't sound like.
Well, he didn't really have a
That's not
plan.
great.
He didn't even measure how much weight he could take, so it cost more than he thought, and then he ran out of money.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, he's a bit sort of blasé about the whole thing. Maybe a bit too blasé.
Yeah. But I mean, if you haven't got a plan, you could wait all your life, couldn't you, for a plan to never happen, or you could just do the thing.
True. Yeah, you could bite the bullet and just go. But I mean, those little things you got to have up your sleeve. If you're going to bite the bullet and go, you got to at least have taking too much baggage on board and having to pay extra is one of the things you should know.
Yeah, I told him.
In my opinion.
Lots of people told him this.
Oh, I'm not here to tell him. I'm just curious on how he's going and where he's at. because he had a few bucks saved up and he used a bit of those dollars, and then he was going to use what he had left over to go over there.
I feel like he took the trip and he had a dream, but he had no plan, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's a good way of putting it.
But that's managed to get him around the planet. So now he's just got to make sense of the next bit.
Well, he already had citizenship in the UK, so that makes it one step easier than compared to me moving to fucking Australia, you know?
Yeah, but
So
I'm just saying he got on the plane at least. Where some people don't ever do that.
So is he going to stay there, or is he planning to come back? What's his long term? Oh, I guess he
I think it
doesn't
was
have
a
a long
one.
I
term.
told him to settle down and do the long term thing because I don't know what else to tell him.
Is he far from you?
Yeah, I'm southeast and he's in Scotland.
Oh, he's still
I
up
think-
in Scotland.
I think it's better to be poor in Australia than in Scotland. Like those winters in Scotland, it's not
definitely.
kidding.
But he didn't have any friends or opportunity or music or art life. There was no connection. That's what he was saying.
But there wouldn't be that in Scotland either. Like the place he
No,
has
yeah,
moved
build
to
it,
is not that much different than the place he moved from.
He told me that
I agree.
he told me that the scene that he saw in Scotland was suited to him, and he had quite high hopes of making something there in that specific type of scene because it gelled with him. He thought he would fit in. But anyway, Dawn, do you have any plans of meeting up with him? Because you guys have known each other for a long time now.
I think I want to wait till he's settled because if not, he'll be sofa surfing and relying on me, and that's not a good move for him.
But Don,
but I don't necessarily mean. I don't necessarily mean you putting him up.
Right.
I just thinking
I
like
can't travel that far. I don't have a car or nothing, so I was going
I
to.
think you should offer him a room in your apartment.
You could send him a drone, Dawn, couldn't you? No, I'm just kidding. I was just having a laugh.
This is a tricky one, Don. You already know. I know that you know that. I know you know.
I would meet him.
Merle's a good one. If you're talking about Merle, you're talking about Merle, right? Who?
Yeah, I'm not going to put him up, but I would meet him because he's my friend.
Because you'd be worried. You know that there's situations that you could happen. Listen, when you're close friends like that for so many years, you don't want to cause any problems, especially in your own community. It's very difficult. Because you know that things can go wrong. You know that things can go wrong. And Merle does too. But you guys are good friends. You guys have been through the worst shit, the best shit. I think it'd be okay, but just why do you have to put him up? There's tons of people, even like I said, where I know in the UK where we'd put him up even or give him help him out where to go. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He already,
a lot of people out here.
He met a flat earther in Scotland, one of his friends
Did he?
that he's met online.
Good. Good for him. He needs that.
Was it Dell?
No, some hippie woman.
You think it's Dell because he supports Dell so much.
He's not coming. He's given up arguing, I think, for flat Earth or globe.
Listen, I don't think anybody should be arguing for flat Earth anymore. Even when I find my moments that I will still do it for some stupid reason. I don't know, defend myself because if people just want to keep asking you dumb questions about it, you shouldn't need to argue about it anymore. Why are we arguing about the shape of the Earth to that degree? You know what I mean? No, seriously.
Yeah, I agree, Stace, because it's not
Because
flat.
you guys
What's
don't
the
want to
point?
listen.
What's that? I heard about you same time. Sorry.
I said because it's not flat. So what's the point?
I know you're going to be that way, boss. It's good to have you over here. Step away from Jim's server room. Bye bye.
We'll see about that.
I feel you.
Yo, Stace,
You're
what
not
do you
going to
think
ever leave
about
Jim's space.
Yo, Stace, what do you think about Lion yesterday bringing up an
Lion.
AE version of the flat Earth layout? Like, didn't you guys move away from that shit? Like after TFE?
No, listen.
Because we didn't
I
come forward
can't.
with that model.
I can't speak on that necessarily too much for what Line feels or about it. I understand him about being distorted. Right,
That's why I
exactly.
said
I
it.
can't speak for Line. But she wanted to know. I guess I said she wanted to know. He wanted to know how I felt about what you said. But you know what? Alex says it to me all the time. But he defends that AE map to no end. We have our conversations back and forth, like, but babe, it's not everything. And he'll tell you, yes, it's not. It's distorted. It's not a depiction of reality correctly, but it's very close. It's the closest thing that we have.
What? How do you compare?
That's what I was trying to say.
I don't know.
with that. Like, how does TFE fit into that? Unless you're saying that TFE is just fake.
It's faith, dude. It's faith.
Yeah.
I've admitted this. I've admitted this from the beginning.
Yeah, but at some point you have to be honest with yourself and say that, for example, what they saw in TFE does not comport with the notion that you have about a flat Earth. Because if your notion was true, they would not have been able to observe what they did observe, right?
That's only if you, that. Hold on, right? That's only if your premise is true. The premise being that the 24-hour sun would only be possible on a globe. It would be geometrically impossible on a flat Earth. That's if that premise is true.
Well, it is kind of true when we are taking the AE notion.
No, dude. I understand what you're talking about, dude. It should be geometrically impossible on a flat Earth. I get it because you got an actual southern axis of rotation, right? And you think that would be impossible any other way, right? I get that, dude. I get like the whole physics behind why it would be impossible in the AE. I don't need you to explain to me why it would be impossible. I understand why it would be impossible, but I think that there's other factors at play that are beyond our understanding, right? Because I think that I'll give you an example. So John Hanvey tried displaying how this could be possible in the AE map, and he was successful. It's a working concept of what he made it possible on the AE map, but he needed to use the reflective properties of the firmament.
But he had to add several multipliers, like not just one dome. He had to add several domes. The sun had to be outside of the dome. The reflection didn't even add up to what we should observe and stuff like that. So there was so many multipliers to what this Hanvey guy did.
I got you. But listen, bro. Listen. What Joe Hanvey was able to demonstrate was remarkable, because what he was able to demonstrate is another phenomena that we notice in the 24-hour experiment, that the sun during a certain point compresses, right? It goes through some type of compression effect. Joe Hanvey wasn't even trying to replicate that. It just happened that in his model, the same thing happened with the compression of the sun at the same exact point in the sky. He didn't even create the model to produce that. It was like a coincidence. It also happened to produce the compression effect of the sun, which is remarkable.
How confident are you in Joe Hanvey's model?
It's just a proof of concept, but the thing is, you got to understand where I'm coming from, guys. I'm coming from a theological perspective, right? At the end of the day, I'm a theologian, right? And scripturally, the ancients told us that there are 7 firmaments above us. There's 7 layers above us. So when Joe Hanvey has multiple layers, to me, that's not theologically conflictive,
right?
At all.
But again, which model best comports with reality? It's not about what you think, how you feel about the Bible.
Not the globe. Not the globe.
Here's a funny one. Can you give me a bucket of? Can you give me a bucket of each firmament?
Come on, man. Hold on 1 second. Which model, I'm going to ask again, comports better with reality when it comes to explaining this phenomenon, the 24-hour sun in the south?
The globe model does. With this specific phenomena, the globe model does.
Okay. Which model best comports reality when it comes to a solar eclipse?
The solar eclipse works on either model.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, dude. I can show you on Stellarium. I can just like I could zoom out on Stellarium from the South Point. I can show you.
Stellarium's a globe model.
You just don't understand the flat Earth model. You have a misconception of the flat Earth model and what's possible. There's nothing wrong. Listen, there's nothing wrong with eclipses and solar and lunar eclipses in the flat Earth model at all.
Yes, the reason why is because you have to, in order for the like a solar eclipse to work, the moon has to be in a different place. The sun has to be in a specific height above the ground. Like, and these things are unknown to you guys.
Right, but what we do know, right, is that it's possible with a local sun and a local moon that oscillate in their elevation throughout the the Shemitah cycles, right? So the 7-year cycles that the Bible talks about, the sun and the moon are rotating around the surface of the earth, and they're not actually keeping their elevation consistent. They're slightly moving up and moving down, and all they have to do is cross at the right angle to get an eclipse, which doesn't happen every month, doesn't happen all the time. But once they cross at that right angle, that incident angle, that's how you get an eclipse. It's possible, perfectly possible on a flat earth, showing the lunar and solar nodes over a flat earth in a spiral fashion. No problem at all. But you guys always insist, oh, it's impossible. No, if you take away the premise that the moon's 93 million, that the sun's 93 million miles away, and you take away the premise that the moon's 230,000 miles away, and you make them closer in the same size, it's perfectly fine. It works out, dude.
Right. All right. Cool. Think about this, right? Let's say you're correct about the moon being how far? Okay. Now we're gonna.
I'll tell you.
Very close, right?
Between 3,000 and 6,000 miles above the Earth's surface.
All right, cool. Now you run into the issue of if it's 2,000 to what number?
3,000 to 6,000 miles. Yeah. Yep. That's the range around there.
Now you run into the issue of at nighttime, people should be seeing the other side of the moon, depending on where they're at on the surface of the Earth. That's another problem.
That Joe Hanvey was able to replicate that with the firmament. So all these things we have proof of concept. We already have proof of concept of all these phenomena that you guys believe would be impossible. It's no longer impossible. What?
Did he have the moon inside of the dome?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me how one person in one place of the Earth and another person wouldn't be seeing that one person wouldn't be seeing the back of the moon. If you think about that for a second.
I'll explain, because what you have, right, when you have think about a mirror, right? Now the moon, you're thinking the moon is a spherical object that there's a dark side of the moon, even though you've never even seen it, right? So that premise already, you're building the premise that there's a back side of the moon, that you should have a completely different face of the moon on the other side. You don't know that.
Yeah, we've seen pictures.
Show me the back side of the moon. We've seen it.
Exactly, that's the point. No, have you seen it?
The same way you've seen, we've seen it the same way you guys have seen the dome.
No, the difference. You gotta understand though. You gotta understand that I'm coming at this from a theological perspective. You guys are supposed to be scientists and empiricists, yet you deny that you have religious biases, right? That's the difference, dude. So you can't use my faith against me when I'm already out front giving you the disclaimer since the beginning, conceding, yes, I'm a theologian at heart. Yes, I have faith. Yes, I use the scriptures to discern my reality. So when you throw it in my face, dude, that's kind of fucked up.
Nobody's throwing it in your face.
You didn't do that?
Yeah, he just did it. He just did it right now.
Understand what's going on. You have to separate the Bible and the heliocentric model, or not the heliocentric model, just the sun, moon, and earth model, how it works. You have to separate those two in order to try and understand how it works. That's where your mental block is.
Listen, bro. Listen, I'm trying to explain to you. In my worldview, there are 7 firmaments above our head. The scriptures, the Enochian scriptures, the ancient scriptures in the Ivrit tell us the sun and the moon and the stars are inside the firmament, inside of it, not in front of it, not underneath it, not behind it, inside of it, right? And it's a vaulted dome. So that means it just like the star in a glass.
So wait a minute. Are we inside of the firmament ourselves?
Yes.
Yes. No, we're not inside the firmament. We're underneath it.
Right. It would be above us. We're inside the actual. We're not in the dome. We're in the firmament. We're inside.
You gotta understand, bro. Listen. There's a multi-dome system.
Gotcha.
And the dome itself, the firmaments themselves are vaulted. That means that they're hollow.
And like a
sort
good
of like
Black Forest, and like a good Black Forest cake, there's layers between these domes.
Yeah, and hold on, dude. Hold on. Bro, let me get this out, dude. Let me get this out.
This conversation first, and then.
Bro, let me get this out, dude. Let me just get this out, right? So it's a vaulted crystalline structure with water inside of it, and the sun and the moon are inside of it, I have no idea the physics inside of this crystalline structure. For all we know, there's some type of superfluid in it. I have no idea how the sun and the moon are being projected. But that's scripture. So I rely on the scriptures, even though I've never been there, even though I can't get a piece of it and bring it down to you to prove it to you.
Yeah, but
I have faith that the scriptures are true. Go ahead.
I gotcha. So why would the physics be different to what we know?
Because when we're dealing with pressures, right? The way to change matter to the force, like for example, matter has 4 states of matter, right? 4 modalities. You got liquid, gas.
Presented to you by physics.
Liquid, gas, solid, plasma, right? So
presented to you by known physics.
This is what we know about matter so far. We got 4 states of matter, right? The plasma state is an exotic state of matter, and you can get plasma either through temperature or through pressure. When with enough pressure, you can actually break down the molecular bonds, the covalent bonds inside of the matter, where the electrons become they lose their structure. That's what plasma is. They lose their structure, their chemical structure. You could get that inside of a crystalline structure with enough. If there's enough pressure inside of that container, that vaulted dome, you could theoretically have superfluidity.
Right. And
that would change. Superfluidity would change physics as we know it, because under that specific state, matter behaves different than what we see on Earth.
Well, is that a possibility that if the model is not what we're like, the world is not what we're being told, right? If the model is incorrect, you take that out of the equation altogether, and we're trying to figure out the world for what it really is. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm not saying anything right now. I'm just saying try to figure it out. Then, would that be something that he's talking about? You could maybe bring into an equation of thinking that it might be this way, a theory, right?
Sure. If we forget everything that's ever been,
one second, I'll be right back.
Everything that's ever been observed.
No, Stacey, we can.
You're wanting us to base everything on what he thinks could be happening, without any investigation from him to say that it's happening.
Well, I'm just saying from his perspective, who's been down. Forget the religion part for a second. Like this, the fact that he's done his research, he doesn't believe in the model the way I don't believe in the model. It doesn't, your discernment doesn't work, right? Even if you just want to say it just doesn't because it's based on assumptions. Just go there. Then he would go down the path of he does have then his religion and what he looks into other books and whatnot of the world and what the teachings have said of differently outside of what the model has said. You could look for something different.
Yep.
Now, is it a possibility that what he's saying could be going on? Yes, and that's the point. I'm not saying it is. He's not actually saying it is because nobody claimed it, because until he verifies that, he can't.
You sure are agreeing with it, like you think it could happen.
No, I am saying that.
I don't know.
I am.
It could be a possibility.
Hang on, Stacey. For him to say it's a possibility, he's using the physics and what we've discovered out of reality as an application to say that these other things are a possibility.
What else would you do? You guys are doing the same thing when you look at stars or you look at what's happening on a planet. You see gases and you're like, well, because what we know about gases down here, like what they look like, that's exactly what's going on there.
No,
right, because that's backed by experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's already backed by experimentation and experience and knowledge.
Of what?
It's because of the tools
the
that
world
we
here?
use to observe them.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I said it's because of the tools we use to observe them. That's how we figure out what their chemical makeup is.
Do you think you know for a fact that you know for a fact what that chemical? You're right, though. Did you think that chemical makeup is for a fact 1,000 trillion, what do you would call percent? You know for a fact what's going on?
Well, you could compare it to what we see on here on Earth and the light spectrum that's emitted from different gases here on Earth.
Right.
In the lab, it's more do the same thing.
Although it might not be to that precise number you've quoted, it's more accurate. It's more accurate than what this other bloke's presenting, right?
Oh, look, I think people have looked into books a lot, and when they figure out that things are just not what they're told, and they will start pulling this information, and then, like he said, there was a word he used, faith. And once you start using faith and discernment, honey, I mean, What else are you supposed to do at that point? I do believe there's a creator of this whole world, and a lot of you guys do.
They may just be a creator of this whole world, but I mean, baby steps.
Yeah. But it doesn't mean what we're being told. Like even the moon he was talking about earlier. Like, well, you guys are going without. There would be the other side. You see, you guys haven't even seen this other side. So why would we even think that there would be another side? That's what's happening. We shouldn't.
Yes, here I'll show you
Have
how.
you? What from them, from NASA and other people
Yeah,
telling you
he's
that's
gonna
what
show
we're
us
seeing?
some satellite
Mhm.
probe or whatever going behind the moon.
Yes.
But I just mean, if you took all that and they're lying to you, Earth, and we knew that they were lying, see if they are really lying about the shape of the Earth then, and you stand on here as just a regular individual now, you take all that away, and you have to look at what you're saying. You're not going to tell me now for a flat Earth that I have to see the other side, because you've never seen it. You don't even know if there is one.
Lie about the shape of it? How can you lie to people about the
They
shape
do
of the
every
Earth? How?
day.
Because when you
Easily.
can have individuals that can go out and discover it themselves.
It's another
How
topic.
can you
Dude.
lie
That's just
about
a whole. Why would people lie, dude? Why do
Do you
people
guys
lie?
own-
Why does
do you
evil
guys own-
exist? I don't
Hey,
know. dude.
Lion.
What gain? What are they
Lion,
gaining?
two questions, Lion. Do you own a telescope, and have you been south of the equator?
I haven't,
said
and
we
both of
did.
those, by the way, just for me. Nope.
Oh, that was for Lion.
I know, but I just meant just so I have just another flat earth saying it. We haven't. A lot of people don't own telescopes in our community. A lot of people don't even own a camera very well. A lot of people don't travel. Okay, now Lion travels. He drives a lot, so that's going to help him. Yep.
Driving.
When you're driving long distances.
Can he drive south? Does he drive south of the equator?
No. But right now, for a shot.
Because when you start
no,
talking about a dome, when you start talking about a dome, you have to give us some sort of idea on what sort of shape or surface is the Earth for this dome to sit on it. Is the Earth a square? Is it a rectangle? Is it a sphere? Is it a disc?
The Bible tells us the circle of the earth, right?
Okay.
That the Creator, right? He carved out a circle in the great deep, the frozen great deep. So whatever is around us seems to be frozen, and he carved a circle in the frozen abyss.
Right. So we're like a puddle in this massive sheet of ice.
What's the Earth attached to? What's it attached to?
Yeah, I understand that.
Forever?
And yeah, so this thing goes forever, and we're just a puddle with the dome over it, where it's slightly warmer, and the ice is melted, and life is formed, etc., etc.
I don't know if it goes forever. I don't know. I don't think it goes forever.
Well, it doesn't matter if it does or if it doesn't. But the concept is that we don't know of its end, right?
Yeah.
So as far as we're concerned, it could go forever. Yeah.
I mean, there seems to be scripturally there is an end.
You don't want to disagree.
No. Eventually, you get to an area in the cosmos where there is no matter, nothing exists. The closest thing that we know to space, right? The outer darkness, where basically creation ends. From there on, it's just pure darkness forever. No galaxies, no star, nothing. Just pure pitch blackness.
So your God couldn't create an ever expanding universe with many worlds and many stars?
What's the point of it?
That's not the biblical worldview, bro. Could he have, I guess, but that's not really we can appeal to a million possibilities.
What's the chance that you've misunderstood him, your God?
Well, we can go through the scriptures. We can go through the scriptures together. I mean, if you want. I mean, it's up to you.
No, not the scriptures. I'm talking about what's the chance that you've interpreted these scriptures to give you a flat Earth when it's actually not what they're saying.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's pretty clear. I can show you in Second Ezra's.
Yeah.
I guess I'm asking.
Where Ezra talks about the firmament itself.
Yep.
Touching down on the waters at the extremities of the earth.
Or maybe at the time
that could mean a lot of things.
Maybe at the time when these scriptures were written, the man that made the men that wrote them didn't know much about the place that they lived at, so they just kind of wrote things down and what they observed. They had no clue as
I
to
know
what
that,
they
dude.
were looking at.
Listen.
when you
I've
when you're
already
standing on the
evaluated that as a possibility. Hold on. The problem
Correct.
is with that reasoning is that I don't subscribe to the idea that these were just kind of sheep herders that really didn't know much. This knowledge was given to them by the creator. The same creator that created everything around us gave them this knowledge.
Did he give
How?
it to
Through
them
the Holy Spirit.
visually? Visually, or was it inserted into them?
Visually.
Visually, right. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
Enoch. No, that's
not
what I'm
fair.
saying. You don't. It's not my fault that you're incredulous and you don't believe this stuff, right? But if you read Enoch's account, Enoch was given. Enoch was given. Enoch was given a visionary experience of our realm.
As in,
whether you believe that's possible or not, it's irrelevant.
As in a vision that he saw in his mind, or did he see it visually?
In the spirit,
actually,
right? You know what, like astral
okay.
projection is, like visionary, like traveling around, getting a guided tour. He was given a guided tour of our realm, dude.
Like
I'd
a
rather
trip.
believe him than you guys in your telescopes.
Well, that's up to you.
Let's just calm down.
Get your own telescope. It's up to you. Travel south of the border. It's up to you.
It's
you don't
like I love what Lion
quiet.
said. That, however, I can't agree with Lion because Lion is just saying right now. It sounds like if I was just on a stream listening, I love my Christian friends and everything. But when we're talking about the globe, this is why we kept religion out of it when the very beginning globe by silver, because you could still have the understanding of the shape of the earth and not apply religion whatsoever to it. So when we say you don't really care about the telescopes and stuff like that, and that's like not even valuable over maybe God has given a vision of some man and maybe got some drugs in him. Who fucking knows back then? He could took some mushrooms. He could do burning plant, burning bush. I mean, who knows? We're interpreting these books of a long time ago.
It wasn't drug induced.
I'm not saying it was. No, I know. I'm not saying it was, but this is what the people watching are going to hear, right? Or anyone that's listening.
I don't give a fuck what the people watching think. I don't give a fuck
because if you
what
want
they
to bring
think.
in Christians more, you would, right?
I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks of me. If I did, I wouldn't be telling you my religious ideas. I understand I'm going to be shamed. I understand I'm going to be scoffed and mocked at.
That's not what I'm saying.
If that was a problem, I would not be sharing my religious beliefs.
But do you understand what we're talking about, though? Looking at the world, the actual world you're seeing with your eyes, right? You, Lion, not in a book, not someone who's taught you, not anyone like this. Just get down to just Lion. Okay, and then someone you're going to say in the moment you go, I would rather believe in a guy who tells me something in a book talking about how he got a vision from God that we have never witnessed in our life. We have our moments. We know what God.
Yeah, I understand. I get where you're coming from, but you are what is known as a skeptic, and you lack faith. Ye of little faith. You think it was just a book written by some sheep herder that has no validity. I don't. That's not my worldview. That's not my worldview at all.
I go by I do not know, which is the best statement at the end, and I seek for that, right, with God. But at the same point, I don't think that any of the truth, the real truth, is lying in that book, honey. I think a lot of truth's in it. A lot that's been written down. I don't even discount that Jesus walked this earth, sweetheart. None of this stuff. I just think there's more to it, and it's been twisted and around by the Catholic Church and the people that want us to believe some of the stuff that just, to me, doesn't align. It doesn't mean that I'm still not right there with you, and that Jesus could even be.
Right,
I still pray to God all the time.
You're not right there. You're not right there with me at all. You're out of your mouth. The things that you're saying right now are indicative that you're not right there with me. We have contrary worldviews. You think you have no trust in the scriptures. You think they've been tainted by the Catholic Church.
I didn't say that.
Wait.
You just said it. You just said it. So the Catholic Church tainted the scriptures to promote a flat earth firmament dome model. Yet they're the Jesuits that created the Big Bang theory in the globe.
I don't know
Copernicus and Galileo.
But couldn't the Bible be true and the earth also be a globe, though? Is that not possible?
If there's lies in it,
dude.
If there's lies in it, honey, because a lot of that book explains it flat, like the four corners stretching out. There's so many different things. It doesn't.
Remember, that was at a point where they didn't really explore the earth as much.
I hear what you're saying.
Now,
but that's based on what you guys are believing that they didn't. So this is what I'm saying. I align with a lot of shit the Lion's saying. It's just sad that Don posted something very, very, valuable in the comments, because just because someone doesn't align exactly with you, but see, people for some reason walk like they're living this beautiful godly life because they have faith in God. I have faith definitely in a God and a creator. Just because I have faith in yours in a book, for a fact it's that, and I have a knowing.
All right, so
on faith.
right there, that separates
and then you want to shun the rest of the world around you as you're living a simple life yourself.
That's fine.
Is where
See,
you
this
go
is the
wrong.
problem. I don't care what people think of me, but the thing is, when you try to like align yourself with me, we're as far as the West is from the East in our worldview.
No,
I don't care that you believe in God. That to me, the idea that you believe in God, that means nothing, because the devil believes in God, the demons believe in God, and they tremble. Okay, so you believe in God. Good job.
So I
wow,
believe in a
you
God.
are very cocky for a Christian.
I believe in a God.
The Masons believe in God. Like, what do you want me to say? The Masons believe in God.
You don't hear what you want to hear. Go ahead.
I believe in a God that is all powerful, that can create a universe with an infinite number of worlds and stars and all. That's the God that I believe in.
And that is possible. God could probably do all that. You're right. But I don't think that's our reality that God created. But yeah, which God? Because I have to believe in a specific God because it's in a certain book, and people
Everyone
have a
has
certain
their own
faith.
God. That's true. That's true. Yep, you're right.
And we're all going to go, who's wrong? You're wrong. I'm wrong. You're not aligned with me. Actually, at the end of this book, and even his book, we're all aligned. We're one. They're all together at the end of the day. So I don't know why you want to say that we're not aligned, Lion, because that's cockiness.
No, we're not. We're not aligned at all. Stop saying that we're aligned when we're not. We have
I just
contrary
say we're aligned all we want. You're the one who has an issue with that.
We're as far, like I told you, we're not aligned at all. At all.
Maybe you need to get in line.
But
with the world around you.
I know that the idea of a firmament sounds silly, ridiculous, right? I've been scoffed at. I've been mocked at. I've been everything. People joke on us. The young earth creationists that believe in a firmament. We're like the worst of the worst flat earthers because we hold this view to be true because of the scriptures.
But the thing
I don't
is,
care that I'm shamed. I don't care. I'm not embarrassed.
Nobody's shaming you.
I'm not embarrassed for my beliefs.
It's all right.
What the hell?
It's all right. You can believe what you want to believe, as long as your belief isn't causing other people to die. All right, that's fine. But the thing is, I think you get a lot of ridicule because you're not providing anything else but belief, and I don't think other people understand that to give you some leeway to believe what you want to believe. It's not real, but you can believe it.
Yeah, you can think it's not real. To me, it's real.
Yeah, that's because you believe it's real.
Yeah, but it's not just like you gotta understand. I haven't abandoned reasoning either. You can come to this understanding using reasoning. I can't come to it using empiricism, but I can come to it using reasoning.
Well, I question your reasoning.
The firmament can be reasoned. I can provide a logical syllogism, a sound argument in defense of the firmament.
Yeah, but that in doing that, you cause other problems and make other questions.
Yeah, but you can't provide observational evidence for it, though, can you?
No, I cannot. I mean, the closest that we have are.
Whereas observational evidence can be shown that there isn't a firmament, unless you're saying the firmament is endless. Its distance away from us is endless.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then you're in trouble.
I'll try to pull up some videos that show. It doesn't show the firmament directly, but you know those electric sprites that occur. You know what a sprite is?
Yeah, those are seen from the ISS.
Sorry, I was fucking around. Yeah, they're like little spirits. Some claim they're spirits. They're little dancing lights. Go on. How would you describe a sprite then, if I'm wrong?
It's electric phenomena that occurs really high up, and when they shoot up,
lights.
it's almost like they're hitting something. You can see them flatten out.
Okay. Oh, okay, right. Like they've hit another layer of density.
Yeah. That's the closest thing that I can provide empirically.
So your immediate conclusion is that they've had to have hit something physical, like tangible physical.
It's just support. Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on either. I'm not. It's
Okay.
not.
But you'll argue vehemently that that possibility is most likely the case.
I don't know, dude. The sprites is. It's just. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about.
So
them, honestly.
what are the sprites evidence for, in your mind?
The possibility of the existence of a barrier up there, that the electricity is kind of smashing off of.
And what's the possibility on a scale of 1 to 10? What would the possibility? I was trying to think of a decent number, but what would the possibility, 10 being the most possible, of it being a physical barrier?
No, I wholeheartedly believe that there's a physical barrier up there. 10, 100%.
Okay. All right. I mean, you believe what you believe. That's fine. Like I say, as long as you're not causing anyone to die. Yeah.
I actually hold the Bible to be like the ultimate truth, right? It is the foundation.
What would
where I
happen?
acquire all knowledge from.
What would happen to you if you found out that this was incorrect? What if your God, spoke to you and told you that your views are wrong?
Then I would obviously change my views. Like, what do you mean?
You're happy to do that?
That's just a possibility, though. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. If God spoke to me and told me, "Hey, you got a little bit of misunderstanding,"
not God, your God.
Well, I believe my God is God, so it's.
Lion, this is Yahweh, your God. There is no firmament.
Yeah. If Yahweh came down and told me that, or if he spoke to me in a dream, or he just manifested it through his son.
A dream?
And he told me that there is no firmament. I would absolutely switch my stance.
So if you
how do you know it's Yahweh?
How
do you know it's
hang on, dude.
entity of some sort?
If you had a dream tonight and you woke up tomorrow and put all this aside because of your dream, you're good with that.
Yes.
Fuck. Okay.
But what if that wasn't Yahweh and you thought it was Yahweh and it was something else telling you that and deceiving you?
I would test the spirits. This isn't my first rodeo, so I would test the spirit.
Right, but you said the other day that we are not built. God did not give us that ability. That's why we have to seek to God to get those answers, because He did not give us that ability to do make the right choices like that, and judges and everything. Remember that day, have to reach out to God to get these answers. So if you're going to then, in a moment of God's giving me a message, how do you know it's God?
You got to test the spirit. In the past, in the past, when certain spirits manifest, you test them in the name of Christ. If they become skittish, you know that they're not of God. So if it's something that came to me acting masquerading as God, and I tested it in the name of Christ and it became skittish, then I would know that's not God. So the Bible tells us how to test the spirits in the name of Christ.
How many rodeos have you ridden, man?
Isn't there stories of them testing in the name of Christ and their God, or thing, even like, you know what I mean? What do you call exorcisms and everything else? And it takes a long time, doesn't just work instantly. So that's Lion and everyone in the world, we have the ability out of nowhere just to go and make everything stop in our lives like that, for sure. I can't guarantee that. Now, I've seen some crazy ass shit in my life and prayed, honey, and so I understand the supernatural stuff. But when you're sitting here saying that it's just always going to go away in the name of Christ, and you're going to know that it's that, I can't guarantee that.
Yeah,
I might mess with you 3 or 4 times. You don't know that. But then what happens to these other people out here?
There's a heavenly law. There's a heavenly law. There's a heavenly law. These spirits, as soon as you mention Christ, they become skittish.
Then why have they not gone away in these exorcisms? And it took them how long? Sometimes multiple.
That's a category error. That's a complete category error.
Why?
exercising somebody and testing the spirit is two different things.
Aren't you testing that spirit with that's within them, the demon? You're talking to them, get out in the name of Christ.
I'm not even talking about exorcism right now. I don't know why you want to bring it to exorcism.
I know you're not, but it's the same thing. You are saying in the name of Christ to the evil, and you're supposed to say it's going to respond instantly.
We're talking about having a visionary experience, having a spirit manifest to you and testing it like an apparition. You're talking about exorcisms, completely different category.
You're testing the spirit within that person.
I just told you the difference.
Don't tell me to stop telling me, and I'm not a lion, and you're going to tell me what to do, lion.
It's not about that.
I'm going to speak on
it's
here?
a category error. I'm not talking about we're not talking about exorcisms.
You're not talking about it. I am. Which is, I'm saying it's the same thing. You don't like that. Everything that you don't like, you say is wrong, and we're all wrong.
No, because when you exorcising a demon out of a person, because you're right. Exorcising a demon out of a person might not happen right away. Sometimes it takes time. Jesus himself said sometimes certain demons need prayer and fasting to exorcise them. But does that mean that you don't know that there's
the demon that you're dealing with?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is how to discern if a demon is good or evil, not how to exorcise a demon out of a person. Completely separate topic.
I'm trying to explain to you with reasoning. If something like a bad entity comes to you in the name of Yahweh and you actually think it's God, then there's a possibility you need to now use your own discernment. Is that God? Don't just believe it automatically. And yeah, you said then ask him, test them. You're going to test the spirit. It's the same thing of the reaction that should happen, right? When you're testing and doing these damn exorcisms in the name of Christ. And you might see, they say, oh, God, you start seeing the body go crazy and people go nuts, but it doesn't go away. So I can understand you might link it in that way. You are talking to the demon in the name of Christ and seeing something happen. What I'm trying to explain to you is you as an individual on your own, or me or anyone around, may be dealing with a demon that is way stronger than we even realized, if you want to believe in these demons then. And when we say in the name of Christ, it might laugh at me. I have the understanding that God could create this, and it might be a possibility that demon's laughing and walking right next to me. And I could say Christ, and it still doesn't affect it enough. Because this is its world right now. Right? Satan's running amok. You're not giving Satan enough power, possibly. He's able to do. There's a lot of evil in this world, Lion. You're just automatically saying that it's going to be a specific way only. This is where things I don't agree with you upon, because you have your mindset on belief and faith. Actually, the book can tell you it could go other way, and you go, no, can't be. And everyone agrees anything different. I'm sorry, says anything different than you. You almost shun them.
Yeah, because you're coming up with your own understanding. I don't. What I'm telling you, I got it from John. I got it from Paul. I got it from Jesus. No, I'm not.
No,
I can show you directly. I can show you directly where I'm getting the scriptures from.
You have an interpretation, because if I was to read it and I tell you that I interpret something different, you're going to tell me that I'm wrong.
It's not about, there's no room for interpretation. When John says test all spirits, you do it? And when Paul says you can bring every thought, every spirit under the dominion of Christ, I believe them. You don't. That's the difference between me and you. You make up your own doctrine off of emotional appeal. Okay. I don't. I go into the scriptures and I convey what the scriptures say to you directly. I'm not the author of the word of God, right?
Then why do you automatically have these interpretations for the shape of the earth to them with that book?
That's the spirit that worked through the apostles. I'm simply the messenger conveying the same information that they were conveying back then.
Wait,
you don't believe that information. You want to come up with your own doctrine.
Yeah, I'm going to call you out real quick, because you said there's no interpretation left in that room. There's no interpretation room in that Bible. Yet you interpret that Bible every day, including the shape of this earth and the firmament and everything, to your interpretation. And say, I believe, you even said it earlier, I believe this is how it is. It's faith in my own discernment. You said it out of your own mouth, was an interpretation from that book.
I'm talking about the specific. Listen, I'm talking about the specific topic right now regarding the testing of spirits.
Contradiction.
I'm not talking about the whole Bible and all the literary devices that goes with it. No, I'm talking about this specific instance where John says, test all the spirits. That right there, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm testing one now.
You can test all the spirits and you can bring them under the dominion of Christ by simply mentioning, invoking his name. Once you say his name out loud, you can see them get skittish. And when I say that, I'm talking about like if one came to you in a dream or in your room, or you had some visionary experience with an apparition, you can test these things. I've tested them. They instantly get skittish. You can instantly tell. It's not something that, oh, well, you know, I'm not sure. Like, well, how do you really know if there's no ifs about it.
Have you tested them all? That you know it's going to be that way all the time?
You
Like
see,
all
this
of
is the
them?
problem. You lack faith. You think it's not possible to discern if the spirit's good or evil by
Oh, no,
simply
mine has
invoking
faith that
the
it
name
could
of
be way
Christ.
worse than
You
what
think
you believe.
no, hold on. You think that it's not possible to discern, or it's difficult to discern if the spirit that's in front of you can be good or evil. Invoking the
You're
name
the
of
one that
Christ.
told
You
me
think
the
that
other
there's
day
some
that I need to use God for that discernment, not my own. Yes, I can use some, but we are not built. God did not build us like that.
you just don't have faith. That's what it is. You think that you wouldn't know, even
And all your
invoking the name
answers
of
are
Christ,
that
that
do
you
not have
wouldn't
faith.
know. You wouldn't know if it was
No,
good or
well, you're
evil.
not hearing. I
That's what you
actually have
think.
more faith than you. I have more faith that God is better and bigger than that book. I actually have more faith, honey, in this creator than you do. But you are putting it on a name and a book, and you're telling me that I am less than because you have this belief. You have an interpretation and for sure a knowing based on faith, based on a belief. And that is fine.
didn't
I'll
say
give you
that.
that. But to go around telling people that almost that they are less than and that you ain't
I
aligned
didn't
with
say
me,
that.
and the way
Stop
you talk
gaslighting.
is why
Stop
you actually push
gaslighting me.
actual real people that believe in God away. That's not a Christian
Stop
thing in the
gaslighting
book.
me.
The actual Christian
Listen,
book
Jesus
is supposed to
says
be bringing
no.
in with love.
See, you don't know the
sweetheart.
word of God. You don't know the
Oh,
word
yes,
of God
I do.
at
We
all.
talked about it before,
And
and
you're
you also
strong-manning
admitted
me.
out of your own mouth
Nah.
that it does say that. You're supposed to pay your taxes,
What?
right? Pay your dues, and you're not to go around with hate. You're supposed to go around with love and peace, sweetheart. That's what Jesus did, right?
You don't know what you're
Don't
talking
worry.
about. You have no
We're
idea
going
what
to
you're
help
talking about.
you. We're going to help you both unite without noticing behind the scenes.
You're on the same team, goddammit.
Jesus says.
Oh no, don't say that. Remember, we're not
Jesus
aligned.
said
He doesn't
this.
like when I say
Jesus
that.
said this in Matthew 10:34-39. Do not think that I have come to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. If you continue reading, he says to bring division between father and son, sister and brother. Like basically, you're not going to be loved. There's going to be divisions. It's inevitable. People aren't going to like you for what you say. There's going to be division. There's going to be strife. This idea of Jesus was a hippie. He came to bring peace and harmony and love, and let's all frolic and tense. That's not Jesus. You have a misunderstanding of what Jesus was and who he is.
Based on your interpretation, based on your belief and your faith. Thank you. Have a nice day.
No, there's no room for interpretation. This isn't metaphorical.
I'm
it
not
is
going to
metaphorical,
argue
but
about interpretation anymore.
right, because you got you.
See, because
you
this
don't know
is
the scriptures.
Christ-like. How
No,
we're
you don't know the
acting this
scriptures.
morning. Do you think that this is Christ-like of a book?
Yes. Christ was.
Mm.
He said, if you're gonna boast in Yah. That's what he said. And I'm right now. I'm boasting in Yah.
This isn't good boasting, hun. At all. Ryan, do you think because you read this book and you have this faith that you live more of a godlier life than me and you do not sin?
Again, see, it's not my fault how you receive, right?
No,
I
I know
can't
you
control
look
your
at me.
feelings. I can't control
You've told
your
me.
feelings, right? I'm simply conveying to you the word of God. So when God says he came to bring a sword, to bring division, you're saying no, he came to bring harmony. You say one thing, the word says the other. I stick to the word of God. I don't care what I don't care about what
Sticking to the word of God, maybe God expects us
I
to
try
do the
not to
inner
be
work
offensive. I
and
almost said
not
something
sin
offensive.
and fix our lives and live a godly life
almost
instead of
said
going around
that.
preaching to others, right? Preaching to others what they should be doing in their lives and how they should be with God and right with God. How about everybody get themselves right first with God? And I bet you if you look in the mirror every day that nobody's actually, physically and spiritually where they should be with God. Because you say we're a sinner every day, and I know we all are sinning here. Don't play fucking around. Even
we're
you
all
have
sinners.
a faith or not,
I'm
right?
a sinner. I know
So
I'm a sinner.
maybe instead of preaching and going around like you have this cockiness and you're boasting in the name of God, stand and own your own shit and accountability in life. People out here fix our lives, live a godly life, walk that godly life, and then with that, you will help others because they want to be just like you. That is how Christ walked, sweetie. Not what you're doing.
No. See, you don't know the scriptures. Peter actually said when people question you about the scriptures, you better have an answer. When there's false preachers preaching false doctrines, or anybody, even non-believers, twisting the scriptures, it's our duty to defend the word of God.
Nobody was
boastfully.
scripting. Nobody said any scriptures.
So
Nobody was twisting
when you're
scriptures.
what you're everything that you've been saying and spewing out for the last 15 minutes are against the word of God. And I'm trying to address you. I'm trying to rebuke you politely.
Explain them.
Without attacking you, right? And by doing that, you're getting hurt. You're like, oh, well, you think you're better than me. No, I don't think I'm better than you. You're strong manning me. And I don't think that you're less than me either. I think that you have the equal potential to reach heaven as I do. We've all been given this gift.
How
if we want to
are you
accept
telling
it.
me I have this? You know, you told me the other day even that. No, I'm not going to go there. This equal potential to be almost like right with God. How are you even telling me that I'm not? How are you making a judgment that I am not?
I didn't say that you're not. I said that salvation is a gift offered to everyone. It's up to you to accept it.
No, earlier you said I was not right with God. Not your God, at least.
Yeah, right now, yeah. Everything that you're saying is not in line with God's word at all.
So you're going around telling people that they're not aligned with God, even though you know nothing that they're actually walking and living in that life and what they're doing. Wow.
So
do you hear yourself?
Like, for example, when I read Matthew 10, 34 through 38, for I have come to set a man against his father, and daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a person's enemies will be those of his own household, his own family. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me, and whoever does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. So everything that you're saying that he came to bring harmony and peace and love, that's not the Jesus that I know.
Are you dealing with the same things that this book is talking about right now in this room? No, you are not. And you weren't. Maybe you should hear back the stream sometime when people are talking to you just in general about life and God. Maybe sitting down with your family at the table. I don't think you talk to them like that. And if you are, you're just having a conversation about God. It doesn't need to be people out here going around preaching. No one's out here preaching on the streets about how God is this and God is that. So when you're coming at people the way you are, it's not going to bring anyone to God. It's actually going to push them away because you're making your God sound like it's just your God and everyone else is wrong in the world.
See, what you
that's how you come across, honey.
But you're a woman.
You don't understand.
No, that's not. Don't go there, dude.
Exactly, no, but, right.
No, don't go there.
Yeah. Stacy, no, I can go there.
Stacy's cool. Stacy's cool. But listen. There's people listening that are evaluating the both positions, and some might come to God, even if you don't, or even if the people.
Oh,
in this
I don't
chat
care about that. Remember,
there are people out there that are listening.
I don't care.
And they're gonna decide, right? And it's up to God. At the end of the day, it's not up to me. It's not. I don't.
But when I
can't
brought that
anybody.
up and I explained to you that was happening, and people are listening to you and how it sounds when you're doing this, I was being very logical and understanding and caring to you. Actually, you yelled at me and told me I don't give a shit what people think, but it's very attitude.
I don't. Yeah,
and
I don't
you
care what
just
people
used
think.
It back
You're
at
right.
me.
I don't. No, you're right. I don't care how people receive the message.
Wow,
right?
I can't.
If they think it's stupid or silly, if they scoff at me and mock me and shame me, and try to embarrass me for my beliefs, I don't care about that. I'm not going to be ashamed or embarrassed for my beliefs, right? So I understand that the optics might not be the best. And people might think, oh, why? Even other flat earthers they roll their eyes when religious folk like me or Torah start promoting the biblical cosmology. But like Nathan Oakley and QE, even though they call themselves Christians, Nathan does. He doesn't like a lot of the. Go ahead.
I see a Christ-like person. It reminds me of who wants to bring a message and who pulls people in, who comes across and gives it very like he owns it, like he's living it, walking it, and he won't even tell you. He's probably not. He sends you guys his moments. It's Run Boston Bear. That is someone that a lot of people can learn from. When you're trying to talk about God, even when people don't agree with you, even when there's a back and forth, there's a godly, Christ-like demeanor and mannerisms that he provides. I'm telling you right now, this is how you reach people, not how this is being done today and how it's being done all the time in these chat rooms or on the streets or in life. It's not going to be from a megaphone screaming that God's coming back from an apocalypse or some saving us. It's going to be like people from Boston Bear getting real with you, I've not lived a great life. I've came from this and getting love, sweetheart, because that's how you reach people. But do you think that you need to come out here with swords and knives That souls are nice to be taken. Everybody needs to do that themselves in life. Fix their own shit and come out here with love, because until you can fix your own, you can't go out with anger to anyone. That's not just for you, Lana, it's for everyone.
There's a time and place, like in Ecclesiastes, right? There's a time for war, there's a time for peace, there's a time for everything. It's a case by case basis. I've been loving with you for a very long time. It's going nowhere. So right now, when I'm being stern, right? It's not that I'm. You can receive it as mean, right? Oh, you're being mean. It's not about being mean. It's about tough love. Sometimes love isn't always packaged with butterflies.
It ain't tough love.
Sometimes you need that stern talking, stern scolding.
I mean, I'm in a relationship, about to get married. I got a man, an actual man. I don't need you to scold me. Especially a man who thinks that I shouldn't talk or preach or run a home or anything the way you talk.
Here we go.
So therefore, you can take your shit.
It's not about having a man and not having a man. That's not the point here.
Well, honey, I don't need you thinking you do to tell me and be a man to help me.
You're bringing it to a sexist thing. It has nothing to do with that, whether you have a man or not. I can still tell you what's good, and your man can also. We both can.
And you say, I've been really nice to you, sweetheart, but it ain't going nowhere. When you hear yourself, it sounds so disgusting, arrogant.
Whatever. I don't listen. How you receive it is not my fault. I can't control how you receive it.
Oh no, it definitely is your fault.
You want me
how
to,
you put things out of your mouth, which God also talks about in that book, right? Watch your tongue. It's all on you, not me.
Yeah, Jesus offended thousands. Thousands he offended. If I was worried about offending people, I wouldn't be on
righteous
Discord.
Moments, honey. You ain't righteous right now at all.
It's not. Listen, it's not about offending people. People are gonna get offended no matter what. No matter what. It's about delivering the information.
I'm not offended. That's what you're getting wrong. I'm disgusted by you right now. Not offended. It's like men in the world that I see this, and I'm with someone that's so brilliant and amazing, takes care of me, that's out of this world amazing. For the last 8 months of my life, I'm in such a great place. That then I see someone like yourself who goes around talking to women, how you have me, and others. And it's disgusting. I do not feel offended. I feel offended for you.
Fine. We're both offended. Great. Now what?
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Honey, I don't care. You're the only one coming up like this. Like it's a big deal about how you're offended. And I'm getting over here mad and emotional. Actually, when I go off here, honey, you're making me feel like this isn't Christ-like. I want to listen to music. I want to vibe out in my life again, because this man is very, very sad.
It all started with
May I make a comment? Since I've been listening for a while, it seems to me that someone in there has their own personal, subjective interpretation of the Bible, and kind of put themselves up on a pedestal and tells everyone else that their version of the Bible is wrong. And I think one should be a bit more relaxed when it comes to that. I think that might bring your discussion further.
Well said. Well said.
Is there anyone that Stacey that people belief in religion is going down?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear my name, but what was that said?
Is there any wonder that religiosity amongst people is on the decline?
Right? Well, when it's done like this.
Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, less than 50% of people below the age of 35 believe in any deity.
Ask yourself why.
You guys, you're full of lies.
I am. Well, that's what the Norwegian Statistical Bureau reports.
Bullshit.
I don't know if that's real or not, but yeah, I don't know, honey. But yeah, I mean, if it's out there, these reading statistics, it might be some just reading that they're telling us, but at the same time, that's what the Post reporting on. You know? I don't know.
Fucking hell.
I know. I expect to receive opposition for my faith.
Islam's spreading around the world, and Paz is here saying religion's dying.
But see, like, you didn't have opposition. What you're doing is you're creating opposition. That's what you're happening. You had actually people just in the room who are your friends, who care, we're having a conversation. And then what happens is when you have these conversations, you create the opposition.
No. You are my opposition right now. You are my opposition. You don't have the same faith that I have.
No,
you lack the faith.
Son, I am not your opposition, love.
No.
She's just but I'm saying she's not a real opposition.
No, but not like that. Like you're out to kill me, like axis of evil. I'm not saying to that extent, but you are opposing the Bible and the Word of God. You are sowing seeds of doubt saying that, well, it could have been mistranslated, or maybe it's interpretation, or maybe it's that, or maybe it's this.
No, honey, actually, if you were in my life, I don't walk around going around talking the way you do. And you probably say I should in the name of Jesus. And sometimes I do say Jesus, actually, because I go to church 3 days a week. But I walk around with, oh, life is great, nailed it, thank you, God. And with signs I'm like, ooh, God's vitamin D. I live and walk and breathe God. And then you want to tell me I ain't right with God because I don't say specifically every day and go around talking about Jesus Christ, Yahweh.
You don't really know the word that well.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's written in my soul.
You have a type of
Are you
you have a type of hubris to you where you think you know Jesus, but you really don't know Jesus.
No, exactly. But you are so fucking perfect that you know exactly all of the text and have the correct interpretation. Anyone else is wrong. Now you're back to it. Why do you do that? Why do you put yourself? Why do you put yourself on a pedestal, claiming to have the only true way to believe in the Bible?
That's not what I'm saying. It's I have the scriptures right here, right? You're just building up a straw man, acting like I haven't properly deciphered the scripture.
You see, you what you're telling me now is that you are the only one who has the correct interpretation of the scripture.
So how do you interpret? So you tell me, how else can we interpret Matthew 10:34? Go ahead.
Well, then you have to read Matthew 10:34 for me and in context.
Well, tell me what other interpretation there is. I want to know. Because if you're saying I'm interpreting it wrong, correct me.
I don't read the Bible. No, here's the difference.
You don't have an argument. No, you don't have an argument.
You are claiming to be the only one who has the absolute correct interpretation.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, dude. That's a straw man. This specific context with this specific verse, right? I'm not talking about the whole Bible. This specific verse, think that I have not come to bring peace on the earth. How else are we supposed to interpret that? Go ahead.
Well, you interpret an awful lot of the Bible, don't you? You don't think that unruly children should be stoned at the end of the town, do you?
They just want to forget that line.
Are you advocating for unruly children getting stoned to death at the ends of villages?
What?
No, not at all.
That's in there. How did you interpret that?
Well, I'll explain to you if you allow me, right? So in the Old Testament, right, we had a priestly council.
No, you can't interpret. There's no interpretation in the Bible.
Why are you interrupting me though? I'm trying to respond to him. So you had a court of law.
He asked for your interpretation,
dude,
but then you told me there's no interpretation room for the Bible. So what are you doing?
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? So you had a court of law and you had due process, right? That court of law no longer exists on the earth today. That the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. The Torah cannot be applied in the world today. Impossible. It wouldn't be biblical. You need a specific priesthood from a specific line that don't exist today. Right? The Zedek king don't exist today. So to carry out this court of law, you would need to reestablish the temple, which isn't going to happen until Jesus comes back. So this idea that you would just stone people to death is a straw man.
Okay, what about Leviticus? Is that following the same remit? You need a court of law.
Yeah, Leviticus, right? What's the Leviticus mean? Levite, right? Leviticus. These were the judges back then. So right now, if you got arrested and you went to court, that was the court.
Right,
that court no longer exists.
Did those rules come from your God?
The point I'm making is when Leviticus says something, it's a sin, then it doesn't apply anymore. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say the sin doesn't apply anymore. I said that the judgment cannot be applied. You can't put people. We ourselves. You can't have mob rule and have people just stoning people to death. That's not biblical.
Really?
When people are put to death,
biblical. It's in the Bible, you dopey bastard.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you what's in the Bible. In the Bible, when people were put to death for crimes that were punishable by death, there was a court of law and due process. They were brought in front of the court. That court no longer exists. Christians can't willy-nilly just put people to death. It doesn't work like that. It never worked like that. You're strawmanning the Bible.
Who gave them the law? Was that God?
Logically irrelevant.
No, for fuck's sake, it's not. The laws that they follow were given to them according to scriptures, from what I understand, from God.
Yes, yes, they did.
So don't use a court as an excuse for this. God gave those laws. Like if you're not a virgin the day that you are married and it can't be proven, you should be stoned to death. Well, the reality is that almost 40% of virgin does not bleed on their first conception, but the Bible does not take that into account when it gives that law.
Okay, listen. What you have to say means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing to me. The Bible, the Torah, when it was given to the Israelites in the desert, it was very strict. It was in the desert, when they were in the desert for 40 years. It's like being out at war.
Do you wear mixed fabrics? It says wearing mixed fabrics is a sin.
Dude, it doesn't say wearing mixed fabrics is a sin.
What does it say?
Yeah, see, this is a problem, dude.
What does it say?
There are hold on. There are mitzvahs, there are laws, statutes, and ordinances, right? And appointed times. There's practical regulations for living, right? The whole mixed fabric thing had to do with mixing linen fibers with wool fibers, or animal fabric, or animal fibers with plant fiber. When it's not practical to do that, if you've ever actually had a shirt or something that was mixed fabric, you would notice that it gets all messed up. It gets all crinkly, and when you wash it, it gets all messed up. That's why these are practical regulations for everyday life, dude. Does that mean all of a sudden if I wear mixed fabrics, I'm going to hell? No, that doesn't mean that.
Where did you get your claim that, let's say, wearing a woolly jumper and linen trousers, that those two is going to have an extreme
That's not
effect?
what it means, dude. That's not. We know for a fact that.
So it doesn't mean you should not wear clothes of different cloth.
No, you can wear clothes. No, the priests actually wore clothes of different fibers. It's mixing in the mill, like the textile mills. If you were to mix the two different threads, one of plant and one of animal, like actually when you cross thread the fiber itself.
That's your interpretation.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I've read the Bible.
Dude, you got to know the ancient. You got to know the ancient Israelites.
Can I ask you a question?
You have no idea what the hell you're talking about, dude. None at all. Go ahead.
Lion, can I ask you a question, Lion? Apparently there are 613 commandments in the Old Testament, right? How many of those commandments should we in the modern world obey, and how many shouldn't? Have you done the survey, and where's your list of yays and nays?
Yeah, I've done it. I've done it all. And give me a second. I'll pull you a pie chart.
No way. Have you got an Excel spreadsheet behind that?
I mean, yeah, this stuff exists pretty easily, it's easily accessible.
Isn't that an interpretation?
Nope. Give me a second, dude. Give me a second.
Where are you getting the data for your pie chart from?
HallelujahScriptures.com.
So not Access, not Microsoft Access.
No, I mean, just give me a second, dude. I got it for you guys. Hold on. But the thing is, I already know where you're going with this. This isn't my first rodeo, dude.
Well, I know it's not your first rodeo, yeah, but it doesn't. It's no less convincing if you've been on the back of a horse 50,000 times and still fall off because of this. 613 commandments. Why? Where in the New Testament, for example, does it tell you which is the yay and nay list?
Hold on a second, dude. I'm gonna explain it to you right now, bro. I'm putting this is the pie chart right here.
Not a jot or whatever, or tittle or whatever he said of the old law shall not be carried forward. Didn't Jesus tell you that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. But you're not taking those 613 commandments forward wholesale.
Well, let me explain to you, dude. Let me explain to you what's going on here. So
what's this pie chart? This pie chart. What's the sugar content?
Hold on, give me a second, dude. So the number 613 is an arbitrary number by some Jewish rabbi in, like, I forget exactly. It might have been
arbitrary.
Rambam. Yeah, it's arbitrary because they counted as many commandments as they could find, but they actually left out. There's actually more than 613 if you really look at it, and there's more. Yeah, there's more. With that being said, that's a rabbinical number. There's actually more than that, and when you break it down, It's not that many. There's more laws in your local municipality in your town than there is in the Bible. Believe it or not.
So too.
Now this is
so
how it
too.
works, right? This is how it works. Not out of the 613 laws, they don't all apply to you, dude. Some are only for men, some are only for women, some are only for people who've been remarried, servants, farmers. So if you're not a farmer, the farming laws don't apply to you. Now,
you're being
it says here, some are. Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. I'm going through the list, dude. Give me a second, dude. Some are for people who own animals or own property, like landlords. Some are for kings. So unless you're a king, it doesn't apply to you, right? Are you a king? No, right? Are you a priest?
We understand.
Hold on. Are you a no? You had to no. I had to hit this on because people always straw me in the Bible. Are you a priest?
I'm not a king. I'm not a leper. Yeah.
You're not a priest either, right?
No, that's right.
Are you a judge?
Let's go through the whole list.
So none of those lists apply to you. And then most of the laws are if you look at the Kohanim, that's a big chunk of the pie. The Kohanim were the priests, right? Hold on, the Kohanim were the priests, and then the Kohen Haggadah is the high priest. None of these laws apply to you. So when you break it down, which ones apply to you? It's a minute portion of the whole Torah.
No, Lion, this is not what I asked you. I didn't ask for a demographic distribution of these rules between various professions and creeds and cultures. I said there are 613. You're saying that whoever you are, some of those don't apply to you anymore. You're not bothered by them anymore, and you're saying that some of those definitely still do apply in the Old Testament. Where's that breakdown?
Yeah, so I'm trying to. This is the breakdown right here. So you know where it says everyone right there, the big blue one. That's if you've accepted the covenant, right, of God, you would have the blue one would apply to you.
Right, but you're telling me that you're saying that every single of these nominated commandments in the Old Testament, there's a whole chunk of them that apply to everybody, and everybody must adhere to, not based upon their demographic. Like we were talking about mixed linen. People wear mixed linen now, don't they? That's one they've thrown out the way.
The mixed linen would apply to us. The mixed linen would apply to us.
Well, people, is it a sin? Is it most people's clothing apparel choices are sins, then, aren't they?
Not necessarily. No, that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like being unclean or having mixed fabric isn't like a sin, like you guys are claiming it is. Like, oh, you're going to hell if you. No, that's not how God works. What happened?
How do you know the big? What is it about a sentence in the Bible that tells you it's a commandment rather than just some sort of like guidance or a law? Doesn't thou shalt not, that kind of thing? When it starts with thou shalt not, is that a commandment or just some nuanced cultural thing of the time?
No. These are eternal, right? So these recommendations are eternal. But wearing mixed fabric is not going to condemn you to hell, dude. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because the Bible tells us there's weightier matters in the Torah, right? There's like you got the 10 Commandments, and then you got like trivial stuff like mixed fabric or dirty hands, and dude, like it's not. No, that's a big one. That's abomination.
It's not in the 10, is it? It's not in the 10.
No, but the Bible clearly states that's an abomination. Where mixed fabrics is not. It's not an abomination. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that like the blue portion of the chart, anything that you can apply in your life, I would encourage applying it because it would be a credit to you as righteousness. It would be a good thing to do that.
Lying is an abomination, is it?
Yeah. No lying. Yeah, that's part of 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not lie. Of course.
Are you going to the same places with the gays?
I consider all abominations in the same level as sodomy.
Okay. Well, what are you going to do about it? I mean, how are you going to? How's this work for anybody going forward?
That you never heard of repentance, dude? But so when you commit a sin that's abominable, it doesn't matter what type of sin, whether it's homosexuality, masturbation. We've all masturbated, right? You have to repent, and repent means you have to change your behavior, and ask God for forgiveness to help you change your behavior so that you continue down the narrow path. The narrow path being the way, right, to salvation. Don't verge too far to the left or too far to the right, the Bible tells us, but maintain on the narrow path. And when you do fall off, or when you do fall off your horse or the bull, if you're in the case of the rodeo, if you fall off, you pray to God, you repent, you acknowledge that you failed, and he lifts you up. He expects us to fail. He understands that we're living in this fallen world, in this fleshly state. That's the beautiful thing about Christianity. We have a redeemer.
But to be clear, a lot of the rules and mandates in the Bible, not just ones that are aimed directly at priests or tanners or lepers or whatever, a lot of the generic overall rules that are clearly stated in there, and they're quite ambiguous. You think don't apply to us in the modern world anymore. They just got to be put to one side.
No, most of them can't be applied. Like the judgments can't be applied because we don't have a court of law, a Levitical court of law or a high priest to apply that judgment. We need righteous high priests to be able to discern the cases. We don't have that.
Do you think that would be as bad as, say, what's you call it, a Levitical court? Is that what you said? That sounds to me no different than a Sharia court. It's a religious court that doesn't really care about, civil rights. It's just literally just reading from a book and telling you what. Would you want to reestablish that?
No, absolutely not. That's the difference between Muslims and Christians.
Problem.
We don't believe in a theocracy. I'm not here to establish a theocracy on the earth. We know that the theocracy will not be established until Jesus returns with his angels. Right? Like he's going to set up Jesus is going to establish his kingdom on earth. We're not called to do that.
The first coming of the Messiah was actually supposed to bring about someone to sit on the throne of David forever in a Levitical court that never passes away, where there always is someone available to provide burnt sacrifice and offering at the temple.
No,
so
dude,
this idea that it's supposed to be during the second coming is actually manufactured.
No, the second coming, the kingdom is coming down from heaven, dude. In biblical cosmology, there's supposed to be a literally like an invasion of some
I'm not
sort.
talking about biblical cosmology. I'm just talking about what the Bible says, which is that with the coming is that there's supposed to be peace in Israel with the coming of the Messiah, and this is not talking about a second coming. And it's supposed to return. It's supposed to return power. The nations will bend the knee. The Gentiles will worship at the temple. There's a lot of things that were supposed to happen that didn't happen. Jesus didn't fulfill jack shit.
No, yeah, he fulfilled half of the prophecies.
You have to name one?
Yeah, he died and rose again. He established the propitiation
Where is
for our
that
sins.
prophecy? What's the prophecy you're basing that on?
Isaiah.
Which part of Isaiah? Go have a look.
Oh my God, we're gonna have a Bible study, dude, right now. I gotta pull up the verses, dude. I don't have it all in front of me. These verses have to be read, right? We have to read the Bible. I can't just. We can read the Bible. I don't mind. You can go through it.
I've read the Bible, and Isaiah doesn't really mention anything about there being someone who dies and rises again.
Right. Of course you're going to say that because you're a skeptic. But the point is here that Jesus fulfilled the Passover sacrifice, right?
What sort of ridiculous little?
Hold on, dude. I'm talking right now.
No,
Wait a
Ryan.
second,
You
dude.
just need to work. You just need to work on the way that you go after people like that, regardless of whether or not I'm a skeptic. It's just rude. I didn't come into the conversation
again.
saying, well,
I don't listen.
You're a heretical Christian.
That's not my
He
problem,
doesn't
dude.
care
That's your
how
problem.
you feel.
That's your problem,
not-
dude.
yeah.
You're coming at me, talking the way you talk,
me.
and I'm not complaining. I'm not tone policing you. You want to tone police me?
Because he's coming with actual calmness to his voice. You're coming with hysteria.
If you can't handle
Like, you're the one emotional.
If you can't handle the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen.
Honey, it sounds like it's you because he's calm and being a man, and that's what we need in life as women. Calmness, not craziness. You're coming like, bam, 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 listen to me. That's not manly. That's someone who's got too much fucking testosterone in their life, and then you get out of a truck, go move around, do something because you're angered. Calm down.
I think the one who mentioned that the Isaiah, according to that prophecy, it has not been fulfilled yet.
Listen, you can call me a woman and say I'm being emotional. It's a woman saying this stuff. But at the end of the day, when you got people who pop in here brand new and the same energy is there and they feel the same way, and it's not about being attacked. It's not about, what the words that are being used. It's about an energy, which also God talks about. Frequency. It is very important how you carry yourself and how you talk and the energy you exchange to somebody.
But you aren't supposed to lecture anyone, though, are you? You're a woman.
Oh, I'm not supposed to say any of that, right?
That's one way you can interpret the Bible. But you should basically shut up.
This is why women have to have their own lodge, separate.
But only specific women in the Bible are allowed to do that, right? Some good women. Only the rest of us don't know what we're doing. We can't even, manage our household or our children or run a home, right? Because we're doing all that while they're gone, and the farm, right? My grandma did the farming. She did 8 kids. She also cooked for the entire crew of my grandpa, right? She did all the schooling and everything. And where do you think all this stuff came from? Yes, the man went out to work. Good for them. This is why the woman got pissed off at some point, because we were not being appreciated enough. We're like, you know what? I'd rather go out there and just do that job 8 hours a day, be away from all this shit. Maybe you should see what it's like. And then that's how the system got us really good. We're like, yeah. And the guys didn't have any help in that. Oh, yes, they did. But the system got them.
Stacey, this should come as a surprise. This is not a book that appreciates women properly.
Right. Agreed.
Sorry.
But it also talks about God in that book about what a woman is, and I was created for Adam, right? I'm just created for Adam. But he's also supposed to appreciate me, put me on a pedestal in ways, right? But a man's supposed to guide a woman, and we are not going to be guided in this manner. I'm sorry. You are not going to guide a woman in this manner.
Jesus died for his bride.
But Jesus was not speaking to women the way that you do, or people, honey. I guarantee it. Not for no reason. Yes, if there was a fight going righteously. This is on a righteous moment, love.
He literally called the woman, and listen, I don't want to strawman the Bible, but he literally, and I'm not strawmanning, but he literally called a woman a dog, a Canaanite woman, literally a dog.
You know the story where, you know the story where God promised to create women obedient and nice and kind in every 4 corners of the world, but he ended up creating Leah to be a globe.
But he had a lot of words to say to the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the religious folk of the day, and the non-believers. He had some really strong words. He called some vipers, serpents, den of thieves.
Do you think that situation that God was in that Lord Jesus is the same as on this Discord right now when you're talking to
sons
people?
of the hold on, hold on. He also called some sons of the devil. I'm so sick of hearing
"hold on." By the way, it's so annoying.
Well, why the fuck do you keep interrupting me?
Why do you fucking talk?
Chill the fuck out. You're neurotic right now. You're impulsive. You won't control yourself. Chill out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh my.
That's you, sweetheart.
Chill out. Chill out.
Do you hear yourself?
I'm talking. Yeah, and you're interrupting me. That's why I'm flipping out, because you
talking.
Just because you're a mod doesn't mean you can interrupt everybody.
That's what I'm saying. This whole time you've been speaking all morning. When I first came here, started talking about God. Then you want to almost attack me the same way you're attacking the other person in the room.
You're bitching.
Oh,
Stop.
you better watch how you're talking to me, love. I'm being very serious with you right now.
I don't care. Chill out. Go ahead. Just take over the chat.
Are you
bitch for 20 minutes. Go ahead.
I think you've been bitching a lot, sweetie pie.
No, we're actually trying to have a conversation.
Oh, no,
theology,
you were.
And you just want to moan and groan and bitch.
No. He was trying to have a conversation. You were not. You were attacking mode. He was trying to even tell you you're attacking me in that way. And then you got, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's you with your attitude, honey. If you don't care, then why are you piping up right now?
You're still mad about earlier, clearly. You're still holding a grudge.
No,
I don't
I'm
care
not
about
mad.
your
What
feelings.
I'm
Get
not
away from
liking
me.
is how you think.
I'm just going to mute you. I'm just going to mute you.
If you mute me, I think you will highly suggest you not to, because you will regret that. Right? Okay.
You can talk, but I don't hear you.
Go ahead.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on,
You're going to
guys.
mute me that way.
Got a couple of mods
That's cool.
muting
Go
each
ahead.
other, right?
I'm not muting nobody because
We're having a conversation.
You're not allowed
Can
to.
we go back to what we were talking about? So how did Jesus fulfill the prophecies that were given in the scriptures? We can get into that instead of hearing this.
We'll try to speak to others nicely, Lion.
What does Isaiah say about this? Doesn't it say there's going to be almost everlasting peace and the king and so on and so forth? Well, that hasn't happened yet. So how is that a prophecy? Well, at least it's not a fulfilled prophecy. That's for sure.
Yeah, not yet, that one. But maybe Trump, if we put your money on Trump and he could make everlasting peace. I don't think anyone's speaking. I think Lion and Stacey, you two are the best flat earthers, and you're just talking past each other. You both believe in God. Lion's just being very specific about a certain Bible faiths, different Bible faiths.
Isn't that what I started off with earlier? And I was actually being
And
very
although
nice,
he's being
and the
very
Christian
strict
came
and
in.
stubborn,
Yeah.
he's not imposing it on you.
Oh, but he is, because he's telling me I'm living wrong. Because I'm not living like his God, and because I'm not saying Jesus and all that. Because we went down there, and I'm not aligned with him. I'm not aligned with you. You are not like me. I mean, me, I'm cocky and rude it was in the beginning, and then it's turned to this continual behavior of that.
You keep like saying things I never said. When did I say that you were living wrong? When did I say
Honey,
that you
if you
were
go back
less
into
than
a
me?
lot of servers, you say it all the time. You
Oh
say it
my
all the time to me.
goodness.
You do.
Have I ever today said that she's living wrong or she's less than me? Because these are things that you're accusing me of saying I've never said.
No, what you said, I said that you feel. Do you feel that way? You said, no, I do not feel that. And then you went into basically explaining how you do. Because this is a
I've
contradiction
never
with you all the time.
those words never came out of my mouth. If you
No, you
if
mean
that's
I
how,
use the word.
if that
Listen,
if that's what you received, right, from me expressing to you what the scriptures actually say, and you feel like I feel like you're less than me and I'm better than you, or that you're living wrong. If the shoe fits, wear it.
No, honey, you keep putting that on people. We're over here saying we're right with God, and
to
you
me,
say
that
no, you're
sounds like a
not.
subconscious conviction.
Not my God. No, you're not listening.
That sounds like a
We're saying we're right
listen,
with God. Did I not say that I know God in a way, and I have a right? I was right, like this, knowing that I even said that God speaks to me. And one day, and the three said, "You're not right with God at all because you ain't right with Yahweh. You don't read the scripture. You don't know what scripture. You told me that I didn't have a relationship that I thought I had with God because it's not your book, your way. Did you not?
No. I said that you don't know the word of God as well as you think you know it. Because when I challenge you, all you have to say is, well, how do you know your interpretation is correct? Or how do you know that translation wasn't corrupted by the Catholic Church?
There is no interpretation for the book.
You have a cop out. When I challenge you on your doctrine, your cop out is, well, how do you know your interpretations are correct?
What
or
doctrine?
That maybe the text has been corrupted by the Catholic Church. That's what you always say.
See, my doctrine.
Anytime I challenge you.
My doctrine. Why are you challenging me?
No, the doctrine, the Bible, what the Bible says. When I show you the verse,
talking about a
the
book,
chapter,
why are you challenging me?
I can't talk to you. I can't because you're
No,
not.
I mean,
You're not being
you
reasonable
said
right
words
now.
like you're challenging me. Why are you challenging me? What does it
It's
mean?
my duty. It's
for
my
you?
duty to make sure that I tear
To-
down any twisted doctrine. That's my duty as a Christian. It's all of our duties.
But you
Even
just
if it
said you've
causes
been nice to
conflict.
me, but you ain't getting nowhere in life with it. So there's no reason for that. So you're gonna get harder on me. Who do you think in this life that you need to walk around getting harder on people because you've tried the love route, which is just total bullshit, and then you try to now want to use your discernment to be mean or actually aggressive or more stern, whatever you want to use for your words, right? What is the need for you to challenge people when you need to challenge yourself? This is where you guys are getting the book wrong. The book talks about getting yourself right with God. People ain't walking around right with God, but they want to challenge others when they're just talking about the book, man. We ain't out here in a righteous moment like slaying Goliath, okay? So I don't know when I would hear about this bullshit about here. Stand up right for God, because in a moment we're just talking. This anger comes into emotional. You're pushing out and saying and projecting the I am. You're creating emotion in people with your anger. It's not godly. Not in my eyes.
Proverbs 27:5. Open rebuke
No, read
is
your
better.
scriptures. That's fine.
Open rebuke is better than secret love. You want me to just keep it all inside and not rebuke you? It even says rebuke, and I've rebuked you before many times.
Why would you rebuke
You have
me?
not changed your ways because it's my duty as a Christian.
My ways. My ways. Why would I need to change my ways for you?
First Timothy, it says, them that sin rebuke before all, that others may also fear.
Did I do something to, like, maybe in your life that you feel like you have that attachment that you need to walk around on, like, I gotta fix her or something?
Nope, nothing to do with that.
Nope. Who just gave you the
So
verse?
then what is the need for
Gives him
this?
the ultimate authority to rebuke you based on his own interpretation.
Yes.
Pass the drama.
Please, I'm trying, but she won't let me.
Everything you bring it back to it, though.
Listen, just you know, you can leave. You can just leave and come back later if you don't like the conversation about God. Like,
Oh
you
no,
don't have
listen,
to
we'll
be
go
here,
to a good conversation. It will not be about us, but please quit trying to challenge
I'm
me.
trying to
and thinking
talk
I'm not
to the
right
other
with God
guys.
and telling me that I'm not. Please don't. anymore.
Gosh, I could do what I want.
So, Lion, do you not think it's possible that her attempting to rebuke you on on the behavior she sees in you
Amen.
would also follow both of those verses that you just stated?
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
What prevents her from being
See
able
the
to rebuke
contradiction?
you on the grounds that you've just stated?
So if you've been following the conversation, it all started with the existence of the firmament, and then
Thank you for
all right.
that little bit of passive
So
aggressive
I had to rebuke her on her lack of faith regarding the scripture. She was sowing seeds of doubt, saying that, well, you know, Lion, he believes in the scriptures, and even though men wrote it in a book and this and that, and she's sowing seeds of doubt. So as a brother in Christ, it's like you are supposed to be a sister, yet you're out here appealing to the agnostics, to the atheists, saying that we can't trust the Bible because it was written by men, which is the same position that you hold. That's how it all started.
Did I say any of that? No, I did not say any of that in this conversation. If you want to talk about today, no, I didn't.
You did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Lion, you're so
Stacy,
full of shit. I don't care. Let's not talk about it anymore.
you even brought up the Catholic Church as your justification for not trusting the Bible.
In a moment to say that there is contradictions that the Catholic Church, I said I believe that they have put in there, and you want to rebuke me, then that's fine. I don't care. Rebuke me.
Yeah,
That's
and
ridiculous.
I did, and you're offended by
You
it.
hear
And now
this?
you're saying, "Oh,
I'm not offended. It's
you're
ridiculous.
mean." You're basically saying you're mean. That's all you have to say.
It's
I'm mean.
disgusting. Not only me, it's disgusting. I rebuke you. Like he feels the need to rebuke people.
I'm
Like, I
mean.
rebuke you. You're being horrible.
Okay.
You're not living right. See what I'm saying?
I'm mean. I don't care if I'm mean.
I'm not saying
No, you
anything about
don't.
mean.
No, but that's basically how you're
angered.
acting.
You know, honey, you're angered in life.
Can we move on? Are we gonna just?
You're the one who just brought up.
Lion,
Oh my god. Anyway,
I'm more curious about how you think the firmament is real. Do you have any proof for that?
I told you I don't have empirical proof for it. No, I don't.
So how do you expect others to believe in it?
Well, I don't. That's up to you, you know. But the reason I believe in it is I have theological justification for my belief, and on top of theological justification, I can use deductive and inductive reasoning to come to a reasonable conclusion that the firmament has to exist. Can I tell you with 100%?
Theological justification. You're not trying to smuggle in the idea of the transcendental argument and presuppositionalism, are you?
Yes, I am.
I don't grant you the special pleading needed for you to run your vicious circle. What now?
It's not special pleading. You can call it special pleading, but it's not circular reasoning. It's not begging the question.
Oh, it is begging the question. Listen, Van Til even admits that Van Til and a lot of the other more prominent ones right now admit that it is in fact circular.
No, it's not inherently circular. You know why? Because I'm using external lines of evidence. I'm not like when I say the firmament exists, or let's say my premise is that the firmament exists because there's pressure, right? Or because God said so. And then you ask me, what's the evidence for that?
What do you mean by there's pressure? I'm sorry. What do you mean by there's pressure?
Well, I'm trying
Flat earthers are under the impression that a container is
question
required in
fallacy.
order for pressure to exist.
I'm trying to give you a begging the question fallacy. Right? So if I say, I believe the firmament exists because of the Bible, and then you ask me for evidence, and I say, well, it's because God said so, that would be begging the question.
Also, if you say the firmament exists, if you say the firmament exists because there is pressure, that's also a form of circular reasoning.
Another thing is the Bible doesn't specify exactly what this claimed firmament is. It's up to humans to interpret for them what it means.
let's also not forget that your argument, the transcendental argument, often, it's a presuppositional argument, always comes back down to if God exists, there is the ability to reason, and for logic to be grounded, logic is grounded, and there's reason, and there's the ability to reason, therefore God exists. That's entirely circular. And to do that, you have to say that there exists something that's radically different than everything else.
It's not circular, dude. I'm trying to explain to you. If I only use the Bible as the evidence for my premise, it would be circular reasoning. I'm not only using the Bible, dude. I already explained this to you, and you keep going back to.
But what are you using in addition to the Bible as support for your
I was going
claim?
to ask the same thing. What other evidence do you have to support the notion of the existence of a firmament other than the Bible?
Okay, so are we talking about, okay, for example, right now, when we look and we use our senses, or we use reason, right? We see everywhere that there is pressure, it's under containment. You guys agree so far?
This actually
That's a circular argument.
This is actually a cherry picking plus inflation.
This is a syllogism, dude. Syllogism, dude. Hold on, bro.
It's a different set of fallacies.
Oh my God, dude. Bro, hold on, because he's saying it's a circular argument. You understand that in propositional logic, there's rules for irrational inference?
It's not a rational inference to say that pressure requires a container. That's just something Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser dreamed up.
No, that's not. It has nothing to do with Oakley. This has nothing to do with Oakley. This is simply reasoning at work.
It didn't exist before they said it.
Actually, it does go back to them because they were the ones who cherry-picked a definition and then conflated it with other definitions of pressure. And now you guys run with the idea of it being pressure versus their cherry-picked definition of gas pressure. That is actually in the slide that Quantum Eraser, that's actually in the link that Quantum Eraser has on that slide. You've actually fallen for the machinations of a con man.
All right, dude, I don't even follow QE. I'm not a fan of QE at all. Me and QE butt heads, me and Nathan Oakley butt heads. I don't care what those guys have to say. Don't affiliate. Why are you dude, you guys gotta chill out.
That's where it came
I
from.
let you talk. I go to talk. I get 2 words in, you start clipping me, bro. We can't have a cordial conversation like this.
I'm just letting you know that what you're doing is you're using their argument. It doesn't matter if you like them. You're using their argument and you're using it in a way that is fallacious. You may not understand the origin of the argument.
Okay, well, you're making a lot of claims here, right? So you're affiliating me with guys I don't even know like that. I don't even talk to them.
No, I'm saying
I don't know why you're doing that. Are you trying to poison the well? Like, there's so many fallacies you're committing right now.
I'm stating where the argument came from, and that argument is based upon 1, cherry picking a definition. 2, conflating it to other definitions. It's a fallacious argument. Using that argument.
Can you prove that this argument came exclusively from Oakley? Go ahead.
That's when we started talking about it.
No, you can't. So why? No, you can't, dude. No, you can't.
The form in which you were using
You're done, dude. You're done, dude. You're done.
It was propagated.
Going back. Remember the other day. Hang on. Remember the other day when you said, well, if you were put on the moon, you would just move the firmament further away. And I ask you, well, then there, between the moon and the firmament, there would be extreme low pressure, like we call the vacuum of space. And still the atmosphere is contained at the Earth. So that you just debunked your own argument.
Yeah, it's not equalizing.
Exactly.
Also,
now Stacy's running to Omnor saying I called her a bitch. Stacy, I never called you a bitch. I said you were bitching. Can you not do that on the
damn live stream? Actually, you did call me a bitch, and then you said I was bitching. Actually, you did want to play back live stream, hon. And you have a nice day.
Don't. We're not going to do this in the VC.
Yeah. Anyway, so going back to the formula of the logical syllogism, you're saying that this is illogical, right? It's begging the question. It's not a rational inference, right? That's you guys' claim, right?
What are you talking about? Because I stated that the tag is circular. In addition to the idea of most arguments of presuppositionalism, I'm not the one who came up with the idea.
We're not going to that. We're not talking about the existence of God right now. We're simply talking about the existence of the firmament. We can go to that next. But right now, let's stick to one thing at a time. I know you guys love doing this. It's a tactic. We get lost in obscurities. It's too much to actually get into.
So
let's stick to the firmament for right now.
But this is the argument that you're using, which is in order for pressure to exist, there must be a container. We have pressure, therefore there is a container.
That's entirely circular.
Hold on, dude. Wait a second. Omni, what were you gonna say?
I wanted to talk to you for a second in Mod VC.
All right, dude. I got it. All right.
Oh well.
He likes to talk about logic. He's incredibly illogical.
He's openly dishonest because every time someone calls something out of him, he skirts away from the subject or he's quiet. I've called him out on multiple topics, and every time I ask him to actually stand for what he's saying, he just stays silent. So, Lion, you have to just see that Lion is always going to be completely and totally dishonest about everything. It's very sad.
Regardless about like
curious.
Lion, because I don't want to talk about him in that way after he's gone because Omni's trying to stop it all right now. That's gone on for the past little bit. So we got to try to, I even have to move correctly. And I'm actually trying to take a step back myself, and I want to apologize for even my behavior getting upset. Like, again, because I feel like, oh, it's like I'm getting attacked, rebuke. Like, I mean, so for me, I apologize to you all if you were hearing me hot. Like, you don't need to hear me that way either. I actually like being very happy and laughing and a good time with you guys. So, yeah, forget my behavior a little bit too, guys, here.
We've seen your good side as well. How many times hasn't he claimed, "Oh, you don't know the scripture. You haven't read the scripture. You don't know." He pretends he's the only one who knows the scripture, and his personal subjective interpretation is the only correct one.